The young man had just opened his eyes. And the scene had already been turned upside down. Screams continuously echoed all around him. Looking at the panicked crowd and the gloomy surroundings, it was all too familiar. Hansu smiled. He had truly returned to the past. Everything was within his grasp. Hansu watched as the scene grew increasingly chaotic, thinking to himself it was only natural for them to panic. After all, it was their first time in the other world, and the other world was a world that devoured other dimensions. A place dominated by hell. Anyone who came here could learn skills. But the bizarre monsters turned this place into a living hell. This was a world where violence and lawlessness coexisted. Anyone who descended into hell will all be transported to another world. When everyone in the world had arrived, the gates to hell will open, and a fierce war will begin. I have 5 years to become stronger. All acquired skills and powers were lost. Oh well, it should be appearing now. Sure enough, not long after, a rift appeared in the sky, followed by a strange-looking creature that emerged. Hello everyone. I'm Assistant Feli and I'm here to help you all with the quick registration process. Please listen carefully. Hansu looked at Feli's bright smile, secretly despising these hypocritical beings. Quick registration. What she means by quick registration is letting everyone rush in and kill each other. Feli then continued her enthusiastic explanation. First, welcome everyone to the other world. From now on, everyone will receive an unexpected opportunity. A short-tempered man interrupted. Wait. What is this other world thing? Stop talking nonsense, let me go home. Listen to me explain. The smile on Feli's face froze, replaced by a terrifying expression as she said, here you will gain unlimited freedom. Things like laws, order, or morality. Have you ever dreamed of a world without any rules? Not only that, the physical limits that restrict you will also cease to exist. As long as you rely on yourselves, your power can become infinite. Just like heroes in movies. This is your chance to realize all your fantasies. Pretty cool, right? Let me give you an example like this. Feli pinched her index finger and thumb together and aimed a beam of light at the man who had just spoken, sending him directly to meet his ancestors. Oops, sorry, I really hate big mouths, Feli said triumphantly. The onlookers were terrified by this scene, immediately screaming and scattering. Seeing this, Feli aimed at the fleeing crowd, shot out several beams of light, and then roared angrily. Didn't I say I hate noisy things? After seeing many people fall, the crowd finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and immediately stood still. Despite their fear, no one dared to make a sound. Silence instantly enveloped the entire space. At this, Feli became cheerful again, happily saying, isn't it much better when it's quiet like this? I'll continue now. It pulled out a stone and then explained. This is an ancient word. When you eliminate any living creature, you will acquire it. There are 8 other ancient words similar to this one. They appear randomly and come in various colors. But if you strive to grow, you can obtain higher level ancient words. And this one is a power enhancement ancient word. Does anyone want it? A hand was raised and it was none other than Hansu. Feli was stunned in surprise, staring at Hansu for a moment, then excitedly flew over and hovered beside him. It praised. Excellent, such a positive attitude, give me your hand. Hansu, expressionless, opened his palm as Feli instructed. Instantly the ancient word floated into Hansu's hand, and at the same time, a silver light appeared around him, exactly the same color as the ancient word in his hand. Pretty cool, right? Ancient words can twist rules. From a scientific perspective, your maximum muscle weight is 1,171 kilograms, but now it has increased to 1,223 kilograms. Not only that, ancient words. Hansu sighed inwardly. How annoying, always having to listen to things I already know. The fairy was speaking enthusiastically, but Hansu's expressionless face completely dampened its spirits. So it flew elsewhere, continuing to spread knowledge to everyone. Different ancient words have different effects. Your science cannot fully comprehend their complete supernatural abilities. I want to show you another example. Does anyone want to try? As it said this, it revealed an eerie smile, making everyone feel a chill of fear. Hoo, that's enough. No matter what happens, please remember this. It doesn't matter which ancient word it is or which ability it enhances. They are all useful. So the more ancient words you collect, the better if you want to survive. At this moment, ancient words flew out from the bodies of the deceased. Everyone was stunned by this sight. But just a few seconds later, they rushed forward like hungry tigers staring at them, scrambling to claim the ancient words for themselves. The fairy watching from above found this scene highly amusing. Filled with excitement, it immediately spoke at the climax. Look at that young man's reaction just now. It seems I don't need to explain anything more, huh? Alright, I'm taking the ancient words back now. After saying this, all the ancient words flew together into the fairy's hand, then vanished. Oh right, if you touch your right hand, you'll be able to see the number of ancient words you possess. Humans like to measure everything, don't they? Usually it's the number 10. Knowing this is enough. Strength 11 health points. 9 intuition 8. Hansu checked his various attributes. He thought to himself. His strength had just increased by 1 point. If he could collect more ancient words after hunting, then his mana and magic would also increase. No matter what he could get, it would be a bit unfair at first. At this moment the fairy continued. I shall grant you a special privilege. Forget your past. Then fully enjoy this new life. As it spoke, everyone found a knife in their hand. Once I leave, the training will begin. Everyone do your best. Just as everyone was still confused, someone screamed in terror. Behind us. Everyone turned around in unison and saw a goblin squad slowly approaching them. Just as everyone was at a loss, a girl spoke up, calming them. Everyone calm down first. Don't provoke them, slowly retreat. Everyone thought the girl made sense and did as she said. But before they had retreated far, a wall suddenly appeared behind them. The massive wall blocked their path. What's more, they could feel the wall gradually closing in. This meant they were being pushed towards the goblin squad. Just then a young man unexpectedly slipped through the wall. Everyone was taken aback. How did you get out? The young man replied blankly, I don't know either. I don't understand how I passed through. Just then an observant person noticed that on the wall, the number 49 was displayed. Another person also risked it and tried to pass through the wall, succeeding. At the same time, the number on the wall decreased to 48. Does this mean only 50 people can leave? Someone proposed a hypothesis. This immediately caused chaos, with everyone scrambling to push through the wall. Hansu sighed, seeing this scene. How pathetic. All 100 of us need to stay calm and fight together. We might get a little hurt, but this will reduce casualties. When I first arrived here, about 40 people died at the hands of goblins. Among all those who couldn't get past that wall, only 10 survived. But this time things are different. First I must clear this area and then proceed to the next floor. Hanshio thought to himself. He drew his weapon and eliminated a goblin that was wildly charging towards them, saving someone at the last moment. Pressing his advantage, Hanshio continued to utilize his superb skills, single-handedly eliminating several more goblins, under the terrified gazes of everyone present. For my body, it was still a bit uncomfortable 15 minutes ago, but I'm a bit lucky. Hanshio checked his agility attribute, which had increased by 0.1 points. Agility not only increases a player's perception speed and reaction time, but a 0.1x increase in perception speed means that a player can execute an action much faster. Just like now, Hanshio was already able to make a goblin turn to dust in an instant. As he expected, the remaining goblins, upon seeing blood, immediately charged forward in a frenzy to attack. But of course, they all met their end under Hanshio's blade. A considerable number of those who witnessed this scene, as if infused with power, no longer thought of scrambling to rush outside the wall, but bravely picked up their weapons and fought the goblins. Seeing this, Hanshio felt much more at ease. Normally there's no need to rush at the very beginning, but now is not the time to relax. Including this place, there are still many adventurers. If you count the entire world, the number would be countless. In the first year here, for the next 3 months, humans will be protected in the beginner zone. Once the 3-month beginner zone protection period ends, we will be forced to fight second year and third year monsters. But no matter what you think, this is an opportunity to become stronger, even if only by a little. Candy. Sending me to this point in time was the right choice. Every battle comes to an end, and the ones completely annihilated were the goblins. At this moment, the survivors sat on the ground panting, looking at Hanshio in awe and fear. He alone fought with just that short sword and took care of all of them. What a monster. Not long after the battle ended, the elf reappeared, saying with some surprise, "Wow, you guys did pretty well. You must have worked hard. There are quite a lot of participants left. It seems you found a way to survive, haven't you? Then you'll remove this wall. Just keep going like this. I have work in other areas too." Well then, good luck. With that, the elf vanished amidst everyone's anger. Taking advantage of the lull, Han Xiu once again went to a corner by himself to check his attributes. Strength 143 points, agility 109, health 101, intuition 112. If these are all I have, it's enough to handle the training rounds. I also found some very useful things. Han Xiu glanced at the blade in his hand, then put it away. Afterwards, he continued to ponder his plan of action. First, I need to find every way possible to get stronger as quickly as I can. Ares can't Candian. If it were them, what would they do? Han Xiu remembered Candian had mentioned a hidden dungeon, hidden within the training area. And it was the dungeon with the highest difficulty. I wasn't able to complete the dungeon strategy back then. Not just any AI can pass it. Candian said regretfully. You only cleared a small hidden dungeon. But you're already this strong. That's right, isn't it? The fact that I can be here as a Wakiji member, isn't that the best proof? Candian smiled proudly, then said seriously. If I could go back in time, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I could do that, I might even be able to defeat you, Han Su. One thing is for sure. The higher the difficulty, the more impossible it is to complete. Then, the greater the reward will be upon success. A lot. Thinking this, Han Su secretly made up his mind. His goal was already set. If he wanted to do that, he would have to deal with some things first. The first floor of the training room is where 100 people gather together to jointly. Actions will take place within this area. Allowed once a week. And this hunting task must be performed for 3 months. After that, when the second floor of training is completed, the safe zone will open. And interaction with those who arrived earlier will be possible. Currently, there are 2 hidden fragments on the first floor of the training room, and no one has been able to reach the end yet. To reach the end of the hidden dungeon, I must get it. This is the only way to quickly become stronger. But first, I need to get the nearest first hidden fragment. Look, it must be around here. Just as Han Su was looking around searching, he was attracted by a quarrel. Not far away, it seemed a beautiful girl was being forced by a group of thugs to follow them under the guise of help to survive the training together. But the girl refused. I don't have time for this. I need to find the hidden fragment, because it will disappear within a week. Han Su thought, then ignored it. But fate had other plans. Just as he was about to leave, a young man called out to him. Come, Han Su, you're Han Su, right? Just when I'm in a hurry. Han Su sighed inwardly but still responded politely. Do you know me? The young man was stunned by Han Su's words. At this moment, the blonde young man walked over aggressively and questioned him. Hey Han Su. Are you crazy? We were clearly together before we came here. What do you mean by that? How does he know my name? After a search through his memories, Han Su finally recognized them as his university classmates. The blonde young man's name was Chen Tae-sung, and the young man wearing headphones was Sang Jin. You clearly went on a trip with them once. After that, they all died. So you forgot everything. Well, follow him. Ju Mi-hee was the beautiful girl from earlier. As soon as she saw Han Su, immediately took the opportunity to shake off the thug's hand, said decisively, then walked straight towards Han Su. Han Su silently watched Ju Mi-hee. With her looks, she's definitely going to attract trouble. The thug who was shaken off by Ju Mi-hee turned red with anger, intending to teach Han Su a lesson. But when he recognized who Han Su was, he hesitated. That bastard was the one who previously alone dealt with the goblins. But if I attack him while he's weak? At this moment, thinking this, the thug unconsciously glanced at his subordinates. They immediately understood and showed sinister smiles. At this moment, the thug walked forward without hesitation and provocatively said to Han Su and his companions, Hey Han Xiu, you guys need to let others finish talking. As for who that guy is, I don't know. Look at him, he's so injured. From the looks of it. What else can he do? Come here while I'm still speaking nicely. The sooner the better. You'd better come here, don't wait for me to come to you. Han Ju responded without fear. People like that are everywhere. They got excited after the first match, but they didn't know their opponent was an AI. Still fantasizing they could defeat that person. Han Ju said, stepping closer to the thug. With a look on his face, he asked menacingly, do you understand what I'm saying? Then he shrugged and pushed the thug aside, and walked past him arrogantly. That bastard. The thug gritted his teeth in anger. Do you want to say something else? Han Ju asked, drawing his knife, ready to teach that thug a lesson in manners. Just then his leader appeared, with an intention to make peace, and stated, We're not bad people. Why don't you join us? Look at the current situation. We have a lot to do. Wouldn't cooperation be better? Hanju stared at the leader, examining his gaze. This old man has completely adapted to this place. There's no reason to hide his true insane nature anymore. Like a hyena in the wilderness. After all, he's a lawless man. Should I deal with him now? Candian's words reappeared in Hanju's mind. Iris had said, "There's no need for unnecessary killing. But show no mercy to those cockroaches who caused severe damage in this great war." Immediately after Iris' words reappeared, "Don't alienate yourself too much from others and do your best to protect and care for them." Iris, how many lives have you saved? It's not that I don't have time to deal with these guys right now. But they'll bring about their own demise anyway. Hanzwa said, stepping closer to the scoundrel. Hanju thought, then dropped a line. Whatever, get lost. Then he decisively turned and left. This jerk. The thug from before still wanted to show off. But his leader stopped him. Xiango, that kid isn't important. Our goal is to establish order here. In a strange place full of monsters. The most important thing is that damned goblin. But there's still something that satisfies me. The leader thought, then said happily. Here the strong are the law. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity? Let's go, Xiango. At this point Xiango said nothing more, but obediently followed his leader away. How can humans be more terrifying than goblins? Taeyang watched the thugs walk away, then followed behind Hanju, secretly evaluating. I know Hanju is a strange person, but has he always been like this? He was just an orphan, always sitting blankly in a corner. So I didn't think much of him. Taeyang suddenly remembered something and questioned Hanju. Hey, Hanju, why are you pretending not to know us? Hanju casually made up an excuse about amnesia. This answer earned Taeyang's Tizong is 7 parts like his father. Seriously, how can he talk like that? Is he playing an old man? Nihi was amused by Hanju's expression and Taeyang's words, bursting into laughter again. Hanju silently looked at Nihi again. What a pity. She could have lived a comfortable life. But here beauty is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can become a powerful weapon. Oh well, I guess they'll be fine. Besides Mihi, Taeyang and Sangjin, there were 1 or 2 other friends in the group. Everyone just followed behind. Hanju looked at the ruined landscape before him. The blonde girl couldn't help but ask. We just left without saying a word. Do we have a clear destination? Mihi also cautiously spoke up. That's right, Hanju. Where are we going? You'll see when you get there. With that he suddenly stopped. The first destination is the subway station. The place where the fragments are hidden. Gangnam Station, but why here? I can't be bothered to explain these trivial matters. If it weren't for what Eric said, I would have left alone long ago. No choice. To avoid too much explanation in the future. The introverted youth. Hanju decided to use inspiration as an explanation. I had an inspiration. Mihi repeated in surprise. Inspiration. Hanju replied, yes, when I thought back this place came to mind. I have superpowers. Everyone exclaimed in unison, superpowers. Seeing everyone's reaction, Hanju whispered. We have immortals here. Superpowers aren't that hard to acquire. The blonde girl behind whispered to her friend. Are you sure it's okay to follow him? Although the blonde girl spoke softly, Hanju still heard her. He turned around, looked at her and smiled. No need to follow me. I'm someone who prefers to act alone. If you two want to stand still and watch, feel free. Taejun saw Hanju's dismissive attitude, and jealousy immediately flared in his heart. Anyway, seeing him still makes me very uncomfortable. I really can't stand it. But in this situation I can only endure it. The group walked down into the station. Taejun pretended to be friendly, walked up, patted Hanju's shoulder and asked, Hey, are you sure we're going to a safe place? This place looks a bit strange. Hanju replied, No. We're going to meet some friends. They're already here. Taejun asked again, What? Who would live in a place like this? Are they people you know? Just then Hanju suddenly spoke. Wait, what's wrong? Mihi. As soon as she spoke, seemed to see something horrible and immediately screamed, Taejun, get out of the way. Taejun turned his head in confusion and saw Hanju standing beside him, raising the dagger in his hand and stabbing down. Taejun's face turned pale with fright, watching the tip of the dagger getting closer and closer. He screamed, What the hell? But then Taejun found that Hanju's target was actually a worm-like monster right at his feet. Hanju pulled the dagger out of the monster, picked up the ancient stone and then began to explain. This is a dungeon created based on Gangnam Station. These are green worms. They crawled out after sensing sounds from underground. They hate sunlight very much, so they usually don't leave the ground. If bitten by them, your flesh will easily be torn and rot. So please be careful. If bitten, you will fall unconscious and then die. Before you have time to react, I will tell you a simple method to fight them. A moment later, thanks to Hanju's guidance, everyone gradually adapted and personally killed the green worms. Hanju stood aside observing. He noticed that 4 people performed very well. In addition, one person stood holding a dagger from beginning to end. Also caught his attention. That was Sangjin. Hanju walked up to Sangjin and reminded him. If you're not confident, walk on the intact marble slabs. The marble is intact. If you see cracks on the ground, just stab there. Remember to be careful with your hands. Not far from there, Mihi had just dealt with a green worm. She stood up, wiped her sweat, and then said to the blonde girl, "You probably have to stab where the ground bulges." The blonde girl replied thoughtfully, "It's really like a whack-a-mole game." Seeing this scene, Sangjin gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, encouraging himself. "I can do it. I must do it." Suddenly the ground behind Sangjin suddenly bulged with a small crack. A green worm crawled out from inside and quickly rushed towards Sangjin. Sangjin could do nothing but feel fear. Besides that, fortunately, Hansu pushed him away in time, then slashed twice, killing the green worm. After surviving, Sangjin smiled and looked at Hansu. Hansu didn't respond, instead sharply turning his head away. He thought to himself, he can't participate in combat. There's no need to even mention it. In the end, he'll only be a burden. Just then Tizong walked over and asked Hansu, "You seem to know what was going to happen, didn't you?" "How did you know?" "If you tell me." Hansu cut him off, replying, "Didn't I tell you it's my superpower?" Everyone was speechless at Hansu's words, so they had no choice but to focus on hunting monsters. Soon, all the surrounding green worms were eliminated. Hansu walked over to the corpse of a green worm. He was about to pick up the runestone, but then noticed everyone staring at him. So he stood up, turned around and asked, "Why aren't you picking them up?" Mihi answered on behalf of the group, "We think it would be better if you took all the runestones and then protected us. Since you're the one who's going to protect us out of here, you should take them all. We're not as strong as Superman, and simply having more runestones won't make us strong, so you should take them all. In exchange, you protect us. Isn't that better?" Hansu sighed and said, "You take whatever you hunt. If you want to come with me, you must at least follow the most basic principles." The pioneers who have wandered and explored the abyss for decades established the most basic principles of coexistence. I take what I hunt. When hunting in a team, the spoils will be based on contribution and distributed equally by priority. In life-threatening situations, even good relationships can easily break. They'll soon understand how treacherous and cruel this place is. Hansu sighed inwardly, then looked at everyone seriously and said, "The most important thing you should believe in is your own abilities. If you're useless, you'll quickly be eliminated. That's the rule." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then Mihi was the first to react. She turned around and walked over to the corpse of a green worm. The others exchanged glances, then also began to spread out and collect runestones. Hansu thought to himself, soon they'll get used to it. They won't need to be told. They'll automatically fight to obtain their own runestones. Suddenly Tizong shouted, "Hey, look here. There's a strange runestone here." Everyone gathered around curiously, seeing Tizong holding a purple runestone, essence of the Akun dwarf tribe. Tizong looked at the system description, grinned, and thought to himself, "If I get this, I'll have a new superpower." Tizong's eyes filled with ambition as he muttered, "With this, I can gain a superpower." Then Tizong glanced at the expressionless Hansu not far away. He just said he'd share items, but he was just talking, right? If I demand a share of the items now, he'll definitely make things difficult for me. Thinking this, Tizong asked Hansu, "This is in my hand, so it should be mine, right?" "You agreed, so don't go back on your word later." "Right." Hansu nodded in acknowledgement. He pondered to himself, the essence of the dwarves. Akron, it's great to have it early in the game, because it increases defense and grants the user regeneration. Everyone who plays this game needs these two things. That's why many people seek it. And it's more of a passive rune. However, it significantly increases one's appetite. But if it makes you stronger, what's the harm? Stealing other people's food, so you don't have to worry about going hungry. The level of a skill determines its power and proficiency. Those who possess both sharp minds and abundant magical power usually have around 100 skills. Candian himself possesses over 1,000 skills. However, we are different. Hansu recalled a time when several ancient language stones were laid out before him, each of a different color. He picked up an orange one and absorbed it while Iris tried to absorb a green one, then regretfully said, "Just as I expected. We can only possess a maximum of 7 skills. If I had known this earlier, I would have learned stronger skills. Each person can only learn 7 skills. This rule is practically a death sentence for players. But Hansu possessed an incredibly powerful force. And even that limitation meant nothing to him. Thanks to that immense power, Hansu infinitely evolved his skills. The Doraro lizard essence, which initially only accelerated regeneration, later evolved to be so powerful that it could even contend with Kant's immortality art. And Extreme Dash later became fast enough to rival Canadian's ultimate move, Spatial Warp. 7 stars was the nickname Iris gave Hansu, because only he was powerful enough to infinitely evolve 7 skills. Thanks to this, he was able to catch up and eventually fight alongside them, even though he was 25 years behind them. Hansu thought to himself, "It's the skills that define who I am. They are why I must return here in their stead. So I absolutely cannot make any mistakes." In the end, Iris said, "This didn't she? Be sure to choose your 7 skills carefully. If everything goes according to plan, then we'll have smooth sailing." Leaving the training area. At this moment, Kim Tae-sung couldn't wait any longer. He decided to use the essence of the Arkan Dwarf tribe. System notification: physical resistance attribute added. Arkan Dwarf tribe essence skill proficiency 10. Kim Tae-sung touched his ear with his finger, opening his personal information panel. Kim Tae-sung strength 111. Agility 101, stamina 125, 15. Perception 103, physical resistance 10707. Looking at the panel, Kim Tae-sung was very pleased. "I've gained the physical resistance attribute again. My other attributes have increased a lot too." Then Kim Tae-sung turned his head and glanced at Hansu, secretly mocking him in his heart. "Fool, I wouldn't give you such a good thing. Just you wait. It'll catch up to you sooner or later." Hansu didn't know what Kim Tae-sung was thinking, nor did he care to know. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go." Kim Tae-sung ran over and, feigning familiarity, put his arm around Hansu's shoulder. "Oh ho, it's going to be dangerous up ahead, you know. So let's go together. The strongest should lead the way and protect everyone, right? After all, you need me too, don't you?" As Kim Tae-sung spoke, he meaningfully looked at Mihi. Mihi noticed Kim Tae-sung's gaze and felt a little annoyed. Why is he suddenly looking at me and saying that? Hansu glanced at Kim Tae-sung. Don't tell me he sees me as a rival. Forget it, since he's already ugly enough, he shouldn't try to act cute. I'm not letting go of what just happened, he thought to himself. Hansu shrugged off Kim Tae-sung's hand from his shoulder. The group walked down the stairs and Mihi curiously asked Hansu, "Why aren't we taking another path? Why are we going down?" Hansu replied, "To take the subway." Mihi asked in surprise, "Is the subway still running?" "You'll see when we get there," Hansu replied to Mihi in his mind. Hansu then recalled another time, when he was sitting and chatting with a friend who had dyed colorful hair. Chatting together, the friend with colorful hair spoke up. That person's information has never been wrong. So after entering how many dungeons? Just then a black-haired friend walked over and interjected, "Ha! Those dungeons must be trash." The colorful-haired friend said, "Who asked you to butt in?" The black-haired man replied, "That's because I've heard you brag too much, and you've made fundamental knowledge errors." Then the black-haired man stepped forward, pushed his dyed-haired friend aside, then sat between Hansu and him, continuing, "Let me tell you, the fastest way to get stronger, you need to touch the most important thing in the training area. It's under the subway station. Subway stations are in different locations, and each station has a different structure. But from the 3rd floor down, they're all exactly the same. If you go through the door right in the middle of the stairs, and keep going down, there's a subway train that hasn't departed yet. If you can get on that train, you're basically set. But the problem is it's very hard to get there." Back to the present. The group had arrived in front of a large door. Hansu looked at the door, thinking to himself, "The train departs in 1 day. I must resolve this today at all costs. Let me see what that is." Behind him, Mihi was also staring at the door. "This really isn't Gangnam Station. I've been to Gangnam Station many times, but I've never seen this door." Suppressing her doubts, Mihi asked Hansu, "Are you really going to go in? You don't even know what's inside." Hansu replied, "In just following my instincts. Like I said before, whoever wants to quit can quit. Taiwung grinned and said with a laugh. "I'll go in." Mihi said with firm eyes. "Me too. I'll go in as well." Looking at Mihi, Hansu secretly guessed that she seemed very worried. Perhaps she also realized her situation. People like her will face greater danger from now on. I don't know how, but she has to get stronger. Even if it means sacrificing her appearance. At this moment, the blonde girl in the group spoke up. "Well, stay here. As long as we can keep hunting here, it's fine." Unexpectedly, Sang Jin said, "I'm going too. I want to go in as well." Taiwang mocked, "What are you going in for? You were too scared to do anything just now." Sang Jin looked at Taiwang darkly and replied, "What's it to you? What I do has nothing to do with you." Taiwang felt insulted. He pointed at Sangjin's face, raised an eyebrow and said, "What, you weakling, you're talking too much. Take back what you just said." Suddenly Han Su roared, "Enough. Stop arguing over these trivial things. There's no time, just figure it out, do what you can." After speaking, Han Su walked towards the large door. Mihi also walked even faster, passing him. Taiwang glared resentfully at Han Su's back, cursing inwardly. "These jerks, how dare they humiliate me in front of Mihi." Passing through the door, Han Su began to think. The training area has over 1,000 types of monsters. And the terrain is diverse. So there must be something in common. Suddenly Han Su stopped, looked ahead and thought to himself. "Just as I expected, this is it." Behind him, Sang Jin also exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? No way. Is that a convenience store?" Han Su and his group entered the convenience store, then spread out to look for the items they needed. Han Su looked around, asking himself. He said the second floor of the subway station would always have a convenience store. Is this a reward? Taiwang picked up a dagger, hesitating. Should I take various different weapons? Walking to a row of kitchenware, Han Su thought to himself. He said this place was more like a supermarket than a convenience store. But it really has everything I need, he noticed. Han Su taking out a pot. Mihi asked Han Su curiously, "What are you doing?" Han Su placed the pot on the stove. He took out a bag and said, "Cooking." He opened the bag, then poured the liquid inside into the pot. Mihi saw the liquid and exclaimed in surprise inwardly. "That's the blood of the pale worm." She suddenly remembered Han Su earlier putting some monster body parts into his bag. At the time I wondered what he was doing. Just then Han Su took out a piece of goblin skin. He tore the skin into small pieces and put them into the pot. He mused, goblin skin becomes highly poisonous when it came into contact with the pale worm's blood. Goblins evolved to fight the pale worms. Their venom is extremely potent. Han Su was concentrating on mixing when Tizong suddenly leaned in. He sniffed, "Smells good. Let me have a piece to try." Han Su said expressionlessly, "That's poisonous." Tizong jumped back 3 meters in shock, shouting loudly, "What, it's poisonous? You should have said so earlier." Han Su slightly frowned and retorted, "Didn't you come closer because you smelled it yourself?" Mai Hai stepped forward smiling as she looked at Han Su and asked, "We never thought of boiling this stuff. How do you know how to make it?" "My superpower is having a brain full of knowledge." Han Su's answer made Tizong grind his teeth in anger. He cursed inwardly. This jerk is clearly avoiding the question. In reality, Han Su thought to himself that his brain was about to explode from trying to remember all this stuff. He recalled Candian's training lessons. Back then Han Su struggled to sit and listen, feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. But on the podium, Candian kept rambling on. Even if you go back to the past, without knowledge it's useless. The amount of information you gain is what matters most. It's not just about collecting items. Enhancing their power is equally important. Without a brain, you won't understand why it's important. Right. But you cannot share this information with anyone. Remember that. Knowledge from the future will accelerate the collapse of the abyss. You cannot become Prometheus from Greek mythology. That deity could foresee the future. You can only use this knowledge when it's truly necessary. He snapped back to reality. Han Su looked at the poison in the pot, thinking to himself, if I don't know the exact proportions in boiling time, this stuff will be useless. This should be enough. When the poison in the pot was finished brewing, Han Su poured it into an empty bottle. Then from the empty bottle, he sprayed some of the venom onto his weapon. Mai Hai asked nervously from the side, "Can we use that?" Han Su replied, "Yes. Each use requires half of your strength or ancient power." Tizon yelled angrily, "Hey, you're being too stingy. I could give it to you for free, but in the long run, that might not be a good idea." Han Su said this because he knew very well that one-sided relationships easily break. Mai Hai spoke up. "I'll give you something later. Just let me use that for now." Hansu turned and looked at Mai-hai intently for a moment. Then he handed her a bottle of venom. At the same time he didn't forget to warn, be careful. It'll hurt a lot if it gets on your hands. Seeing this, Tizong secretly gritted his teeth. If he's going to do that, then I can't steal it. Tizong, whose bad intentions had failed, could only say, "I'll use it first. And then I'll return the ancient power to you, okay?" Sang Jin also spoke up, "Me too." Hansu didn't refuse anyone letting them use the venom bottles themselves. Meanwhile he began preparing other things. Not long after, when it comes into contact with the pale worm's blood, he thought with some satisfaction. This much preparation should be enough. The others were also ready and walked over. "We're ready." Hansu turned his head. He said nothing, just looked at them intently. Under his gaze, one person spoke up and asked, "Why are you looking at us like that?" Hansu pointed at the things on their backs and said, "Carrying such a big bag. Do you want to become bait for others?" Then Hansu gave a demonstration. He buried some items underground and then said, "If you don't want to fight while carrying things, just bury them like this. Besides, if you take everything with you, others will chase you out of a desperate desire to survive. Leave something for them." Minghyuk looked at Hansu, her eyes sparkling. "I thought he was just a quiet person. But he's really amazing. Can I also have superpowers like that?" Minghyuk muttered to herself, then sat down and imitated Hansu's actions, her heart filled with determination. Yesterday hundreds of millions of people disappeared, but not a single one returned. "I must survive until the end here. I must live. Live at all costs. I must do what I have to do." And then Minghyuk looked at Hansu again. Minghyuk followed him without hesitation, walking beside him. Seeing this, Tizong grumbled that Jerk really thinks highly of himself. After that, Tizong roughly threw his backpack to Sang Jin, regardless of whether he agreed, and then followed. Tizong asked Hansu, "That superpower you mentioned, can we have it too?" Hansu replied, "It's possible." Hearing this, the three of them exclaimed in unison, "Really?" Hansu replied, "Yes, Cardian once told Hansu that among those who came to this world, some developed special abilities they didn't possess in reality. The exact words were, 'Be careful of those who came to this world. Some have already developed special abilities, and these abilities are ones they didn't have in reality. Especially their abilities are very diverse. Some of them are truly very dangerous. They possess very prominent characteristics. Their survival capabilities are stronger than others. So if someone is useless, just eliminate them directly. Eliminate them." Hansu repeated the last sentence in a low voice. Hansu's gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor became gloomier, startling Tizong behind him. "What's wrong with him?" Immediately after, Tizong spoke with a smile. "By the way, you really got the short end of the stick. Are you still mad about me getting angry at you earlier?" Hansu paused slightly and glanced back at Tizong. "I'm not used to this and I have nothing to say." After saying that, Hansu continued walking forward. He sighed inwardly. "When I first came here 5 years ago, fighting against the constantly surging creatures, hope gradually turned into despair. And then despair overshadowed everything." Tizong followed him, looking at Hansu's back, thinking to himself, "Did he hit his head somewhere during the fight? Why is he acting so self-important? If it weren't for that damn superpower, I wouldn't humble myself before him. I'll wait until I get stronger and then Minghyuk and I will date. I'll get rid of that jerk Sang Jin and then make Hansu my errand boy. I'll once again." Tizong was still fantasizing when Hansu suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Wait." Tizong asked, "What's wrong?" Hansu didn't answer. He squatted down and picked up some slime from the ground with his hand to examine it. "Is this slime?" "This isn't the slime from a sword beast. It doesn't have an acidic smell, nor are there any dried internal organs. So it's not from a sword zombie either. Then there's only one possibility left: land mermaids. These must be traces of land mermaids. They aren't agile, but if hit by their paralyzing venom, it wouldn't be hard for them to dismember us. But I have a plan." A smile played on Hansu's lips. Hansu dusted off his knees and stood up. Tizong complained from behind, "Stop acting alone as if you know everything. Come with me, you'll be surprised to see this. Come and help me." After saying that, Hansu returned to the convenience store and the three of them, Minghyuk, though she didn't understand, still followed to help. Soon, bottles of homemade bombs appeared before the three of them. Although there was no kerosene here, Hansu said, "It should still be enough." Minghyuk asked, "Molotov cocktails? Don't tell me all these things came from the convenience store." Just now Tae-sun picked up a bottle and said, "Is this also a superpower that's really convenient for you? You must really like it here. It's better than our old world, right?" I mean, you can do anything you want. If only I had the power to do that. Hanju looked at Taesung, thinking to himself. You're struggling right now. Wondering whether or not to get rid of this guy in front of me. Noticing Hanja's strange gaze, Taesung shivered and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Hanju sighed, temporarily dismissing the thought in his mind. Hanju drew on the ground with a stick and said, let me explain the plan. Listen up. After one person throws the bomb, the other three will go forward and attack. Whoever is in front gets priority for the ancient words. Taesung volunteered with a smile. Then I'll go first. The strongest person should lead the way and protect everyone. Right? Hanju then asked who will throw the bomb. Miho and Sangjin raised their hands simultaneously. Seeing this, Hanju said, you two discuss who will throw it. Sangjin and Miho argued for a while, but while Sangjin was still struggling with his thoughts, Hanju had already decided. Then you two can take turns. After deciding, the four continued forward. Sangjin worried to himself, how much further do we have to go? I can't say I want to retreat now. I'm only following them because I don't want to be left behind. But do they all think it's okay? Sangjin looked at everyone, and when he saw Miho, he was surprised to find her body was also trembling slightly. Just then, Hanju warned, careful, they're coming. Immediately strange cries began to echo. Hanju immediately ordered Miho, throw the bottle towards where the sound is coming from. Don't be weak. That's right, I can do it. Miho encouraged herself. Miho took a homemade bomb bottle from her bag, lit it and threw it towards the direction of the sound. The homemade bomb bottle flew out, hit a monster, then burst into fierce flames, burning it alive. Miho exclaimed joyfully, I did it. The three of us will attack. Be careful. Don't touch the paralyzing venom they spray. Hanju briefly reminded Taesung and Sangjin. Hanju, holding his weapon, led the charge towards the group of monsters. Taesung felt a surge of jealousy. That jerk is taking all the ancient words for himself again. I can't lose to him again. Suddenly a monster lunged at Taesung from the side, startling him into a yell. Get lost, you pest. Taesung instinctively swung his hand and haphazardly slashed at the monster. Damn, I almost missed. Taesung was worrying. When he suddenly found the monster already lying on the ground, he couldn't help but look at the poisoned weapon in his hand and exclaim, aha, this thing works really well. Hanju asked, the venom I gave you is also worth getting ancient words for, right? Right? Taesung didn't respond. His eyes filled with ambition as he looked at the weapon in his hand, thinking to himself, with this thing, he'll catch up to that jerk soon. And so, Taesung enthusiastically joined the fight along with Hanju. Miho and Sangjin also successfully completed the tasks Hanju assigned them. As a result, the battle completely favored Hanju and his three companions. The number of monsters was steadily decreasing. Hanju thought, just as I expected. In a battle with flammable paralyzing venom, bringing incendiary bombs was a wise choice. The blade is worn, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I prepared the venom for this very reason. While fighting, Taesung was again drawn to a few ancient words on the ground. These ancient words all belong to me. Taesung greedily reached out to pick up a few ancient words, but didn't notice a monster spraying venom at him. As a result, one of his feet was covered in venom, causing him to fall to the ground. Taesung cursed inwardly, damn it. Everyone's watching, how embarrassing. Just then more monsters emerged from the darkness and crawled towards Taesung. Taesung screamed in terror. Get off me, you damn things, help. Mai-hai saw Taesung was in a critical situation, so she planned to take out a Molotov cocktail to rescue him. But she found there were no more Molotov cocktails in her bag. So she quickly said to Sangjin, Sangjin, you take over for me, okay? Wait a moment. Sangjin responded. Sangjin intended to light the Molotov cocktail in his hand, but the lighter seemed to be malfunctioning. He couldn't get it to light no matter what. Sangjin kept trying to light it. He kept praying under his breath, light up please. Finally, Sangjin successfully got it to light. But before he could light it, a monster suddenly crawled to his feet. Sangjin was startled. He dropped the Molotov cocktail and it shattered. Taesung roared. You idiot, I told you to throw it, not destroy it. Fortunately, Heiju had finished dealing with the monsters over there and ran to rescue them. Heiju sliced open the monster that was about to pounce on Sangjin. Sangjin, she then slowly said. Calm down, stick to the plan. As long as you do as instructed, there won't be any problems. Take a break, go collect your ancient texts. Out of danger. Taesung sighed in relief and said, I thought I was a goner. It seems my skill really helped. My leg is already healed. Hanso looked at Taesung and said, if you improve your stamina and rest, you'll recover even faster. Go get your ancient texts. When he saw the ancient texts he was allotted, Taesung was very displeased. Is this all I get? Why did that calculating jerk divide it so meticulously? Afterwards Taesung noticed Sangjin. A bad idea surfaced in his mind. If I take all those ancient texts too, then that would be. Taesung grinned and walked up to Sangjin to confront him. Hey Choi Sangjin. Is it a tradition of the Choi family to be so heartless? Before Sangjin could finish speaking, Taesung had already grabbed him by the neck with one hand. Sangjin, you idiot. You couldn't even throw a single Molotov cocktail. Have you forgotten that I almost died just now because of you? Sangjin struggled to speak. That's because you. Mai-hai walked over and scolded Taesung. What in the world are you doing? Let him go hell die if this continues. Since Mai-hai had already spoken, Taesung had no choice but to throw Sangjin to the ground. He said, "You're lucky kid." Taesung sat down in front of Sangjin, grabbed his hair and threatened. From now on you better pay close attention to how things are done. Not long ago, you were still crawling on the ground with your head down. It seems you've forgotten your place, huh? Just follow others. Be like your father your whole life and don't cause me any trouble. Then, Taesung shifted his gaze to Sangjin's ancient texts. I'll be taking these. After saying that, Taesung reached out to take the ancient texts. But a dagger flew over, landing between him and the pile of ancient texts, stopping him. Taesung quickly pulled back his hand and exclaimed, "Oh, what the hell is this?" The one who threw the dagger was Hansu. He looked at Taesung and said, "That's not your share." Taesung stood up and asked with a laugh, "Are you going to give the ancient texts to this useless guy? Can't you see? What's the difference between that and throwing them in the trash? What can he even do? Forget it, you and I can just split these ancient texts. Honestly, we wouldn't lose anything without this guy, right? Am I wrong?" Hansu calmly replied. "We must distribute them fairly. You shouldn't have touched it from the start. Someone else's livelihood." Knowing he couldn't change anything, Taesung turned away and scoffed disdainfully. "Livelihood, my foot. Don't regret this later." Hansu looked at Sangjin and reminded him. "You should also keep a close eye on your share." Mai-hai observed all of this from the side. She glanced at Hansu, then stepped forward and asked somewhat awkwardly, "Hey Hansu, do you think we're being annoying right now? I just thought seeing others fight would definitely make you uncomfortable." Hansu's answer was already good enough for me. "If there's anything you do wrong, I won't complain about it." Mai-hai asked again. "So will you stay with us until the very end?" Hanzua. "It's just that you act as if you could leave at any moment." Hanzua didn't look back. He said as he walked, "Whether you want to follow me or not is up to you. You're doing well, don't worry. Pay attention to the ancient language stones that drop from the monsters." Hansu pondered. "What mainly drops from them are ancient language stones?" "Strength and stamina. It seems I can't ignore the characteristics of the creatures." "That's fine too, because strength and stamina are both very important right now. These are also the attributes I currently need." Hansu raised his hand to touch his ear and opened his personal panel. Strength 253, stamina 245, agility 141. Just a little more would be perfect, he thought to himself. Hansu immediately took out a stamina ancient language stone and absorbed it. On the personal panel, Hansu's stamina attribute immediately changed to 248. System notification, first achievement unlocked. Along with the system notification, a fairy suddenly appeared before Hansu. "Total. Your total stamina and strength have exceeded 50. Congratulations on becoming the first traveler." Mai-hai screamed, startled by the fairy's sudden appearance. "How did that thing appear here? Where did it pop out from?" Hansu's lips curled slightly, chuckling to himself. "It seems I've drawn it out." The fairy flew to Hansu's side. After seeing his face clearly, it pointed at him in surprise and said, "Oh, aren't you the traveler who raised his hand earlier?" "Earlier, you mean?" I was still wondering who was progressing so quickly. "It seems my judgment was correct. We always favor those who understand the value of effort. So for the most proactive traveler, I will present a small gift. Aren't you curious what it is? Should I tell you?" Suddenly Mai-hai raised her hand and said, "Isn't that unfair? From the very beginning, our physical attributes were already different. What are you so afraid of? Because once it begins, there will be no conflict between you and me. We won't kill you just because we don't like you," the fairy said, flying closer to Mai-hai. Leaning into her ear, it whispered with a devilish grin, "But there are always exceptions. Right? And you too could be one of them." Mai's face immediately turned pale with fear. Seeing her like this, the fairy immediately clutched its stomach and burst into laughter. "Of course I was just joking. I never get tired of jokes like that. Ha ha." Then the fairy stopped smiling and glanced at Meha. What unfair. Come on, you know perfectly well. You have certain advantages over others. So good that no one can match them. Is that right? But you haven't eliminated them to make yourself equal to others, have you? As for everyone else, life has always been unfair. After speaking, the fairy no longer cared what Meha thought, and flew laughing to Hansu's side. Talking about these boring things is a waste of time. Now it's time for you to claim your reward. Hansu thought to himself, I know what the reward is. The fairy continued. The reward for exceeding a certain total attribute value is 3 self-selected ancient language stones. It must be 3 selectable ancient languages. Which ancient language do you want? Is it accuracy perception or a healing ancient language stone? Although it can only be used once. However, if you have a hole in your stomach, it can heal it. And it can also cure most types of poisons. This way it's like having an extra life. Hansu secretly added. But it's useless when limbs are severed. Meha and the other two, hearing about the effects of the healing ancient words, their eyes lit up. That meant they could survive danger. At least once. The 3 of them looked at Hansu with expectant eyes, thinking to themselves, if things get worse, hell, at least save one ancient word. For himself, right? Ignoring their thoughts, Hansu asked the fairy. By the way, are there any ancient words that grant magic immunity? The fairy seemed a little surprised but still replied with a smile. Of course there are. Hansu continued to observe the fairy intently. Seeing no unusual expression on its face, he fell into thought. It doesn't seem to care much. So does this mean this level of trickery is still fine? While healing ancient words are good, magic and physical immunity are hard to obtain during the training phase. Except for special cases like strength enhancement. Stamina enhancement only affects movement speed and recovery. Physical and magic resistance, on the other hand, are more fundamental defensive or immunity abilities. I can use experience to counter physical attacks a little, but magic attacks are different. A little while later, when Hansu received the reward he requested, his personal panel changed. Kung Hansu, strength 253, stamina 248, precision 141, senses 152, magic immunity 13. Hansu thought to himself, this should be enough to avoid instant death, right? After the rewards were distributed, the fairy bid farewell. My business here is done, so I'm leaving now. And remember, I'm counting on you. So make sure to perform well from now on, okay? Handsome Appa. Maihai and the 2 others gasped softly, their mouths agape. Are those guys girls? Let's go. The group continued on their way. But when Hansu saw their strange expressions, he asked again, what's with your faces? The 3 of them replied evasively, nothing. Soon after, the 4-person team arrived on the 3rd floor. Maihai had just defeated a monster. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking it's definitely much easier than before. Suddenly she noticed Hansu's actions. What's he up to now? It must be poison again, right? But Hansu's actions seemed to be the same as before. Out of curiosity, Maihai walked over and asked, you clearly have many ancient words, so why hasn't your speed changed? She's quite observant, Hansu thought. Hansu raised his wrist and said, because of this. Maihai asked curiously, what's that? The other 2 also stopped what they were doing and paid attention. Hansu demonstrated while explaining. You can collect ancient words this way. Just raise your hand and think of the ancient words you've already acquired. Maihai exclaimed in surprise, wow, how did you do that? Hansu replied, with my superpower. Should I try it too? Maihai excitedly picked up an ancient word, intending to follow suit. But Hansu said, it's no use trying to copy me. Maihai asked, puzzled, but why not? First, it would slow down the hunting process, so you wouldn't be able to keep many ancient words at all. Secondly, if I die, these ancient words will be useless. All the ancient words I collect this way will drop if I die. Sangjin asked curiously, then why do you still collect them? I'll use them for exchange later, he added in his mind. Although it's hard for this to happen now. Once some rules are established, they can be used in place of money in the training zone. Hansu spoke, advising them, you can't do it. Just pick them up one by one. Taejun questioned him, displeased. Just because we listen to you, you dare to look down on us? If you can do it, why can't I? Hansu sighed inwardly. These people have no idea where they are. Once they go down below and get cursed, they'll come to their senses. But until then, I still need to sort things out a bit. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Hansu turned and looked seriously at the 3 of them. Listen up, all of you. Whether you follow me or collect ancient words, do whatever you want, I don't care. But in exchange, I need you to listen to me now. Give me all your weapons. As expected, Taechung vehemently objected. Do you think you're a bandit? You have your own weapon. Why do you need our weapons? I mean all of us. We can't defeat those monsters with these things. Han Su threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, then continued. The blade is too dull, it can't be used anymore. I need a new blade to understand. Taechung roared even louder. Do you think he'll agree just because you say that? This jerk is ridiculous. If you take all our weapons, what will we fight with? We have to fight monsters too. What do you want us to do? Hide behind you. At this moment, Sang Jin suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, I'll hand over my weapon. 2. Before he could finish, Taechung interrupted him. Shut up. Han Su didn't want to waste more words and asked directly. Then, do you want to fight that monster below? Taechung replied without hesitation. Fine. What's there to be afraid of? Leave it to me. I've always hated your scornful gaze. So let me show you what I can do this time. Taechung's answer surprised Han Su. I thought he'd refuse. I didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Oh right. He doesn't know what kind of monster is down there. But my limit is also here. Han Su thought to himself, then gave them 2 choices. Wanna leave this place and you fight the monster yourselves too? You stand aside and watch me face it alone. What do you want to do? Sang Jin decisively said. I'll stand aside. Miho had a similar answer. Me too. If you say so. That monster must be very dangerous. Seeing this, Taechung tried his best to persuade them. This is why we should cooperate. We need to help each other when there's danger. That scoundrel wants to abandon his friends and hog all the rewards. Are you going to let him do that? He didn't care if that loser Sang Jin quit. But if even Miho did that, it would be difficult for him. Friends, that's a good word. Although I have some memories of being friends with you before. You should be glad Candian didn't come back here. Now, he's probably wandering in the purple zone space. I can't stay here for too long. I must get there as soon as possible. Han Su listened to Taechung babble for a while, finally unable to resist reminding him enough. Think about it when we're down there. If I had known you'd argue like this, I wouldn't have said anything. We're finally going down. You should have done that sooner. Instead of spouting nonsense. Taechung thought Han Su had compromised, and said triumphantly, thinking to himself. Seeing him try so hard to go down alone. It's clear this jerk knows there's something important down there. Only a fool would miss an opportunity like this. Maybe we can find something good. However, not long after going down, he was actually the first one to run out. Miho was right behind him, screaming in terror. I told you. I said the monster down there must be very dangerous. Anyway, run. Taechung also shouted loudly, not to be outdone, as he remembered the supergiant monster they had just seen. Its terrifying image. Taechung couldn't help but shiver. How was I supposed to know that monster was from a completely different dimension? I can't believe he actually wanted to fight it alone. His nerves must be shot too. After Taechung and the others fled, Hanju faced the giant python alone, as it crawled closer and then raised its neck. Hanju immediately covered his ears. Right after, the monster let out a loud roar, and a beam of light shot out from its mouth, heading straight for where Hanju was standing. Because he was prepared, Hanju almost instantly leaped to the side, successfully dodging the python's attack. I anticipated this attack, and I should be able to withstand some of it, thanks to my magic resistance. The extremely strong shockwave indicates its high magic power. Its scales are hard. An ordinary sword can't even penetrate them. This isn't an easy opponent to deal with, but I know its weakness. Although its scales are tough, the areas between them are very vulnerable. After learning this weakness, Hanju dodged the monster's attacks, while precisely aiming at its weak spot and throwing a dagger. The monster roared in pain, then furiously attacked Hanju. While he was dizzy from the shockwave's sound and the poisonous gas, it suddenly swung its tail, flinging Hanju directly into the wall behind him. Finally, it reacted after its weak spot was attacked. This is its nest area, so even its physical resistance is quite high. I'm still vulnerable to the poisonous gas it sprays. Now Hanju has 5 knives. As for why he has so many, it's because besides Mei He and Shang Jin, Tai Cheng also wisely offered them to him before running away. So Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He sat up from the rubble, staring at the monster, thinking to himself, how about I play with it a bit longer, until my goal is achieved. Meanwhile, Mei He was running but suddenly stopped. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked into the depths of the tunnel. The place he's fighting is far from here, but the sound still echoes all the way here. Will Hanju be okay fighting alone? Tai Cheng noticed Mei He's unusual behavior and asked her with concern. Why aren't you moving? We don't have any knives, so we have to hurry to the convenience store. For shelter. Mei He fell silent. After some internal struggle, she decided to go back and help Hanju. These idiots ignored my words from the start. Although angry, Tai Cheng, wanting to play the hero in front of the girl, still pretended to be righteous and went back with Mei He. Hanju, are you okay? Mei He couldn't finish her sentence, stunned by the sight. Before her, Hanju's left arm was actually being held tightly in the monster's bite. Hanju took advantage of the python, biting his arm, and with the poison knife in his hand, he stabbed its weak spot again, making it cry out in pain. Immediately Hanju's arm was freed. Finally, I've stabbed it 3 times. It bit my arm for a bit too long just now, but luckily I had clothes on, so it's fine. Fortunately, I increased my stamina, so it should heal quickly. In the later stages, these creatures will evolve to new levels, so their attack and recovery abilities will also significantly improve. By then, using poison will no longer be effective, and they will use their own strength and special abilities, making them harder to eliminate. That's why using poison at this stage is so effective. If it weren't for the paralyzing effect of the poison, I wouldn't have been able to get here at all. Now it's much easier. Watching the monster gradually succumb to the poison, losing its ability to resist, Hanju immediately delivered a final stab with his knife, completely finishing off the monster. Hanju, are you alright? Mei He shouted loudly, then ran towards Hanju. Hanju had been too engrossed in the fight to notice, but now, hearing the call, he finally became aware of the group's presence. Mai Hai didn't show any particular reaction. She just quietly walked over to her backpack and asked, "You guys are still here? I came back because I was worried about you, but it seems I didn't need to be. Is your arm okay?" "Just a minor scratch, it's already healed, don't worry." I can't believe that guy. He actually defeated a monster all by himself. Something like this. Taeyang looked at the monster's corpse lying on the ground, then looked at Hansu again, with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. I know he's strong, but is the gap between him and me really this huge? How can I ever catch up to him? Just then Hansu, who was collecting rewards from the giant python's corpse, suddenly let out a sound. "What's wrong, Hansu?" Mai Hai asked curiously. Hansu silently looked at the ancient stone in his hand. Perhaps because this was also a considerably powerful monster. The reward is Great Serpent Sonic Wave. If I already had a magic ancient stone, this thing would be much more useful. This item requires magic to activate, so I can't use it yet. Taeyang saw the ancient stone and immediately ran to Hansu's side, asking, "Are you going to use it? Look at the size of that monster. TSK, that must be a good item. I'm so jealous." Hansu honestly replied, "No, I won't use it. You can use 7 ancient stones, so keeping it won't do you any good. Besides, you don't like emitting sound waves from your mouth, do you?" Hearing this, Sangjin said with a face full of anticipation, "Then can I use it? You can't even utilize its power. Just know your place," Taeyang said, pushing Sangjin aside. Then looked at Hansu with a hopeful expression and said, "If you're going to give it to this guy, stop right there. Give it to me." Sangjin rubbed his chin where Taeyang's elbow had hit him, and grumbled, "Don't you already have one? Do you think you'd be useful with this ancient stone? You little brat, you were secretly following me just now. If I were as strong as you, I could also rush forward and kill monsters like you. No, I could even do better than you." Feeling insulted, Taeyang immediately roared, "Better? I guess I didn't beat you enough just now, huh? Do you want me to twist your neck to make you sober up?" Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Mai Hai stepped forward to mediate, but Hansu just smiled. "I never said I'd give it to anyone. I want to sell it. If anyone can buy it now, we'll give a 50 discount. Let's see who places the first order." With just that one sentence, Hansu immediately rendered Taeyang and Sangjin speechless. After a while, Taeyang came to his senses. Taeyang asked confusedly, "Can I pay in installments? If that's the case, then choose one person to represent the 3 of you." Hansu gave them time to discuss. After a while, he walked forward and asked, "Have you decided?" Mai Hai nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll take it." Just as I expected. They don't trust each other. So now only one person is left to continue the transaction. Most importantly, I also noticed that he secretly collected 10 magic ancient stones just now. Since he killed the monsters himself and collected them, there's no reason for him to hide them like this. But it's not surprising. The more you hide, the more advantageous it is. Is it due to survival instinct? It seems he has a lot of potential in that regard too. After collecting enough items, Maihai handed Hansu 1 Speed Ancient Stone, 3 Perception Ancient Stones, and 7 Endurance and Strength Ancient Stones. Because I said I'd give a 50 discount, only 6 Strength Ancient Stones are needed. After saying that, Hansu returned 1 Ancient Stone to Maihai. Maihai replied with a wry smile, "You're really shrewd, aren't you? Don't talk as if I was a bad person before. If you get used to it. In this kind of situation, getting things for free, sooner or later you'll all die. In this world, nothing comes without a price." After Hansu finished explaining, he turned and walked straight away. Let's start making that thing now. The appearance of that snake proves that there's a Zutram nearby. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hansu found the Zutram. He carefully broke off a branch of the Zutram. Afterward, he went to collect some scales from the large snake. Then he began to craft something. Throughout the entire process, Maihai and Sangjin followed him like 2 little shadows, sticking close behind Hansu, observing his every move and constantly guessing. Even T-Zone, when he saw Hansu put the newly collected materials into a pot to boil them, couldn't help but curiously step forward and ask, "What are you planning to do with that? Are you making poison again?" "No. It'll be something else this time." The snake's scales were quite hard, but not hard enough to make a weapon. This time he had to create something different. This is the 11th weapon out of 134 types, which can be crafted from monster body parts and materials collected in the beginner zone. This weapon, number 111, has a limited damage range, making it difficult to make an opponent bleed. But if you have enough skill to precisely identify an opponent's weak point and enough confidence to hit that spot, then this needle is the perfect choice. Hansu looked at the finished product he had just made, feeling a bit disappointed. The tip of this needle is a bit dull. Oh well, it was made by hand after all, so I can't expect too much. Hansu tried tapping the needle with his dagger to check its quality. Seeing that the needle was unharmed, he felt relieved. All right. At least it has to be this strong. Considering that alchemists had tried to create a weapon, this was indeed the best weapon that could be made from basic materials in the beginner zone. I need this to pierce its scales. That monster. I need to defeat it to get the second hidden fragment. Hansu wrapped one end with scales to form a hilt, completing the creation of his new weapon, Coca-Cola. This thing is a bit stronger than weapon number 117. If I can defeat it, I'll be able to craft an even better weapon. But this weapon is still decent. It's the best option for now. T-Zone stood by watching critically. He's putting so much effort into crafting that thing. It must be much better than my current weapon. Much better. Taichung thought, then expressed to Hansu his desire to buy his sword. This thing is hard to use. If you're interested, I can sell it to you. But I can't make any more right now. I've used up all the materials. Upon hearing this, T-Zone's resentment grew. So this jerk used up all the materials by himself. Selfish jerk. There must be more good stuff ahead. So it's best to hold back for now. T-Zone comforted himself this way, then followed along with the others. Hansu, this must be the end. There's electricity and the train is very clean. Most importantly, looking at that guy who's always been in combat mode. He's so calm now. It seems there's no more fighting to be done. Now I can safely claim my reward. T-Zone was secretly pleased and was about to board the subway with Maihai and Sangjin just like Hansu, when Hansu's question stunned them. "Why are you getting on? Only one person can get on here, get off." Seeing that the 3 of them remained motionless, Hansu turned his head and reminded them again, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Only one person and the train will start. All of you get off." Sangjin then spoke up and replied, "You must be mistaken about something, right? That's suspicious. How do you know this train only allows one person?" T-Zone also chimed in. "And what rule says you're allowed to ride it? After all the battles we've been through together, how can you be so selfish as to only think of yourself? You only made it this far thanks to our help. Oh my goodness, is this the legendary hypocrite who steals and then cries, 'Stop thief'? I hope the author gets rid of him soon. He's giving me a headache. Let's get back to the main topic." Hansu listened to Taesung's chilling words and sighed softly. Help these fools. Honestly, it's smart to seize an opportunity for personal gain. But there's one thing they haven't realized yet. Of course, there's no law that says I have to go first, because there are no laws in this world at all. Hansu directly drew his new sword and threatened. "Now you choose one, either get off or settle this with me right here. But if you choose the second option, then write to the United Nations later. Maybe they'll listen." After speaking, he pointed the hilt of his sword at the other's neck. Taesung asked with a half-smile. What do you want now? This jerk. Is he serious? He talks like an old man. But his actions are completely insane. But if we attack him together, maybe our chances will be better. If we win, he'll take his weapons and ancient knowledge. If we lose, we just apologize. He wouldn't get rid of all three of us, would he? It's worth a gamble. As Taesung was calculating in his mind, he met Han-Su's murderous gaze. So not long after, the train departed, with Han-Su as the sole passenger. After recovering, Taesung kept blaming himself. That jerk. If I had even moved a muscle just now, he would have killed me instantly. He's capable of much more. How could I have frozen just from his gaze? We shouldn't have pushed him that far. We owe him, he brought the three of us this far. We shouldn't have provoked him like that. Let's keep going, we have to keep moving forward. Taesung listened to Maihai's words, scoffing internally. You fools, this is why you will never succeed. What about the desire for power? Aren't we supposed to become stronger? No matter the cost. I will definitely become stronger. While waiting for the train to reach the next station, Han-Su thought to himself. If I summarize the information I've gathered here, this is what I've collected. 1. The subway will stop at 20 stations throughout the journey. 2. The achievements found at each station are random. 3. Once I pass a station, I cannot return to it. This is a structure that causes mental conflict even if I reach the end. There's no guarantee of a good outcome, so caution is necessary. Currently at Station 12. Laurent's bracelet, Kento's claws, Oren's steel fists. I've already collected 8 weapons. Perhaps because they are weapons that can be collected through a hidden fragment. The weapons we collected, so their quality is quite high. Laurent's bracelet combines perception attributes, which helps reveal monster weaknesses. However, I already know all the monster's weaknesses, so it's not very useful to me. I already have many weapons, so I'm hoping for something different. Perhaps something that increases mobility, with which I can move freely in combat. Or at least. Han-Su got off the train and looked in surprise at what appeared before him. Madman's cigarettes. Madman's cigarettes. When a cigarette is placed in the mouth, ancient knowledge attributes begin to increase, while smoking attributes continue to increase. If smoked completely and all smoke is inhaled, all ancient knowledge attributes increase by 20, for a duration of 10 minutes. Han-Su couldn't help but get excited. Although it can't be used outside the training area, it's still a useful item. He held the cigarette pack in his hand. Han-Su suddenly remembered her. You're smoking again just like before. I always tell you off whenever you smoke. And you look a lot older. You know. If you keep this up, you'll ruin that handsome face of yours. Don't worry, it'll be different this time. Han-Su muttered to himself, then returned to the original station. When he went back, Mihue and the others had already left. Han-Su couldn't be bothered to care. He walked alone towards the convenience store. On the way, he also picked up the pot he used to make weapons last time. The next hidden fragment will appear in 4 days. Within 2 days he had 2 choices. Focus on hunting and collecting 10 ancient words, or participate in the remaining quests. No need to think about it anymore, let's see. I've already completed some quests along the way. I don't know what else I can get from those quests. But for now I just need to get started. Focus on completing those quests. I think quests with better rewards should take priority. Among the remaining quests, there's one quest whose reward is quite promising and it has a short completion time. It's the Philosopher's Stone. It comes with a clumsy mage follower. It boosts my basic stats by 10 points, including its own bonus attributes, and restores injuries, potentially even fatal ones. The reward. Relic rewards like this are extremely rare. Not just during training, but even in the later red danger zones. But who would have thought there'd be someone in this world who could activate that foolish quest? Ah, it's her. Anwei Eileen, a member of the Death Squad. She was dragged into the abyss while volunteering at a prison. This line is merged with the previous line and translated. I heard everyone she trusted most was there. But when the training began, they all betrayed her, and rage awakened her power. Within 7 weeks, she tore apart and annihilated everyone there, then dug out their hearts. After that, she tried to commit suicide and then this quest appeared. Thinking of this, Han-Su decided to skip this quest. It wasn't suitable for him, and it also went against his goal of saving as many people as possible. It should be dark by now, so some quests with night restrictions have just appeared. Wait, it's dark. Han Su suddenly remembered this item. The miserly tycoon's food pouch. I'll use this first. Anyway, I need to make sure I have enough stamina. I'll use it under the moonlight to protect myself. But first I need to eat. Han Su looked at the now empty convenience store. Even his food buried underground had been dug up and taken. Now only 2 piles remained. Just scattered food and drink wrappers on the ground. These bastards. The moon will rise soon. And they still dare to do such stupid things. Let's see how bold they really are. Meanwhile, that group of thugs, after ransacking everything in the convenience store, were transporting it outside the station. Mi Hui and the others had already met up with the blonde girl and her friend. They just stood by watching the thugs take the food away. After a while, the blonde friend said discontentedly, "How could they steal everything? Should we stop them now? We ran too quickly when we heard them coming. So I couldn't keep anything. They even took my share. How could this happen? Did they bury everything in such a short time?" Mi Hui said awkwardly, "We might be stronger, but..." Shang Jin continued, "Mi Hui's thought there are too many of them. Even if our stats are higher, we'd be in danger if they swarmed us. Han Su isn't back yet. So don't rush." The blonde friend looked bewildered, then turned and whispered to her friend, "I've never heard him say so much." "Me too," the guy replied. Mei He looked at the group of people. A question suddenly arose in her mind. "I can't believe it. They actually know the convenience store's location. I thought we still had time. But this is too fast. Let's go, hurry." Chang Hao ordered his subordinates. After spotting Mei He and her group, Chang Hao smiled and waved in greeting, which startled everyone. Was he just waving at us? They're trying to provoke us by showing off, saying they've already taken everything. No need to mind him, let's go. Tai Yong said impatiently, then turned to leave, secretly cursing that fool in his mind. Why would he wave at me? Anyway, I'm doing quite well. Why did Chang Hao wave at Tai Yong? Simply because a short while ago, Tai Yong proactively sought out those thugs and personally led them to the convenience store. As for his reason for doing so, it was simply because he underestimated too much. He thought, "Han Xiu, you'll have to fight these guys for food. And you can't easily defeat so many people. So you'll have to seek his help." Recalling that moment, after hearing Tai Yong's offer of help, Chang Hao scoffed at him and said, "Why should we trust you? It seems you're setting a trap for us to fight that Han Xiu." Tai Yong, relying on the essence of the ancient language of the Akuan dwarf tribe, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Fearlessly grabbed Chang Hao's collar, putting on a lecturing demeanor. "Don't you understand the situation you're in right now? Just follow me." "What did you say, you jerk? Do you even know our boss is helping you?" Chang Hao. Before he could finish speaking, he was physically attacked by Tai Yong, leaving him in a sorry state. Tai Yong stood there looking down at him condescendingly, saying that the 3 of you combined aren't even on my level. You bunch of idiots. Why would I set up a trap for weaklings like you? Think about it carefully. I'm giving you an opportunity. Back to reality. After those thugs left, Mei He and her group decided to stay and wait at a shop near the station. Han Xiu. As soon as she saw Han Xiu's figure through the glass window, Mei He joyfully called out to him. All the unease in her heart seemed to vanish instantly. Meanwhile, Tai Yong showed a sinister smile upon seeing Han Xiu. "No need to worry. And no one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, you'll have a reason to get away with it." As soon as Han Xiu entered the shop, Mei He immediately told him about the current situation. "We're in trouble. When we brought Ji Sun and Young Wu over, they were taking everything from the store." "From the convenience store," Han Xiu replied calmly. "I know, I saw it when I arrived. How much food do we have left?" Tai Yong replied with a smile, "Not much. We tried our best to collect. But you know, a lot happened. Now that you're here, we just need to take it back from those guys, right? Although it's certainly hard for you alone to deal with all these guys. I can help if you want." How could Han Xiu not understand his trick? But he couldn't be bothered to expose him. He merely curled his lips in disdain and silently sat down at the dining table first. Tai Yong saw Han Xiu's smile and was furious. He immediately walked up to Han Xiu to demand something. "Wait, this won't do. You really have no shame. We risked our lives to save this food. Shouldn't you give something back? Hand something over. If you give me something good, I'll reconsider." Mei He heard this and looked at Tai Yong in surprise. "What's going on? Aren't we supposed to share this with everyone?" Tai Yong retorted. "So well, give him some. But not for free. We risked our lives for this food. You should too. Even among friends it should be fair." Han Su didn't even lift a finger. When we worked hard to collect food, hasn't anyone told you not to expect free things? Yang Gu and Ji Sheng nodded in agreement. Tizong saw things were going as planned, and felt even more excited. This is my chance. If I can get everyone on my side, then this guy won't be a problem. Let's see how long he can keep that annoyed look on his face. Thinking this, Tizong smugly turned to look at Han Su, anticipating the moment he would compromise. I'm really sorry. I don't have anything to trade you for food. What should I do now? Tizong had been waiting for this and immediately stated his demand. Come on. You have plenty. Share what you got inside. Ji Sheng heard this and asked curiously, what did he say? What did you get inside? He just went to some secret places. Look everyone. He must have found something good. He should share it with us, shouldn't he? Tizong turned and explained. Then he reached out and offered Han Su an energy bar. Smiling he said, so come on. Share it with us. You'll be coming with us anyway, won't you? Why are you doing this? Don't do this. Han Su glanced at Tizong inside. You've learned well. What do you mean don't change the subject, answer me? Han Su didn't pay any attention, picked up his backpack and left the store. I'm not taking them because I need them. I don't need their ancient language anyway. Iris, I came here because of what you said. I've done my best. If it were Kong, Tizong would have disappeared from chapter 3 long ago. No need to wait until now. Anyway, please stay safe. And I wish you strength in the future. After Han Su finished speaking, he decisively pushed open the door and walked out. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ji Sheng quickly stepped forward to mediate. All right, everyone, stop arguing. We've come all this way without any trouble. Why ruin everything now? Well, bring him back, let's go, my high. Let him go if he wants to. No need to stop him. Tizong said stubbornly, cursing inwardly. Whatever, just go. Arrogant until the very end. Damn it, he's putting on that act. But if we give him things for free, hell stay. We don't need him anyway. We can handle it ourselves. While Tizong was rambling, he suddenly saw Mai Hai suddenly walked quickly towards the door. Mai Hai, what are you doing? Are you abandoning us to follow that guy? Mai Hai hesitated for a moment, but only for a second. She immediately and decisively grabbed Han Su's sleeve and said, I want to go too, Han Su. Can I follow you? Han Su said without turning his head. I can't take you. Oh right, of course. Just as Mai Hai disappointedly let go of his hand, Han Su spoke again. But haven't I already said? It's up to you if you want to follow. A brilliant smile immediately bloomed on Mai Hai's face. No, you can't go. Tizong shouted, you haven't gotten your ancient language yet. I can give you my ancient language. But Sang Jin hasn't, has he? He was anxious at this moment. Do you think he'll let you go? I can let everyone else go but not you. It's fine because I'm going with them too. Sang Jin suddenly spoke, then slowly walked towards Han Su. But as he passed Tizong, he was immediately stopped. Do you know what you're saying? You can't do this. Do you really think my dad would only let your dad get out of trouble? I used to have a stray dog. And now you have the nerve to crawl back. You lunatic. Don't you know who your master is? I should. Tae-young. Before he could finish, Sang Jin shook his hand off and retorted. What else can we do? We can't even get out the door now. No one even knows we're still alive. So how exactly are you going to tell my dad? It's come to this point, none of that matters anymore. I have no reason to listen to you anymore. Just like I used to. Do you understand? Tae-young blinked, watching Sang Jin and Mihue leave. He yelled like a madman. Fine, just get out. You guys. Well, get all the food eventually. Do you think it'll be any different somewhere else? You'll all end up coming back here. So just you wait. Han Su and the others. After walking for a while, Sang Jin said worriedly to Mihue. About the food. Are you sure we shouldn't take some? We don't have much left in our bags. You're right, but a clothing store by the roadside caught Hansu's attention. He looked at the brand new jacket on display. Then he picked it up and put it on. He changed out of his tattered clothes. Because he had fought the giant snake. At the same time, he said to the two behind him, it's not important. That's meaningless too. We have things to do, so let's go. Seeing Mihue and Sang Jin's skeptical expressions, Hansu kindly explained further. Because it's almost midnight. Midnight, Mihue repeated, then pointed to the sky in shock. That moon looks a bit strange. Everyone looked up at the moon. The moon was normal at first. Suddenly an eye appeared. Then that eye slowly opened. Just as Mihue hadn't recovered from her shock, she heard Sang Jin scream. What's going on? The food turned into sand. No way, all the food we bought. Mihue quickly opened her backpack to check. It turned out that where the food used to be there was now only sand. What's that? It's glowing. Mihue looked in the direction Sangjin was pointing. Then she was even more surprised. Are those people? They're glowing. Their locations are being revealed. Mihue unconsciously raised her hands to check. Are we glowing too? Sangjin looked at himself, then at Mihue. Then he hypothesized. I think maybe if we stand together we won't be seen. But the people over there are glowing. Even through the walls. Mihue thought of something terrifying. That means everyone can see each other. But if that's the case, it's making us fight each other. Sangjin thought of what Hansu had just said. He asked Hansu, puzzled. You knew about this already? Hansu smiled and replied, oh come on. I have superpowers. But that doesn't mean I can predict the future. But you look so calm. Sangjin thought to himself. Just then, arguments kept erupting from all directions. What the heck, who took all the food? Did you eat it all? I'm gonna beat you up hand over the food, we don't have any either. Hearing this, Hansu secretly sighed. What a messed up world. That's why I said not to take everything. Because once that moon, the unique thing about this world appears, all the food everyone has will disappear. On the other hand, Taeyeon's group had just discovered that their stored food had vanished. What do we do now? Should we go look for food? At this point, the food and convenience stores must have all been taken by everyone. Taeyeon listened to Jizian and Yongwoo. His hands clenched into fists. He knew it all along. Was he messing with me just now, that superpower-wielding jerk? Just then, Jizian noticed something and quickly called out to Taezong. Taezong was outside. The thugs outside were desperately looking for someone. Where's that swindler? How dare he trick me? Go find him quick. Taezong quickly hid behind a wall. He worried silently. If they reach the council, we won't be able to win. Should we run away and then pick them off one by one? The situation was urgent and Jizian suddenly had an idea. Let's go to Hansa's place. Taezong was stunned. You mean we should go back to that trash? The one who abandoned us, and then beg him? Do you have any self-respect left? Jizian retorted. Then what do you plan to do? Can you handle this? There's no benefit in staying here. Think about it carefully. If they can't find us, they'll go after Hansu. If they get into trouble, we can back them up, right? Yanggu also agreed with Jizian, saying yeah. How can they not win when they outnumber us? So if we talk to them, it should be fine. What they said made sense. A temporary alliance isn't a bad idea either. I don't like this, but if I can use this chance to exploit him, that's not bad. Taezong thought to himself and agreed with Jizian's suggestion. But just as he stepped out the door, his foot got tangled in something. What is this? It won't let go. Hey, give me a hand. Jizian and Yanggu were about to step forward to help, but suddenly stopped. Their terrified gazes fell behind Taezong. Hurry up, what are you two idiots staring at? If you dare pull it, you two might end up in wheelchairs. Still want to come over? I just want to talk. The thug leader threatened. Jizian and Yanggu immediately took off running after hearing that, leaving Taezong all alone to fend for himself. Hey you two brats, Taezong yelled. The leader walked closer to Taezong step by step. Oh dear. Why are you speaking so rudely? You're still so young. After saying that, he looked at Taezong's bound foot. What do you think this is, Oren's flytrap? While you were busy playing those little tricks, I already had these ready. What's the point if it's just a group brawl? Alright, enough small talk. But why are there only 3 of you left? Where are the others? Seeing that Taezong didn't answer, the leader immediately raised his foot. Taezong screamed in fright. It turned out he just stomped on the ground. And not on Taezong. But even so, it was enough to make Taezong tremble with fear. He immediately said obediently, I'll tell you everything I know. You can ask anything. I can tell you where they are. I'm glad to see you're so sensible. It's settled then. But before that, this person has something to say to you. After speaking, the leader turned to look at Xiango. Finish up quickly, then we can leave. Xiango smiled happily and walked up to greet Taezong. We meet again. How have you been? If I don't do the same to you, I'll die of anger. Taezong thought, gritting his teeth. That piece of trash. If those jerks hadn't abandoned me, because hell, cooperate with us. Just keep it under control. The leader left a remark and then departed. Did you hear that? Everyone give him a beating, but keep it in moderation. Xiango reminded his subordinates. Then he rushed forward with them and beat Taezong up. Taezong held his head, watching Jizian and Yanggu running away. He thought, gritting his teeth. How dare they abandon me? I'll take care of your whole family. Jizian and Yanggu quickly found Hansu and the others. They were gathered around a stove eating and drinking heartily. What are you guys doing? Are you camping? Looks good, let's eat together. Jizian said as naturally as possible. then quickly walked over to the two steaming pots of food. They must have already known. All the food was gone right. Hansu sat up, pointing his sword at the two. They were chewing loudly on their food, while warning, "Don't come any closer. Why are you acting so childish? We're not fighting you, it's Taesung. What do you plan to do if I come in?" Hansu's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "My superpower tells me you won't have a good ending." Yang Yu said with a grim expression, "Does that superpower only tell you such nonsense?" Hansu turned back to his food and replied, "It also told me some other things. For example, that you two will be in danger." "Hey, you're pretty fast." A familiar voice rang out, startling Ji-hun and Yang Yu. They looked back, only to see the group of thugs, led by their boss, standing not far away, watching them with keen interest as if on a mission concerning this strange and selfish rich man's food bag. Hansu remained calm, leisurely enjoying the fragrant meat chunks, facing those bewildered gazes, as if saying, "Wow. Hey, is this guy okay?" Meanwhile, Taesung looked disheveled, as if he had just fought a war with the whole world and was now venting his anger on poor Ji-hun. No matter how much Ji-hun explained like a broken record, Taesung showed no signs of calming down. The fire of hatred in his heart burned fiercely, more intense than the stove fire cooking dinner. Just then, someone from behind interrupted Taesung. "All right, calm down. Rookie, you might need to cool off a bit, right?" The thug boss reminded him. He then turned around and said to Han-Soo and the others, "Nice to see you again. Young man. You're quite capable. Where did you get that meat? Tell me nicely." Before the boss could finish, Han-Soo, chewing on a chunk of meat, casually said, "Meat is everywhere, what's the matter? I don't think I need to explain to you what meat looks like, do I?" The group saw Han-Soo eating the delicious meat yet stiffly spitting out mucus. They thought, "How dare he eat that? I had someone try it, but my subordinates were poisoned and dehydrated. Yet they're eating it as if nothing's wrong." Seeing this, the thug boss said, "It seems you found a safe way to prepare it." So Han-Soo, once again, as if foreseeing the future, answered before he even asked, "If you stew it with goblin blood, it becomes edible. Try it, that's all I'm saying." The thug boss listened, looking at Han-Soo as if he wanted to say something. "You brat, there's still a lot I haven't said." Then he remembered that Guy had said he has superpowers. He also said that superpower helped him collect a valuable item from the train station. Today seems like a good day to fight him. Although it's not part of the plan. We have the numbers advantage and the opponent is just a 20-year-old kid. He might be used to fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean he's also used to fighting people. The thug boss thought, a smile playing on his lips. He then called out to Taesung, "What are you doing? Rookie, go on and test your skills. Go talk to your friend. What's wrong with asking a friend for help, right?" Taesung heard this and cursed inwardly. Who wants to be friends with him? Why are you suddenly ordering me around? He clicked his tongue. But this was to his advantage, because he didn't have to make trouble in front of everyone here. Seeing the intention to approach from that side, Han-Soo slowly stood up as well. Even Ju Mi-hyuk nervously stood up with him. Taesung from that side stepped forward and said, "He's right. Let's talk." Seeing this, Jumi, he spoke up to stop him. "No, don't come any closer, don't cross that line." But Taesung stubbornly refused to listen. He insisted on stepping forward, shouting, "Shut up. You scumbag, you're no different. Just you wait." He even sped up. "It's over," Han-Soo muttered to himself, "so you chose to die." He then thought to himself, "Don't blame me." Eric then picked up his weapon and swung it decisively. Taesung suddenly fell at that moment, letting out a gasp. "I didn't do anything, I didn't touch anything." Then he fell to the ground with a thud. He trembled, muttering softly, Why is this happening?" When he saw his leg lying far behind him, only then did Taesung painfully clutch it and scream, "My leg, are you maniac, are you insane?" The crowd over there was once again by Han-Soo, scared into silence, dumbfounded. Even Jizian and Young Woo were equally astonished. Taesung over there continued to scream in horror, "Damn it. My leg, where has your humanity gone? How dare you do this to me? All for a piece of meat." Clearly Jumi, he had already tried to stop him, but he himself refused to listen. Now she could only sigh. Perhaps only Jumi, he knew Han-Soo would do something like this, because even Sangjin was startled. No different from the others. Taesung then turned to the gang leader and said, "Think about it carefully. He's doing this just because he doesn't want to share food. If he's stronger than you think, will he spare you? He'll kill all of you for those ancient words." Taesung then kept urging them, "You should kill him immediately. Do you think you can get along with him, idiot? The gang leader, after hearing this, immediately turned to his subordinates and said, prepare. But Xiango was already intimidated by Han Su at this point. He immediately said, but boss. Xiango then fell silent, looking at Han Su to reassure himself, thinking that guy is right. He has no intention of fighting now. But if he gets stronger later, he could easily defeat us. We are fully armed here. And his body is glowing from the moonlight. So he can't escape. We need to deal with him immediately. He carefully looked at Han Su's cold face. Trembling, he thought, damn it. What kind of college student would have eyes like that? What did he go through to possess such an aura? Han Su didn't need to say much. His face already showed a whoever scared can scram attitude. Han Su saw those people swarming forward, and in his mind, he recalled Eric and Candian often arguing, even though they had decided to cooperate. Eric said one shouldn't make enemies. But Candian said if an enemy is right in front of you, you must completely crush them, because otherwise one day they will take you down. Eric and he both agreed with this point. Han Su thought, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then raised his hand and summoned several ancient words. His smile gradually lost its humanity. This expression immediately made those people shout in panic, what trick are you trying to pull now? Since things have come to this, brothers, let's just tear him to shreds. They then charged forward, shouting in unison, kill him. Seeing this, Han Su gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, giving one last verbal warning. Because you were the ones who provoked first. So before the night ends. He then bent his knees. He stomped the ground, splitting it, and leaped into the air. Rushing away, he said, let me try these moves on you. Only then did Xiango realize he had provoked the wrong Reaper. His mind collapsed. His spirit was shaken. He asked himself how could he move like that. By the time he finished thinking, Han Su had already charged and swept through half of them. At this moment of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Not running means death. The remaining people also realized this, and immediately fled for their lives. Only the leader remained standing there dumbfounded. Only then did he suddenly wake up. Did he realize he had already collected all the ancient words? If this continues, he then immediately shouted, don't run. We have more people, we can overwhelm them with numbers. But those subordinates weren't that foolish, whoever scared can scram. I'm afraid there's no going back for me. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people were left. The leader knew he was already trapped. At this critical juncture, even though he knew death was close at hand, but saving face was still his top priority. He defiantly challenged them, propping himself up. Do you think I'd flinch, you punk? Think again. Do you think killing people will let you live in peace? This is completely different from killing monsters. What you're doing now is killing people. It's murder. Is that something a kid like you can do so easily? Han Ju didn't let him babble any longer. A cold flash of light and the leader was split in two. Han Ju was so quick that before he even hit the ground, the body only just began to react. It flew into the air. Then it exploded like a balloon. After this intense battle, the battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. The defeated lay haphazardly everywhere. Agonized moans reverberated through the space. Suddenly a crunching sound rang out. It was as if someone was pierced, blood splattering, which startled. Liang Yu and Jishan standing nearby were startled. Han Ju calmly walked forward, checking every person on the ground. Anyone still moving. He would add a few more cuts to send them to King Yama sooner. A smirk played on his lips, his eyes full of provocation. He looked at Liang Yu and Jishan and asked, "Still want to fight?" Seeing that expression, both of them turned pale with fright. They just stood there silently, their eyes filled with extreme confusion. Han Ju said nothing. He just turned around, expertly twirling his staff in the air. Seeing this, the two immediately took off running, not daring to look back. Putting away his staff, Han Ju advanced with a cold demeanor. Like a confident swordsman, Han Ju returned to his seat. He leaned down and pulled out a small knife. He calmly sliced a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Mei Hui looked at him puzzled, as if wanting to ask, "What in the world are you up to?" Han Ju chewed the meat heartily, then turned to Mei Hui and said, "What's wrong? Why are you staring? Staring like that won't make me share my food with you." Mei Hui blushed, stammering, "No, nothing." After that, the group sat down to rest, and devoured the 2 large pots of meat that remained. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud, but it lacked any poetic beauty. In the distance a dazzling light suddenly appeared. A spherical object slowly descended. It was like a bulging eye, scanning back and forth across the city. Then it quickly closed and vanished into the air. The 3 of them moved quickly. Han Ju frowned as he walked, feeling sick to his stomach from eating too much. Conflicting thoughts surfaced in his mind. I messed up all the missions. the ones related to humans. But when he held the small pouch in his hand, Han Shu secretly smiled again. At least he secured 2 weeks' worth of food. That pouch had magical abilities. It could protect food from moonlight and store items in an extra-dimensional space. Han Ju walked confidently ahead, while Shangjin and Meihui silently followed behind. Not knowing what to say, the atmosphere became uncomfortably tense. Finally Meihui couldn't hold back any longer. She stopped and asked, "Do you think this is okay? Not having killed them all?" Han Ju lowered his head, his face grim, saying nothing. After a while, he looked upside and said with a mocking tone, "Girls like you are truly terrifying. You even scare me." Meihui's face flushed red upon hearing this. Her cheeks puffed out and she stammered in reply, "It's not like that, I'm just worried about you." Han Ju said nothing more, just stood there. He clearly knew that even if they tried to stand up, they would be helpless. Han Ju was growing stronger and stronger, rendering all resistance useless. The journey continued. The two quickly caught up with Han Ju. They reassured themselves in their minds, no longer needing to worry about others. If Han Su wanted to kill them to obtain the ancient words, that would only make him stronger. Han Su put his hands in his pockets, secretly observing Mihayak. Her expression showed that she was beginning to clearly realize the dangerous situation they were in. He also guessed that she had the right perspective on everything. Even though he was walking ahead, he kept looking back to observe her. In his mind, his thoughts constantly revolved around how to save the most people, reduce conflict and consolidate power. He needed to establish rules. He understood that to achieve this goal, killing people to obtain ancient words was not an option, although killing and using the ancient words obtained from them could bring power that could not compensate for their loss. Han Su realized that if he continued to indiscriminately kill innocent people, his image in the eyes of others would simply be that of a cruel person. To establish rules and control the situation, someone with authority needed to step forward, and he knew he couldn't show any weakness. The atmosphere grew more tense as thoughts flooded Han Su's mind. He knew that sooner or later, someone would find those ancient words, and that would change everything. Suddenly Sang Jin stopped and announced that he would not go any further. Hayak heard this and, surprised and disbelieving, retorted, "What are you talking about?" Sang Jin replied frankly without fear or hesitation, "I don't think he'll be going with you anymore." Hayak was shocked and couldn't understand why he would make such a decision. Han Su showed no surprise at all, simply saying calmly, "Do whatever you want." This sentence was simple, yet it carried a sense of respect. Respect for Sang Jin's decision. Upon hearing this, Sang Jin turned and quickly left. He ran far away from the group, as if trying to escape all the terrible things to come. After Sang Jin left, Han Su quietly asked Mihayak, "Why don't you do what you want to do?" This question startled Mihayak. Han Su looked directly at her, his stern gaze continuing to ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Mihayak was still bewildered, unable to believe what was happening. She avoided Han Su's gaze, but admitted, "I am afraid." But looking at Han Su, standing in the middle of that battlefield strewn with corpses, she thought that as long as she didn't cross that line, everything would be alright. Mihayak sadly lowered her head, approached Han Su and said that if she left now, she wouldn't be able to come back later even if she wanted to, so she decided she would follow him to the end, as far as possible. Han Su looked at her, his eyes showing the weariness of having experienced too much, yet still with a hint of emotion. After Mihayak finished speaking, her emotions became complicated. Her brows furrowed. Despite this, Han Su simply let out a laugh, turned and walked away. "If that's the case, then let's go." So the two continued their journey. Meanwhile, those whom Han Su had knocked unconscious began to wake up. Kim Taezong trembled angrily, getting to his feet, cursing loudly. "This trash only knows how to talk big. If it weren't for that bastard hitting me, I would have killed all of you already." Han Su had broken one of his legs, so he could only drag himself on the ground. He swore that once his injuries healed, he would kill those bastards, and then it would be Han Su's turn. His body was covered in wounds and he was exhausted. Kim Taezong dragged himself on the ground, filled with hatred. "Mihayak, I won't let you get away with this." His face was bruised and swollen, but he still talked tough. As he was cursing, he suddenly stopped short. A figure appeared before him. It was Sang Jin. Why is this idiot only showing up now? He secretly rejoiced, thinking this was his chance. "Sang Jin, help me up," he shouted. But Sang Jin remained motionless. "Hurry, you can't leave me here. We have to work together." He tried to pressure Sang Jin with psychological tactics. This is your chance to get stronger. In the distance, the leader of the thugs also woke up. Bastard, he scoffed, turning his head immediately after seeing it. Who are you cursing, you half-dead piece of trash? He threw the knife to Shang Jin, ordering him to kill it. Kill it, you're so strong, you idiot. It'll give you half of the ancient power. Shang Jin picked up the knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He continued to command, you kill that guy. I'll share it with you. But as Shang Jin approached, he began to tremble, his face filled with fear. Why are you? Shang Jin grabbed his collar and pulled him up. He screamed loudly, snot and tears streaming down his face. What are you doing? Let go of me. Shang Jin's face darkened and his voice deepened. Now I understand. Seeing him like that, the guy was scared stiff. How did he suddenly become so strong? He looked directly into the guy's face and cursed him mercilessly. Caught off guard. Must seize the opportunity. I should have done this a long time ago. Right. The guy screamed in terror. What are you babbling about? Let go of me. His eyes were wide, staring coldly at the guy. Couldn't take it anymore. He tried to grab Shang Jin's clothes. But Shang Jin struck first. He plunged the knife directly into his body. He cursed under his breath, damn you, you bastard. You yourself said I should know my place. Now it's your turn to know your place. He looked directly into the guy's eyes, cursing him with satisfaction. I am nothing on my own. Don't you think it's ridiculous? When you threatened me with my father. Shang Jin let go of him. He looked at his hands, then burst out laughing. The blood-stained knife slowly dropped to the ground. Shang Jin collapsed, his mind in turmoil, trying to comfort himself. Can't be weak, especially over something so trivial. His gaze turned to the ancient word stones, scattered on the ground. This is just a trivial matter, he thought. But he still couldn't shake the thought. Why didn't you stop me? Hanxiu, he suddenly stood up. He continued walking towards the leader of the thugs. The leader panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Hey friend, can we talk? If you let me live, we'll be stronger working together. Shang Jin's mind was in turmoil. Do you think I'm that pathetic? He recalled past events. His heart stirred. If I had enough courage to fight alongside you. If I hadn't been so weak, you wouldn't have abandoned me. Hanxiu tightly gripped the ancient word stones. His eyes filled with determination. I will prove that I can become stronger just like you. If I use these fools to catch up to you. He didn't spare anyone that guy was dealt with. Shang Jin turned and left. With only one thing on his mind. You'll look at me differently sooner or later. The city was in ruins, lifeless. Not a single soul in sight. A flock of crows, like devils, opened their terrifying beaks and swooped down, tearing at anything that remained. Amidst the black rain of crows, Mei He stood there, her eyes wide, filled with confusion, watching the frantic creatures circling above her head. She took a deep breath, then screamed. The sound was so loud that it made those crows flinch in fear, trembling as if they had heard Jason singing, or a bad version of it. With just one scream, she knocked them unconscious, making them fall straight to the ground. Suddenly, from behind, a giant crow appeared, charging straight at Mei He. A blue light flashed and Hanxiu appeared. He struck the crow's beak right in the center with his knife, killing it instantly. Mei He immediately felt a little scared, worried that she would also become roasted crow, without help. After Hanxiu dealt with the crow, he gave her some ancient word stones as a reward and taught her not to rely on others, and acting alone are two different things, completely different. If a skill has a flaw, then relying on teammates to compensate is essential. But remember, it's a 5050 relationship. It'll keep half of that old saying. You need to accurately assess the strengths and weaknesses of your own skills. Mei Hui stared intently at the system panel, muttering to herself. Has it already been 2 days? Today is our 3rd day here. She continued clicking incessantly, deciding to purchase skills from Hansu to improve her recovery speed, magic and stamina. Without these skills, it would be difficult to keep up with Hansu. She looked around with some concern, trying not to become overly reliant on Hansu. Mei Hui sighed wearily. Meanwhile, Hansu's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. His attributes had improved since before. He was delighted with the results. I've already dealt with 42 crows. The best way is to keep all attributes at a similar level. Since Mei Hui's strength and stamina are a bit weak, I don't need to spend too much effort adjusting my attributes. Suddenly a casual voice rang out. Hello, hello. Mic test 1 2 3. Can everyone hear me? Everyone in the basement gather at the starting point immediately. Latecomers will be punished. Mei Hui and Hansu listened intently, realizing it was the voice of the assistant spirit. Hansu immediately said, all right, understood, let's go. The two walked side by side, their footsteps tapping, echoing in the silent space. Mei felt a bit nervous and glanced at Hansu. He felt her gaze and looked a little embarrassed. If there's something you want to say, just say it. Mei's cheeks flushed and she stammered for a long time, unable to speak. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, mustered her courage, and then shouted, Hansu, do you have a girlfriend? The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward, stiff to the extreme. After asking, Mei felt her question was truly inappropriate, thinking it might be too personal, even though she knew she shouldn't think that way. But looking at Hansu's handsome appearance beside her, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Mei fidgeted with her hands. Actually, I originally wanted to ask another question. Seeing Mei standing there like a lost lamb, Hansu felt a bit helpless, thinking she looked very shy. Yet her way of speaking was quite casual. He thought Kong Tai would definitely like this question, even if it was just a polite question. Hansu recalled the beginning, when Mei was so nervous she couldn't even speak. She looked like a confused novice, then said no. It's nothing. Just a simple question, yet it made Hansu thought so much. A girlfriend, huh? Here she's just someone I've never met. I can't lose her again. Finally he opened his mouth and replied, I don't remember. Hansu's answer made Mei's mood instantly plummet. The conversation ended there. The two continued walking in silence. Eventually Mei and Hansu also arrived at the starting point. It was packed with people as dense as an ant colony. Mei recognized many familiar faces, as if she were participating in a show. A real-life familiar faces. But the surrounding atmosphere became indescribably eerie. Suddenly, a gold-toothed demon hovered in the center, laughing loudly and saying, have all you adventurers signed in? You all gathered so quickly, how utterly boring. It comically looked around and continued, well then, let's get straight to the point. I have two pieces of good news for you. The demon raised its finger first. If you can survive the next 72 hours, you can leave this place, it said, flying around, its face beaming with pride, more smug than a wagging dog. Good news, right? Come on, clap. But everyone's reaction was complete silence. Stunned, they stood motionless, as if they didn't know how to react. The demon's eyes almost popped out. It asked, no reaction. Finally everyone spontaneously applauded so as not to make the devil feel even a hint of awkwardness, though their joy seemed somewhat forced. The devil happily responded, I'm so glad you're all pleased. It continued its pretense. Now, let's introduce the star of this event. Suddenly the palace began to shake violently as if a storm were brewing, terrifying everyone present. This palace you see before you is undergoing a significant tremor. This is the most crucial location for this event, the devil explained. The crowd gasped, what is that? A colossal structure appeared in the distance. It was a magical altar. Mai saw the enormous object before her and was utterly astonished. An altar, she thought to herself. A massive claw extended from within the altar, accompanied by a gaping bloody maw. The devil continued, there's a very adorable pet waiting for all of you. Just looking at it you can tell it's small and cute. The devil flew forward and asked, do you see it? It added, this little fellow is the carnivorous beast. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their faces pale, frozen in shock. The golden-toothed devil continued, this is specially prepared for you. I've kept it hungry for a whole day. Thundering footsteps echoed from inside the altar, indicating the monster was restlessly trying to break free. Fairy tapped the altar, chuckling. This altar looks cool, but it's actually quite fragile. It can shatter in an instant. Look at those falling debris. The monster inside the altar roared incessantly. Fairy continued, if this little fellow manages to escape, I wonder how many of you will survive. The people below looked at the hungry monster before them, their legs turning to jelly from fright. If the altar collapses, will we have to fight that monster? Fairy bared his golden teeth, grinning. Now I shall announce the second piece of news. It casually found a pillow to lean on, then sweetly fell asleep. Fortunately there's a way to lull it to sleep. If it falls asleep, the altar will be safe and it won't break out. Right? Fairy blew countless air kisses to the people below, those who were down there, and continued to ask itself what that method was. Can anyone guess? If you behave well, I will bestow blessings upon you. The people below felt something even more chilling than the monster in the altar. We don't need it. Hearing this, Fairy completely lost interest. What a boring bunch of actors. I'll tell you. It chuckled slyly. The method is simple, 5 people every day. Just feed it the flesh of 5 people daily. What a useful and effective method. Upon hearing this news, everyone panicked. It needs 72 hours, which means you'll have to feed it 3 times. Right? Hanzo looked around, thinking that with over 60 people currently present, if Ferris' plan were to be implemented, a quarter of the people might become the monster's sleeping pills. Fairy continued to explain that everyone could choose to continue fighting or give up. For those who find it difficult to make a decision, Fairy has prepared a video. It snapped its fingers and a blue screen appeared, playing scenes of people who had fought the monster before. They screamed in agony, their bodies covered in wounds, while the monster with blood-red eyes had already bitten into several people, chewing them loudly. These people quickly became the monster's delicious prey, turning into its meal. Fairy emphasized that this video showed people from different regions and the consequences of their decision to fight the monster. And the consequences of that decision. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves, discussing the idea of fighting back against the monster, deeming it utterly absurd. Suddenly one person bravely raised their hand, attracted everyone's attention. This person asked how they would choose the sacrifices. This question left everyone confused and at a loss. Fairy lazily replied, whether by force or by drawing lots, it's up to them to decide. Fairy emphasized that the only thing required was to sacrifice living people. Then it announced they had 1 hour to rack their brains and think, and it started their timer. Within the next 24 hours they would have to choose more sacrifices. As the screen activated and the countdown began, Fairy vanished, leaving everyone filled with frustration. He was a little scared, turning to ask Hanju what they should do now. Hanju remained calm and composed, unwavering, replying that the outcome was already decided. The person who had asked the question earlier now proposed to fairly choose 5 people on the first day and 5 people on the second day. Hearing this suggestion, Hanju smiled and asked why they should do that. The others fell silent while she stood behind in a panic. Shang-Jin also stepped forward. Looking directly at everyone, he said something powerful. Why be fair? An ordinary day. But when Shang-Jin appeared, everything became extraordinary. A person who was usually insecure now suddenly activated boss mode, while the surrounding crowd trembled, shivering because of the giant monster. Shang-Jin walked over, without a trace of nervousness on his face, as if taking a stroll in the park. What did you just say? One person in the group jumped up, perhaps shocked by Shang-Jin's calmness. But Shang-Jin wasn't shocked at all, merely responding with an extremely casual remark, as if everything he said was right. I already said it. Is there any reason we have to be fair? Hearing this, that person was speechless but still tried not to show weakness. So what do you want us to do then? You can't just talk without offering a solution. Shang-Jin replied, still calm as water. Why not? Then he turned and walked straight towards a utility pole, placing his hand on it as if about to do something significant. He said, we have a simpler way. After speaking, he suddenly, without hesitation, broke the utility pole with one strike. The people standing there turned pale, so shocked they didn't know where they were. The utility pole broke and fell to the ground, making a deafening crash. And Shang-Jin looked at those people with an expression as if saying, see, I'm strong, aren't I? Not only that, Shang-Jin continued his performance. Start with the weakest and most useless ones. Just throw them in until we have 5 right. Then he turned and looked at the crowd, as if preparing to choose who would be the monster's lunch. Seeing his teammates' faces gradually lose color, Shang-Jin felt satisfied, even smiling because he was so cool. He continued, now is not the time to waste time. We must sacrifice the weak, so the strong can survive. Don't even think about fighting the monster. We don't need to do that. We need to cooperate for a higher purpose. And to do that, we don't need weaklings like you then. Shang-Jin friendly glanced at one of the guys in the group. But he didn't stop there. Shang-Jin continued, so obviously we should throw in the weak ones first, as sacrifices. Right. At this point Shang-Jin turned to Hanju, the one who had been silent until now. What do you think of this, Hanju? Shang-Jin asked, expecting an affirmative answer from the strongest person in the group. Hanju calmly looked at Shang-Jin, but might have been thinking, I'm starting to be afraid of you. But before he could say anything, Shang-Jin continued to defend himself. I'm not as weak as I used to be, Hansu. You saw it, didn't you? I'm much stronger now. I'll help you. Because I don't intend to make you an enemy. I'll become even stronger, and to do that, I need your help this time. I'm sure you'll make the right decision. Because my opinion is the most perfect. Hansu crossed his arms, sighed and replied, that idea won't work. But let me offer a suggestion. If everyone listens to me, all of us can survive. And no one has to be sacrificed. Hearing Han Su say this, the people looked as if they'd seen a miracle in the desert. They started clamoring, is there really such a way? Only Shang Jin began to worry. He thought to himself, don't tell me. Then suddenly, a guy in a red beanie in the group spoke faster than he thought, blurting out, don't tell me. You're saying we have to fight that monster together? That's not realistic. After watching that video you should understand, right? Even if we plan to overwhelm it with numbers, to fight that monster, it recovers stamina every time it eats someone. This is simply a cruel joke. The whole team didn't understand why they had to fight something so troublesome. Then Han Su said calmly without expression, little one, who said you had to fight? The red-hatted man was immediately stunned, thinking, huh, what's that now? Are you saying you're going alone? Then Han Su grinned triumphantly and said, you guessed it. That's what I wanted to say. Of course, after hearing this everyone started talking amongst themselves. They were talking, but they certainly weren't happy. Suddenly a fat, ugly, bald old man started shouting loudly, what are you talking about? This isn't some goblin. He even kept track of the time, as if he were supervising it. We have less than an hour left to decide what to do. Han Su continued to interrupt all conversations, but everyone became tense again. On the other side, Shang Jin sat there, his mind in turmoil. He muttered to himself, I thought I was catching up to his power, but now he's strong enough to defeat that monster alone. He seemed to be drawn into his own world, a world where only Han Su existed. Han Su suddenly said, I will fight it, but not now. Shang Jin immediately seemed to see hope, thinking, oh, so you need help too, right? But Han Su suddenly became impatient. Enough, stop talking. Why do you always like to interrupt me? It's truly hard to deal with you people, and even harder to read your minds. Although Shang Jin was angry, he tried to remain calm and retorted, so what's your suggestion? Han Su then thought in silence. Mei He watched him from the side and began to think. Han Su will definitely take me with him when he fights. But then she refuted her own thought. No, he would never do that. Han Su thought for a moment, then said, it's simple. If you give me all the attribute ancient words, I'll take responsibility for killing that monster. The people immediately started to stir. Some were skeptical while others said 60 ancient words. Who would give their ancient words to someone else? Han Su completely ignored the buzzing in his ears. He calculated in his mind. Strength 100, stamina 100, speed 50, perception 50. If I can raise all these attributes, and then use item skills, plus some recovery and techniques, I can win the second hidden fragment. Even Candy and Ares Cantor couldn't defeat it. The only one who discovered this was the furious monarch. Clementine, even he who possessed the co-battle talent, almost died just to deal with that monster. I must get this hidden fragment. This time, I'm already much stronger and more agile than before. As he thought this, Han Su instinctively clenched his fists. His face was filled with determination. He declared, I don't care who gave them to me. Once I've gathered enough to defeat that monster, I'll immediately enter the altar and confront it hidden. Any more hesitation will only make us lose our advantage. By now almost 20 minutes had passed. On the other side, the bald old man began to react, roaring, a weakling like you couldn't possibly have that many ancient words. If we had that many, we would have been much stronger by now. He turned to the crowd shouting, damn it. Give me your ancient words. I'll go fight, or we can draw lots to decide who sacrifices themselves. If we can't decide, then this is how we'll do it. But no one paid him any attention. They just stared at him as if watching a monkey in a zoo. Another person stood up, their voice cold. You selfish scoundrel. The bald old man turned around furiously. What, who dares say that? Behind him a muscular long-haired man walked forward. He sneered, it's you, of course. You'll be the first one thrown in. If we start with the weak, then why would we give ancient words to a weakling like you? The gap between the strong and the weak is simply vast. Or perhaps you only have a few ancient words and don't want to hand them over. The long-haired man approached, his eyes full of menace. A weakling like you clearly just wants to hide. You're no help here at all. The bald old man trembled, trying to remain calm. How dare you speak to me like that? You cur. But the man continued to press, don't be foolish, old man. Or do you want to have your limbs chopped off and then be thrown in? As he spoke, he drew his weapon. The bald old man recoiled in fright. How can you treat an elder like this? Don't you understand respect? Don't you understand democracy? The old man shouted, but the long-haired man merely sneered. Fine, let's vote then. Let's see if we should save someone like you or sacrifice you. Of course it'll be an anonymous vote just like you like democracy. The bald old man knew he was at a disadvantage and ran to Hansu for help. You can easily get ancient words from him, can't you? If you kill a few strong people, you'll get enough, no need to take risks at all. Before he could finish, a heavy punch landed on his face, sending him sprawling backward. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking for death? It turned out to be a guy wearing a beanie? The bald old man struggled, pleading for help. Save me, I'll give you all my ancient words. I still have family, please have mercy on me. The scene was indeed moving, but no one paid attention. The guy in the beanie shouted, throw him in first. If the monster isn't satisfied, well, I'll die. Hansu ignored them. He checked his watch and saw there were just over 38 minutes left. He sighed, everyone shut up, go argue at home. The chaotic scene left Hansu speechless. They never knew when to retreat or when to advance. As always, it was no surprise for something like this to happen. We need to resolve this conflict, Hansu stated. Everyone quieted down and the crowd immediately stopped. I'll give everyone a few options to find the person who needs to be sacrificed. If no one is willing to hand over ancient words, then this is an order for the weakest. Hansu designated 5 people, including the bald old man, the guy in the beanie, and a family of 3. Everyone was stunned, trembling. Impossible, are you saying we have to be sacrificed? Some people shouted loudly, but Hansu merely gave a cold smile. Because you deserve it. The clock continued to tick, now only 29 minutes and 56 seconds remained. The ticking sound echoed regularly, instilling a sense of fear. In front of that pristine and magnificent altar, Jumeha stood there, her face filled with worry. If you keep acting like this, you might as well go with him. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded beside her. Perhaps he'll let you follow him. Shangjin spoke. Jumeha softly called his name. You still don't know what kind of person Hansu is, do you? Jumei's face flushed. Shangjin's voice still carried a hint of mockery. This sentence immediately stunned Shangjin. After a few seconds, his face stiffened. His gaze immediately turned to her. I want to go with him too. Mei sighed. Her gaze drifted into the distance. She stopped teasing Shangjin, but how could she keep following him, right? Her voice deepened and her expression turned serious. Shangjin fell silent. The fear of being abandoned rose in his heart again. Shangjin asked Mei, what are you going to do now? Just sit here and wait for him? No way. Mei replied like lightning, then turned to leave. If I did that, Hanshio would chew me out. She looked back and smiled. Then I'd be no different from those people. Her voice held a hint of bitterness. In another place, Hanshio stood before a group of trembling people. He asked coldly, what were you doing while everyone else was busy? Hanshio didn't care if they were exhausted. He said, since you've already made your choice, then you must bear the responsibility. Hanshio's gaze swept over the trembling people, stern and ruthless. It's not because you're weak that they left you behind. It's precisely your weakness that is the reason. That's why you couldn't keep up with them. Hanshio crossed his arms, his tone firm. He continued, you've come all this way and you still expect to reap without sowing. Hanshio scanned those who avoided his gaze. His voice casual yet full of deterrence. If you want a chance to survive, then each of you must produce 2 ancient coins. All 15 of you, not one less. Hanshio looked at Mei, his tone cool. This is all the help I can give. Your task is to hunt and then, within the next 72 hours, return what you borrowed. If anyone dares to run off without repaying, just tell me. A smile played on his lips as he said casually, I'll cover for you, go ahead and try if you dare. Only then did Mei turn and leave. But before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Shangjin. Hanshio always keeps his word, so he will definitely handle this personally. This also means I have to speed up. Her eyes sharpened, showing her determination to catch up with the one she admired. Shangjin replied without changing his expression. You just need to come with us. Everyone else likes having you around too. These words made Mei stop. She turned back, smiling wryly, thank you, but not yet. I'll give you my answer later. Immediately after, she continued to leave. Shangjin stood rooted, watching Mei's retreating figure. His mind filled with thoughts. He didn't need to see her fight to know that since their last meeting, she had become much more formidable. He secretly clenched his fists, telling himself, I must also show them that this isn't enough. I must become stronger. Shangjin was deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. A cool man with a long braid spoke up. Following closely behind him was a group of menacing individuals, facing their fierce gazes. Shangjin simply replied, but secretly speculated in his mind about the group's intentions. Before he could figure out the situation, a man in a neat shirt like an idol walked up from behind. gently patted the braided man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, brother. Don't be nervous." The man confidently introduced himself as Park Seryong, then asked Shang Jin if he was the leader of that group. Shang Jin vaguely stated that they were just friends. But Park Seryong still insisted he was the leader, because everyone usually listened to him. He praised Shang Jin highly, then suggested he wanted to talk with him about Han Xiao, someone he had seen elsewhere before. Han Xiao was casually sitting on the wall of a magic altar, next to a door leading to another dimension. He examined the tools on the ground, thinking to himself, "Goblin poison is useless, I need paralyzing poison." He picked up a small bottle and a stick, then muttered to himself, "This should be enough." Afterwards, Han Xiao looked at a string of prayer beads, an item that could restore the faint stamina you consumed while hunting, and decided to absorb it. He gently walked down the steps. Now Kong Hansu's various stats were no longer balanced, but he had no way to retreat, to fight the terrifying monster before him. He knew his current state wasn't strong enough. The monster had a peculiar appearance, with the head of an ox and the face of a horse, but its body and legs were like a dragon's, forming an extremely hideous figure. Kong Hansu didn't care at all. He just pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He knew he would be using this often, and quickly put a cigarette in his mouth. Kong Hansu hadn't felt this way in a long time. He thought this was also easy to understand. Looking at the wind blowing against him from below, Kong Hansu knelt on one knee, his hand on the ground. A suitable ancient phrase appeared in his mind. When the ancient phrase attribute exceeds the 100 limit, the colors will mix together, forming a unique ancient phrase. Starting from colorless, it gradually turns red, orange and yellow. Kong Hansu's attribute panel showed colorless strength 001, colorless stamina 001, agility 505, nerves 506, magic 264, magic resistance 156. All these attributes are affected by the madman's cigarette, fluctuating between 7 and 20 depending on the situation. Kong Hansu realized that, although the attribute of a normal ancient phrase was 999, compared to the colorless ancient phrase with 001 attribute, there was no difference, but the higher the level, the more terrifying the difference between them became. He examined the monster before him, thinking, although it didn't appear in the first round of training, the colorless ancient phrase was still enough to deal with it. Kong Hansu thought if he had the dwarf tribe's ultimate essence, dealing with this monster would be much easier. He muttered curses at the enraged monarch as he stepped forward, picking up his weapon. As he got closer, he thought, as the only one who completed the hidden quest, he could be sure of one thing: the harder it was, the greater the reward. He looked at the monster that had noticed his presence, and resolved to charge into battle. He raised his weapon high, preparing to cast a skill from a mysterious gateway connecting to another space. Some people were walking in. Park Seo-jun reminded everyone to keep quiet upon entering and cheerfully greeted Sang Jin. He asked Sang Jin if he felt uncomfortable because he hadn't brought any friends. Although the people around him didn't look too pleased, Sang Jin merely responded softly, then hastily asked for the way to Kong Hansu. The carnivorous monster's racial skills were not only innate characteristics, but they were also very skillfully used. The disgusting monster confronting Kong Hansu slammed the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Kong Hansu leaped like lightning to dodge the attack. The monster was no ordinary foe either. Quickly sensing Kong Hansu's presence, its 3 protruding eyes on its face glowed, staring directly at Kong Hansu, making him dizzy and rigid for 5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, the monster used its massive palm to grab at Kong Hansu with astonishing speed, creating a powerful gust of wind, strong enough to blow away everything around it. But Kong Hansu was no novice either. He quickly dodged to the side and landed on the ground. His movements were nimble. He had already understood the monster's fighting style. It paralyzed its prey with fear. Then, by devouring its prey alive, the carnivore's skill would restore its health. Looking at the monster before him, the monster's huge roar made him somewhat worried. After the monster spewed blood, it also used a skill to drain blood from living beings. He wouldn't be able to defeat it. Kong Hansu realized that sporadic damage wouldn't have any effect on the monster, so he decided to focus on restricting its movements. He observed the monster's blood vessels, knowing that inflicting pain on its main nerves would be very effective. The monster reached out again, clawing at Hansu. He skillfully dodged. Instead of attacking immediately, he focused on waiting for the right moment. stabbing the stick into a vital spot would paralyze it and achieve a greater effect. Finally, Han Su felt the time was right. As if he had just found gold. He made up his mind and thrust the stick directly into the second pressure point between the monster's body joints. Instantly, the hideous monster let out a pig-like shriek of agony. The pain spread throughout its entire body. This should be enough, right? Han Su said confidently. Just waiting to see when it stiffens up. The countdown showed only 12 minutes and 1 second remaining. In Han Su's area, a loud crash echoed again. Han Su, however, maintained his composure, continuing to endure the attacks. The massive monster continued its frenzied assault, forcing Han Su to retreat. He blocked and dodged like a ninja. Han Su gently stopped himself from being thrown further back. The monster seemed somewhat sluggish, although it looked like its magic was depleted. Its 3 eyes widened again, causing the surrounding earth and stones to float. Han Su immediately realized that was its domineering skill. In fear, the monster roared again. But calm Han Su remained completely still. He thought to himself, the effect of a skill depends on each person's mental strength, and magic resistance can also reduce damage. Compared to the monsters he had fought in his previous life, this guy was child's play. He scoffed, smiling confidently in his own strength. He felt there was nothing to be nervous about. To survive, after facing all sorts of ferocious monsters, he had learned to heighten his senses and predict his opponent's movements. Calm Han Su recalled Kong Tae's words, saying that combat was simply about predicting the enemy's actions. He laughed heartily, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and continued to revel in his thoughts. Now I finally understand what he meant, he thought. He observed the monster, predicting where its next attack would land. When the monster attacked Han Su, he simply dodged to the side. A sense of tension welled up in his heart. Kong Han Su realized that, even though he had anticipated it, fighting the monster was not easy. He worried that, if he didn't increase his strength and stamina attributes from the start, he wouldn't be able to continue attacking or dodging. As before, damn it. It's still hard to fight easily in this temple, he muttered to himself, looking at his remaining cigarette and the time, feeling the need to act quickly. Meanwhile, from a higher vantage point, Park So-eon and her team stood together observing. His strength is truly extraordinary, Park So-eon secretly praised. Even though that guy has long hair draped over his shoulders and a frown, I can't believe he dares to take on that monster alone, and even has time to smoke. What a lunatic. It seems he was confident he could handle it before, but now it looks like time is running out and he seems to be in a hurry, Park So-eon emphasized, saying that no matter what, Kong Han Su didn't need to take their ancient texts, and suspected he might be deliberately extorting them. As Park So-eon spoke, Sang Jin's gaze grew serious as he assessed the situation. If he doesn't have enough ancient texts to boost his attributes, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat that monster, the long-haired man said, gently reminding them. Let's go quietly, well, head down. However, Sang Jin secretly moved to the edge. Suddenly Sang Jin shouted loudly, Han Su, we're here to help you. His words made Han Su, who was fighting, break out in a cold sweat. He looked back, and Sang Jin continued to shout, wait, we're coming down right away. This made Park So-eon panic. Startled, she shouted loudly, what in the world are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay quiet down there? What if we get discovered? Park So-eon grabbed Sang Jin's collar, her forehead sweating as she spoke. Don't do that. Try to stay quiet. At this moment, Sang Jin pretended not to hear, only responding with a hum. Kong Han Su should definitely know we're here. But if you keep shouting like that, then the monster will know where we are. Park So-eon made an excuse, leaving Sang Jin to scratch his head. He sighed and said, you're right, I really didn't think it through. You didn't think about it, it's probably just a coincidence, ha. Park So-eon chuckled awkwardly, a sly expression on her face. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to curse under his breath. God, that idiot does everything without thinking. Sang Jin suddenly showed a cunning smile and said, oh dear. I'm very sorry down there. Kong Han Su smiled helplessly and said, aha, look at that guy. We might get into trouble because of that idiot. Park Sun whispered to the long-haired man standing beside him. His face was filled with extreme tension, as if the situation was already out of control. But don't worry, Park Sun continued, trying to stay calm. Once they let their guard down, after we deal with that carnivorous monster, we can send both of them on their way. Neither of them will have time to worry about us anymore. He quietly walked down the stairs, looking at the chaotic battlefield below. Park Sun felt an indescribable worry as he observed Kong Hanso's actions below. He thought to himself, he's too dangerous. He's not like us. He's a tiger that's already full but still greedy. His crazy eyes send shivers down my spine. As if he's waiting for prey to deliver themselves to him. The scene from the first night still haunted him. Kong Hansu alone dealt with all those people without flinching, seemingly enjoying every second of the fight. I can't let such a danger roam free. Park Sun thought, a sense of worry rising within him. Once this guy is dealt with, the remaining scum and that woman, my high will all be mine. My high will be very useful, I won't miss this chance. He turned back to the long-haired man and ordered, go down. Check the situation below. Go on, at this point there's nothing to be afraid of. That carnivorous monster's movements are already as slow as a turtle's. He then had Sang Jin stand behind him, pausing slightly. After that he suddenly showed a smile again, then lifted his chin, looking elsewhere. But as the long-haired man prepared to leave, he noticed a hint of doubt clearly appearing on his face. The long-haired man turned around and said worriedly, that fool suddenly became unusually quiet. Just then, the stairs they were standing on suddenly collapsed. A huge rock crashed down, making the long-haired man shout, watch out, it's collapsing. He cursed angrily as he felt himself lose balance and fall freely. Damn it, what the hell is this? When they fortunately landed, casualties seemed minimal. The long-haired man coughed violently, then said in confusion, why did the stairs suddenly collapse? He looked around, continuing to think. We're trapped. But that monster seems exhausted. We can do something. However, the monster began to swing its long tail and look at them hungrily. Everyone felt immense pressure as they faced the monster's three huge eyes. Damn it, what do we do? They cursed under their breath, feeling fear surge through them. The monster let out a terrifying growl in front of them. Park Sun felt uneasy. He thought, we can't attack and defeat it. But we have Kong Hansu here, so it'll be fine. However, he noticed Kong Hansu was standing still, with no intention of intervening. Hey, where are you going? The long-haired man shouted as he saw Kong Hansu leaving the broken section of stairs. You were supposed to come down. Could you help us get rid of this monster? Park So-yeon also turned her head, her face showing surprise and worry. If we all attack together, we can get rid of it quickly. The long-haired man's face had turned deathly pale from fear. It looked like he might wet himself at any moment. Don't tell me he's planning to give up when things are almost over, is he? Kong Hansu snorted softly when he heard him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, then said, I was originally planning to do just that. But now everything's out in the open. The monster has already regenerated its health. He looked at them, thinking to himself, I barely managed to avoid its attacks by using the cigarettes. They don't have the ability to defeat it at all. Once it takes care of all of them, how much paralyzing poison will I have left to use? Kong Hansu turned around, leaving them surprised and worried. Then he continued to think, I must level up and try again. If you can, you guys go ahead and try to kill it. The long-haired man yelled furiously. So you're just going to tuck your tail and run? The veins on his neck bulged. Looks like you forgot your friend is here too. Maybe we should use him as bait. Bring that trash over here. He turned to ask Park So-yeon but got no response. He yelled furiously, where did he go? Suddenly a voice came from above. Sang Jin calmly walked down the steps and asked, who are you looking for? He revealed a mocking smile. Did you think I fell down because of the explosion too? The long-haired man and the remaining people panicked. That son of a gun, no wonder he's been silent all this time. The long-haired man thought to himself. Did he destroy the stairs because he was wary of us? Sang Jin'll kill you. Sang Jin replied calmly. Come up if you dare. Look at that monster, it's waiting right behind you. What time do you have for this kind of thing? That monster is waiting for you. It's just waiting for you to tremble in fear, you know. The monster continued to roar. Its eyes were filled with amusement and excitement. As it watched them, Park So-yeon anxiously spoke loudly. If it recovers its strength, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage. If you just abandon us like this, things will only get worse. Park So-yeon shouted loudly again. We must cooperate, that's the only way we'll have a chance to survive. Kong Hansu replied calmly. You don't have to worry about the stairs being destroyed by the monster. Didn't you willingly come here to be sacrificed? Ha! Park So-yeon asked back, puzzled. Their shoulders trembled uncontrollably as they looked at the monster. The fairy's voice suddenly rang out. Its figure appeared along with it. This method is simple. It says it only needs 5 people every day. Feeding it 5 people a day is enough. The monster opened its large mouth and lunged at them. Park So-yeon and the others could only tremble and let out a desperate scream. Finally, a huge scream filled with despair rang out, as they realized the situation was already irreversible. "I'm very grateful for everyone's spirit of sacrifice," Kang Han-soo said slyly, while maintaining a polite demeanor. He gently walked up the high wall heading towards Sang-jin. He asked, "Why did you do that? I know you brought those people here with a purpose." He continued, "But be careful with your words from now on." He looked thoughtfully at Sang-jin. "I finally understand," Sang-jin suddenly said, revealing a mysterious smile. "The way for me to become useful," he whispered. "Now use me as a tool." Sang-jin looked seriously at Kang Han-soo, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond. He just looked at him with a calculating gaze, as if weighing every next step in this dangerous game. Sang-jin didn't take his eyes off Kang Han-soo. His gaze was firm, as if saying, "I'm not joking." Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo was no pushover either. He also looked directly at Sang-jin, his expression serious. Kang Han-soo rested his hand and provocatively asked back, "You want me to use you as a tool? Why would I do that?" Sang-jin answered immediately without much thought. "Because I know your purpose is different from others." Han-ju took a drag from his cigarette. He continued to listen to Shang-jin, remaining silent. Shang-jin continued, "You always have great foresight and never stop acting." Shang-jin didn't forget to add a thought, thinking to himself, even though he had fought Kim Tae-sung and those thugs from the Kia gang, he didn't kill any of them. This surprised him. He secretly commented that even though this might backfire on him in the future, Shang-jin continued, "Someone might try to harm you later. Even if the altar appears, you could easily eliminate them with force. But you didn't do that. I don't understand why you didn't completely get rid of them. I guess your true nature isn't like that, is it?" Han-ju remained silent, not answering immediately. Shang-jin, with a resolute and slightly daring tone, emphasized again, "Then use me. I'll do your dirty work for you." He extended his hands towards Han-ju, his voice almost a plea. "In exchange, take me with you. Or just let me follow you," Shang-jin said with certainty. This time, Kang Han-ju couldn't help but laugh out loud, which shocked Shang-jin. "I don't know either." Han-ju calmly glanced at Shang-jin and said, "Are you still like this after causing such trouble?" Shang-jin was forced to explain. This time, there was no other way to resolve the situation. "So you got involved too. But next time, I won't let anything happen to you again." He turned around looking firmly at Han-ju. "Next time will be different, I promise you. There will always be people trying to hinder you." A series of thoughts flashed through Shang-jin's mind. "You are so outstanding. So for those you can't deal with yourself, I will take care of them one by one, so you can focus on your goals." Shang-jin thought, "If you tell me your goal, and in exchange you let me follow you, I will become stronger. The stronger Han-ju gets, the stronger I will become too." Suddenly, Kang Han-ju stopped walking and turned to look at Shang-jin. This made him freeze. "Even if I agree to you, what do you plan to do? What if a situation arises where you can't join me? What will you do then?" Han-ju looked at Shang-jin with a meaningful smile. "What if you're forced to retreat, for example?" he said. Shang-jin immediately replied, "Then I'll become stronger and come find you. After that you can continue to treat me as an ally." Han-ju simply lowered his gaze slightly and replied, "Go down." Then he turned and walked away, enjoying the cigarette in his mouth. Shang-jin stood there confused, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. Is he still so cold?" Before Han-ju walked further away, Shang-jin stepped forward and shouted, "Kang Han-ju, give me a chance. I'll make up for all the mistakes I made before." At this moment, Han-ju simply lifted his foot and extinguished the burning cigarette butt. Without saying another word, Shang-jin continued to shout incessantly, begging Han-ju to use him. Suddenly Han-ju stopped, turned to look at him and coldly interrupted, "Don't misunderstand my words." Shang-jin froze. And before he could react, Han-ju continued, "Meet me here tomorrow at 1. Han-ju continued walking forward, muttering, "Because by then, that monster downstairs won't be here anymore." He pulled out a cigarette pack from his chest pocket, preparing to light another one. Shang-jin mumbled, his face still blank, not understanding what he meant. Han-ju calmly added also, "Take all those ancient texts downstairs. You've already dealt with those 10 people, so take their ancient texts. Maybe they'll be enough. Open the medicine box." He calmly spoke his last words before leaving. "That's all for now. See you later. I hope we'll be in better spirits then. I'm leaving, goodbye." Han-soo left just like that. Shang-jin stood rooted to the spot, bewildered. In the empty space. A few seconds later. As for Shang-jin, He was as excited as a child because he had an opportunity. Hansu, however, was silently contemplating. I'm still not sure about him. But I'll need him later. The image of Eric resurfaced in his mind. She once told you no matter what, you are going back in time to save humanity. But ironically, there will be people who want to stop you. Prepare a Punisher for yourself. Punisher. Hansu silently repeated Eri's words. They are the ones who do the king's dirty work and help him get closer to his goal. He looked at Shang Jin, who was diligently collecting the 10 ancient words below, thinking he would give him a chance. But I'm not sure if he'll remain loyal when the second round of training begins. When everyone is forced to move to different locations. Will Shang Jin change his mind? But with 8 ancient words and a few cigarettes, if he can find a useful Punisher. Hansu felt this investment was quite worthwhile. But if it fails, there's nothing I can do. He turned around. In his mind, only the heavy task at hand remained. Obtain the hidden fragment. He'll be fully prepared again, then defeat it directly. Jiang. Hansu thought with certainty, wondering what he could get. That carnivorous beast roared again as it resisted his attack. If you look at the conditions for the second hidden fragment, it's very simple. He was breathing heavily, still holding a cigarette in his mouth, leaning on his weapon for support. He thought, before the carnivorous beast breaks the altar and escapes. Those stones were once again thrown off balance by a powerful force, flying into the air. Meanwhile, he remained focused on his thoughts. Then defeated, he's truly a man of his word. At this moment, Jiang Hansu stood alone on the corpse of the carnivorous beast. It's just that no one expected anyone to complete this condition. Jiang Hansu sighed wearily and said, in front of him, a golden gate leading to another space appeared, along with a notification board for the hidden quest completion. He passed through the gate, reaching for the glowing object in front of him. As he held it in his hand, the corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. The ring of Vampire Lord Numahan. He looked at the metal ring embedded with a glowing gem. He spoke that brat who was with the king. I was still wondering where she got this thing. Hansu laughed, as he muttered to himself. So this is why no one could find it. Numahan's ring. The metal ring was embedded with a glowing gem. A treasure suspended in midair. A dazzling magical item. Hansu pondered. In the magical world, there are countless ways to classify the rarity of artifacts. But nothing is more important than color. An ordinary item only has basic colors, while high-grade artifacts possess special colors shining like starlight. However, reality is not always as it seems. There are always some shocking exceptions. For example, travelers created ancient words that could change the color of artifacts, making them look incredibly cool. Among them, the top-tier items are the numbered series. A rare magical item glowing bright purple. The number 9 shining on Numahan's ring. Clementina's symbolic artifact. A special item from the numbered series. Hansu was surprised. The image of Clementine appeared in his mind. A person with silver-white hair and red eyes like a vampire. He thought to himself. Clementine was once the sole owner of Numaha. That's why it became his symbol. This item is so powerful that if it were to fight against the ring's 8 powers, any AI would be torn apart. Hansu couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god, I actually have this thing. He held the ring in his hand, a smile playing on his lips, unable to hide his inner satisfaction. This is amazing, I can't believe it. Hansu put the ring on his hand, reflecting on his achievements, recalling the difficulties he had faced. He realized how hard won this item was. The ring now belonged to him. A sly smile appeared on his face. He scoffed, is it just a numbered item? The system immediately displayed a notification ring. Numaha's colorless. Currently only 1 power can be unlocked. Hansu was a bit confused. I heard Numaha's ring has 8 powers. It's supposed to be really powerful. Why is there only 1 power available now? The system displayed the information panel for the current power. Power of Destruction. Disables 1 characteristic or ability of the target, including intrinsic attributes and skills. Additional notes: simply activate the ring, and you can directly affect the target, causing them to be attacked. Duration. The effect will automatically terminate after the duration ends. Text displayed in a red box on the system panel. Restriction time for Power of Destruction 000. After hearing this, his heart swelled with joy. Because in reality, I can disable my opponent's skills. This is a huge advantage, I must make full use of it. Hansu predicted that to use this ring, at least one of his attributes must be related to ancient language. Colorless. He checked his attributes. The system panel displayed Kong Hansu. Strength 843, Agility 858, Stamina 421, Perception. For 22 magic, Resistance 13 for a long time to make ends meet. His strength and defense attributes soared. This is exactly what the coach needed. Diligent effort. Around him, Hansu emitted a faint purple energy. He stroked his chin, a mysterious expression on his face. So now I need a large amount of ancient magic language to use all 8 powers. As for balancing my attributes, I'll focus on that later. From the purple magic gate, a familiar foot stepped out. That's right, it was none other than Hansu. He had returned from the barrier. Meanwhile, the real world was shattered, ravaged as if it had endured a violent storm. Seeing him return, Mai-hai quickly ran towards him, shouting Hansu. She was overjoyed, certain of his victory. I heard from Sang-jin. You've already defeated that monster, right? Suddenly, an earthquake made the entire city tremble. Everyone, including Mai-hai, was startled. At the same time, Hansu remained calm, his eyes fixed on a certain point, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock at the sight before them. Someone shouted, "The altar!" It turned out the altar was trembling. The system displayed a notification, remaining time 000. Mai-hai saw that the altar had disappeared. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's gone." At this moment, Hansu calmly spoke. "Didn't I tell you?" Mai-hai seemed a bit stunned, but Hansu flashed a brilliant smile. "If I was there, I'd probably need sunscreen. I'd take care of it, wouldn't I?" Oh, how could Mai-hai's heart handle this? Her cheeks flushed crimson. She turned away, tucking her hair behind her ear like a lady, her heart pounding. She softly replied, "Mem." Meanwhile, Sang-jin stood nearby, secretly pleased. He felt lucky to have chosen the right person. He succeeded. I knew I could trust him. Hansu turned to Mai-hai and said, "There's still some time until the next training session." With that, Hansu turned and quickly departed, deciding to do something else in his free time. "So let's go hunting now, miss." Mei-he, with a gloomy expression, called out to Hansu. I want to leave the group." Hansu stopped and looked back at her. She pondered, a worried expression on her face. "I'm not worthy to stand by your side. When I'm close to you, I become too reliant on you, so." Mei-he forced a smile and continued to explain. "Luckily, Shang-jin said he'd go with me. I know a lot of people here too, you know." Shang-jin was startled when he heard that. "Huh, really? Did I say that I don't remember?" However, Shang-jin still had to cooperate with Mei-he to complete this act. He glanced at everyone, then said, "She's very popular. Everyone really likes her." Mei-he comforted herself, feeling a little embarrassed. But she felt that leaving Hansu now was the best option. If she could take care of herself, that would be even better. Hansu seemed to read her mind. He thought, anyway, we'll be separated when the second training begins. It seems she's ready to be independent. This is indeed a good decision, he secretly approved in his heart. Hansu turned around again and continued walking forward. Mei-he felt a pang of emptiness. But because it was her own decision, she couldn't say anything. Just then she called out again, "Wait." Hansu casually stopped. Hansu turned around and Mei-he promised, "Next time we meet, I won't give up so easily." She smiled brightly, her hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she said goodbye. "You can do it." Hansu heard her and smiled slightly. It seemed he was also looking forward to their next meeting. He wondered what surprises she would bring him. He turned around, leaving Mei-he and Shang-jin standing there. Then he continued. Shang-jin was startled when he heard his name called. "Huh? You said you wanted me to use you. If you're serious, just tell me directly. The choice is yours." Hansu's words made Shang-jin happy. His eyes reddened and a brilliant smile spread across his face. "That's great." 1 week later, at the gathering point, the goblin floated in midair. It spoke in an arrogant tone. "Have you been waiting long? Now then, the second training begins." The damned goblin cleared its throat. It seemed a little surprised, because there were more people than expected. But its expression remained cold. "There are more people in this round than I imagined. But who cares?" The goblin revealed a sinister smile, showing its yellowed teeth, as if it hadn't brushed them in decades. It continued, "I had already anticipated this." Hansu's cold gaze fixed on the goblin, as if to pierce it with his deadly stare. The goblin smiled sinisterly, glanced back, then snapped its fingers, giving an order. "All right, let's change locations." The goblin laughed as it spread its hands. Immediately after, blue light rose from the ground, enveloping the entire city. Everyone panicked. "What is this?" Mei-he anxiously cried out, "There's light beneath our feet." A little girl nearby tightly clutched her father's arm, screaming in fear. "Dad!" Hansu stood still, his expression solemn, as if he had already anticipated all of this. "It's finally starting." The blue light had shifted and Han Su landed safely. Seriously, Sukuna. It had brought everyone to a completely unfamiliar space. Someone asked in confusion, "Where are we?" In the room, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "Is everyone here?" The little girl who had called for her dad earlier was now on the verge of tears from fright. The voice continued to give instructions. Before entering the second training, let's take a head count first. Those present felt confused upon hearing this. A short-haired young man broke out in a cold sweat, asking head count. The system explained the rules. From now on, only 50 people will remain. The people around them grew worried, recalling the brutality of the first training. We're all doomed now. Ensure no more than 7 people per room. Those are the rules. Whoever is afraid, go back. In this cramped room, the 4 walls were airtight, and the light was dim. The system issued clear instructions again. No more than 7 people per room. After the check is complete, we will proceed. The brown-haired man with glasses frowned slightly. His gaze swept over everyone in the room. He pursed his lips and impatiently blurted out a remark. "Damn it, there are 8 people here." A voice as sharp as a blade rang out again. "I don't mind reducing the number of people further. The situation in each room might be different, but the beginning is always the same. Don't you think so? Let's discuss it." The short-haired young man, he who had been silent, suddenly thought, "That's right. Everything has been going too smoothly. What should we do now?" He crossed his arms, his gaze falling on Han Xiu, the person quietly standing in the corner of the room, holding a strange needle-shaped weapon in his hand. This weapon was unlike anything he had ever seen. A girl with long dark shiny hair, wearing a purple coat, quietly observing Han Xiu from a distance. Is that Han Xiu? He doesn't look like anything special. But that look in his eyes, he's no simple person. As expected, a beauty like me must have sharp insight to see clearly. She spoke softly, but her tone was full of calculation. After all, the remaining people will fight together. So someone has to leave, right? This important matter cannot be ignored. Her voice was sweet, but every word was like an arrow, shot directly at everyone in the room. Why don't we introduce ourselves? To convince everyone. She spread her arms, feigning innocence yet full of hidden meaning. The entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to her, scrutinizing and waiting. Suddenly someone boldly stepped forward, his voice full of arrogance. "I'll go first." The one who stepped out was a tall, fierce-looking fellow. In his hand was a blade engulfed in flames, emitting a terrifying power. He held the blade high, his eyes full of arrogance. "This is your first time seeing this, isn't it? Right in Decon. Don't think any skill here can defeat me. I'm no ordinary person." Han Xiu stared at Decon from the corner of the room, his gaze calm yet profound. He won't give up until he hits a wall. Qigong. He's using Qigong. In Han Xiu's mind, thoughts flashed like fire. What is this Qigong? It's an ancient skill, using magic to enhance all attributes. He can also reinforce weapons by enveloping them in magic. But can he use it correctly? Or is he just a boastful braggart? The people in the room watched him cautiously, believing he was truly powerful. But when he carefully observed the weapon in his hand, he coldly remarked, "That thing looks strong, but it probably doesn't have much effect. Still, it's better than nothing." The brown-haired man with glasses suddenly had an idea. A hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, his tone full of confidence. "If we consider the importance of skills, then I have the advantage. I'm Kong Min and I have healing skills." Seeing that Kong Min had finished introducing himself, another man, not wanting to be outdone, he dressed in white with black hair, stepped forward and said, "I'm Han Qian. I have combat skills. Anyone can fight, it's just a matter of strength." Isn't that too obvious? In the corner of the room, a family of 3 began to worry. The father immediately asked, his voice filled with fear, "What do they mean by someone has to die? We're a family. Can we be an exception?" His wife and child trembled, clinging to each other, their eyes full of pleading. An exception or an outsider? It was unclear who would decide their fate. The 3 men in the room exchanged glances. No one spoke, but everyone had their own calculations in mind. Suddenly Decon turned his gaze to the black-haired girl, his tone full of provocation. "Hey girl, you haven't introduced yourself yet. You were the first to suggest it, so set an example." The girl forced a smile, but her eyes were still full of confidence. "My name is Ji Min." She walked with light steps, her slender figure captivating. Her aura was truly extraordinary. Everyone watched her every move, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the girl. Jimin spoke as she walked, her voice soft yet hinting at something profound. "As for my abilities, I will demonstrate them to you all immediately." Her steps drew closer and closer to Diakon. making him instinctively step back and cry out in alarm. Why are you so close? Jimin's eyes began to show a fierce glint. What is she going to do? Everyone held their breath waiting to see. She completely ignored Diakon's threats. Continuing forward, he lowered his voice and raised his weapon. If you dare to attack me rashly, you'll regret it. But Jimin paid no attention to his words. He didn't understand. In that very instant, a direct stab pierced Diakon's chest from behind, making him scream. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the entire room. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Mr. Che's face turned ashen as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? He stood frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. Despite his fear, he clenched his fists and stepped forward, shielding the trembling mother and daughter who clung to each other. Diakon's body lay there, blood spilling everywhere, soaking the floor. Shocked gazes focused fearfully on Jimin. What did she just do? Jimin's expression remained unchanged as she softly said, "How fortunate." A faint, insincere smile appeared on her face. Then she walked towards Diakon's corpse. I never thought this item would actually drop. I'll take this skill. In Jimin's hand was now a vibrant, glowing ancient language stone. This was precisely the skill he had boasted about to everyone. Jimin turned around, her voice soft yet full of authority. Shall we share the rest then? In the corner of the room, Jong Hanshin took a step back, his eyes filled with doubt. Is getting something for nothing really this easy? She's truly insane. I need to be more careful or I won't even get a share. He lowered his head and thought clearly, unable to trust Jimin from a distance. Hansu stood with his arms crossed, letting out a long sigh. It seems a good for nothing actually obtained something beyond his capabilities. Now everything has become much easier. He coldly observed the situation, feeling the surrounding air grow even more oppressive. The girl, seeing this scene, was so frightened that she trembled in her mother's arms. Her mother tried to comfort her daughter. Don't be scared, child. But even she couldn't help but tremble inside. Mr. Cha pondered, his gaze deep. Those who had died in the past are now all in this room. The currents of fate have already changed. Hansu's lips curved upwards, finding the current situation interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. When their group was reduced to only 7 people, the fairy appeared, gracefully fluttering in the air. You are the first to reach a group of 7. It chirped praises, its eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Excellent, now let's begin the explanation. With a wave of its hand, the fairy revealed a magnificent sight before everyone's eyes. Islands floating in the sky, enveloped in a hazy mist. This is the path to heaven. The fairy explained, its voice filled with excitement. The mission is simple. You must continuously climb for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano, located at the center of the second layer. That is the first objective. The fairy paused for a moment, a mischievous glint in its eyes. But climbing there, I'm afraid, will be more exhausting than climbing Mount Everest. Be careful not to kick the bucket too soon, everyone. It grinned widely, revealing yellow teeth looking exceptionally repulsive. Then the fairy began to entice them, pointing towards the beautiful scenery in the distance. Once you complete this tutorial, a world of adventure will unfold before your eyes. A world filled with wonders and power. Her voice was sweet as honey, yet it hit a dangerous edge. After saying that, the cursed sprite waved goodbye and vanished into thin air. Before leaving, it didn't forget to leave behind a mocking remark. Good luck to you all. The sprite's words left the entire team stunned. Some were worried and afraid, while others remained calm as if nothing had happened. Were they ready to face this challenge? Who would survive until the end? Han Xiu's lips curled into a smirk. We'll find out soon enough. Along the suspension bridge, 7 people hung suspended in midair. They stepped forward, Han Xiu leading the way. The atmosphere around them was cold and tense, everyone keeping their distance. It seemed everyone was afraid of something. Han Xian tried his best to connect with the team. He spoke up, "We'll be walking together for a long time, so everyone, let's stick together." But seeing Han Xiu walk ahead indifferently, he felt his words were utterly meaningless. In Han Xian's mind, Han Xiu's image was like the protagonist from Life and Death by Fate, penned by Fan Weishuan. Ignoring everything around him, only caring for himself. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Han Xian muttered to himself, a flicker of anger suddenly crossing his mind. The father, who always followed behind the mother and child, cried out in alarm. Wait, he looked back and discovered a terrifying truth. The bridge was collapsing. The bridge planks behind them began to fall, one by one, gradually forming a bottomless chasm. The team members didn't have time to think. Obeying the father's words, they ran desperately forward. They used all their strength. trying to escape the suspension bridge collapsing behind them. The sound of hurried footsteps in breaking wood came from behind them, making them even more panicked. Finally they reached solid ground. Han Xiu was still full of energy. He stood there watching everyone panting from exhaustion, yet he remained composed, while the others collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Just then the cursed sprite reappeared. It pointed to the sky as if just remembering something. Oh right, I forgot to mention, as time passes, the island below will start to collapse. And the bridge will collapse even faster. So be careful. It smiled innocently, as if nothing serious had happened. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier, you jerk? The team members glared at it with murderous eyes, cursing under their breath. We've been tricked. Who can win against you playing like this? After the anger and helplessness subsided, everyone's gaze turned to Han Xiu once more. Han Xian saw him just walking ahead, ignoring them. So he spoke up. Hey, where are you going? But Han Xiu disdained to respond, walking straight ahead. Watching Han Xiu's actions, the team members began to feel uncomfortable and disgusted. This selfish jerk. He must know the rules but isn't telling us. They thought to themselves, anger slowly spreading. Jimin could no longer remain calm and offered her opinion. How about we just follow him? Han Xian asked in surprise. What? She didn't hide her thoughts, speaking loudly so Han Xiu could hear. Who knows, looking at how confident he is, he must know where to go. A sense of agreement seemed to spread through the team. Although no one dared to speak up, they also had no other choice. The remaining 6 decided to follow Han Xiu deeper into the island. They walked for several hours drenched in sweat. Han Xian began to feel tired and annoyed. We've been walking for hours, and we haven't even seen a bridge. Does he even know the way? Jimin also started to have doubts. I don't know. Don't talk to me, she replied irritably. Her face wrinkled because of those small but annoying insects. Ugh, these bugs. She irritably tried to brush them off her face. Han Shan sighed helplessly. What a hassle. They all seemed to be losing patience. Meanwhile Han Xiu continued forward indifferently, as if completely unconcerned about anything. Are we even going the right way? This question echoed not only in Han Shan's mind, but was also everyone's concern. Just then Han Shan noticed Han Xiu eating something with relish as he walked. What are you eating? Han Shan asked curiously. Hearing this, Han Xiu simply replied, this has a slight detoxifying effect. He held up a small piece of bark in his hand. Han Xiu's system prompt displayed small text. Oak bark antidote. Han Shan grew even more puzzled. Why would you need an antidote? But before he could press further, a strange sound came from above, catching both their attention. A giant green snake suddenly appeared, swooping down from the branches with astonishing speed. Han Shan was startled. Before he could react, Han Xiu quickly grabbed his collar, pulling him out of the snake's attack range. Han Shan cried out in panic, what are you doing? Han Xiu didn't answer, merely staring intently at the snake. Han Xiu seemed to have anticipated all of this. Han Shan thought, slumping to the ground, his heart pounding with fear. Meanwhile Han Xiu still stood there as if nothing had happened. A strange light flashed in his eyes, found it. He muttered to himself as if speaking to himself. The Han Xiu from just now was like a god, pulling Han Shan's collar in time, avoiding the giant python's fatal attack. After the situation stabilized, Han Shan looked at Han Xiu with confusion. Hey, how did you know there would be a monster attacking us? Han Xiu didn't seem to care much, calmly chewing on the piece of wood, then replied, superpowers, do you believe it? Superpowers? Han Shan echoed blankly like an idiot. The battle grew increasingly tense. And before long, the giant python coiled around him like lightning, biting Han Shan's right arm fiercely. He cried out in pain, damn it. But he didn't let the pain get the better of him. Han Shan violently swung his arm, flinging the giant python away. This stubborn little thing, he muttered impatiently, his eyes fixed on the giant python struggling on the ground, writhing. It was still twitching uncontrollably. After it had taken a whole dagger from him, it was an adult ancient serpent. And Han Shan knew its temperament could change, usually depending on the arrangement of the ancient runes on its head. The ancient runes changed randomly, making this monster extremely unpredictable. Looking at the sharp teeth of the python that had caused deep bite marks on his hand, Han Shan gasped, struggling to say, damn it. These relentless attacks. They don't give us a chance to recover. Han Shan muttered again. That guy Han Xiu already told us how to lure them. But I'm injured now, and I don't have the strength to catch them. Burning with anger, he yelled at a family of 3 behind him. Why aren't you fighting with us? Stop standing around, come out and fight them. The father of that family stepped forward. His tone still very polite, leaving Han Shan speechless. I'm very sorry, please understand. I also have to protect my family. I can't risk helping you. Han Shan stood there, his face ashen. A faint killing intent emanating from him. He thought to himself, damn it. So what if you have a family? We're fighting up front. Trying to keep everyone from dying here. After failing to persuade the family, Han Shan turned to Jiang Min, who was leaning against a small tree nearby, calm as if meditating. What about you? You don't even have family to protect. Han Qian asked, loudly enraged. Jiang Min pushed up his glasses. A sly smile quickly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He replied sarcastically. You can't guarantee that I won't get hurt during a fight. Right, if I'm not around, who's going to heal you? Hearing this, Han Qian became even more furious. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. This guy, is his sword just for show? He turned his head away. With a tone of resignation he said, fine if that's how it has to be. Because you're the healer after all. But before he could finish, the doctor launched into another long speech. Let me tell you. If you want me to heal 3 powerful ancient words, you'll have to pay me that much. Otherwise 15 agility or 1 mana point. That works too. Han Shan turned back, glaring at him furiously. His eyes seemed to spit fire. He thought to himself. This darn guy, he's absolutely unbearable. Han Qian turned to Ji Min and shouted. Are you just going to let them walk all over us like this? Ji Min stood behind. Han Xiu was silent for a moment, then retorted, what else can we do? Despair spread through Han Qian's heart. What a bunch of darn humans. He thought, looking around at his team. Meanwhile Jiang Min happily accepted the ancient words from the father of the small family and began healing his wife, while Ji Min and Han Xiu were fighting fiercely at the front. That's right. I'm probably the only one who finds this situation creepy. Han Qian muttered to himself, feeling trapped among a bunch of useless people. Jiang Min looked at him and kindly waved. What are you still standing there for? Go fight. Han Qian's face turned dark with anger. This scoundrel is acting all high and mighty just because he has healing skills. What terrible luck. How did I end up with such unreliable people? He thought. Suddenly a voice echoed in Han Qian's mind. Qian, can you hear me? The tone from the other end of the line caught his attention. Han Qian. How are things on your end? The person asked. Han Qian put his hand to his ear and muttered, don't even ask. How are things on your end? Mine aren't great. It seems there's a rescue ladder above. So clear the path and climb up. The person replied. Try to find some new teammates along the way. Our team will be stronger. Right, hearing this, Han Qian sighed and rubbed his head. He muttered to himself, full of vexation. I wish I could do that. But I don't know among these people. Who else can come with me? He thought, then glanced at Han Xiu. That person who claims to have superpowers, and Ji Min. That crazy woman with a sword. Next is Jiang Min. That cunning healer. And finally that useless family of 3. Isn't the most important thing to survive? Captain, I'll come find you later. Han Qian replied wearily. Meanwhile, his every move did not escape Han Xiu's eyes. He looked at the mark on the back of Han Qian's hand, which helped them connect with each other. Then he thought. Their king's trait is developing too quickly. Part of a player's trait. All kings, like Eric or the Fury King, possess the ability to lead a team, to help them become stronger. A king will give team members an exclusive mark. Those with the same mark can connect with each other, thereby enhancing combat synergy. Han Xiu thought as he stabbed the giant python with his staff. The number of people a king can recruit is limited. But now everyone is busy looking for members. If I have to compete with them, then he'll face quite a few difficulties. He picked up the giant python's ancient word. His deep gaze was filled with thought. After a dramatic dance of flames, the bodies of the ancient language serpents lay scattered on the ground. And Han Su simply let out a soft breath. It seems there are fewer and fewer monsters. It looks like we've left their territory. He gently pushed aside a cluster of leaves. And the view suddenly opened up, his eyes lit up. He chuckled inwardly, almost at the target. But before he could even feel happy, a massive ancient language devouring serpent appeared before him, coiled around a large tree as if practicing yoga. When the giant serpent spotted him, it immediately roared as if ready to pounce. Right then, the father in the group suddenly interjected, wait. Do you really think it's necessary to tangle with this snake? If we don't provoke it, it won't provoke us. Why don't we just go around it? Hearing this, Han Su turned around and gave a faint smile. If you want to go around, then go around. I still have something to take care of here. With it he prepared to step forward, much to the father's surprise. "Wait, why fight it? What's the point?" Hansu calmly replied. "It seems you've misunderstood. I'm not with you all. I was just going the same way. Sooner or later we'll all go our separate ways." With that he coolly stepped forward without looking back. Jimmy silently turned to the group and chuckled softly. "Well, there's nothing more to say." As the father frantically asked, "Wait then. Who's going to protect us?" Jimmy shrugged. "He's not our bodyguard. He can take care of himself. If you like, you can stay here." The father stood rooted to the spot, swallowing hard. At a loss. Jimmy, on the other hand, was straightforward. He told the team to go, then led the way out. But Han Chan remained standing there, thoughtfully watching Han Su's retreating figure. "That kid is really stubborn. But I can't just leave him behind," he muttered to himself, scratching his chin. Jiang Min stood beside him, sighing. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Han Qian smiled. "I'm thinking about how to get him to join our team." Jiang Min shook her head. "Don't dream about it. From earlier until now everyone has needed my healing. But he's never needed it. It's terrifying. He fights as if he's just taking a stroll. No one can control someone like that." The healer mumbled as she turned away. "With his style of fighting alone, he'll be finished sooner or later." Han Qian followed behind. But his mind was racing with thoughts. "He's so powerful. Yet I can't get him to join the team. What a pity. And he's also very difficult to manage." Meanwhile, Han Su was fiercely battling the giant serpent. His eyes filled with determination. Ready for a prolonged struggle. With this yoga opponent, the ancient language devouring serpent suddenly lunged and bit a tree near Han Su, forcing him to dodge aside. However, he remained as calm as ever. His mind was constantly calculating. When my ancient language activates, it immediately dodges. But when it doesn't sense danger, it immediately attacks me. Just then, the ancient language runes on the giant serpent's head glowed brightly. But before it could make a move, Han Su was as fast as lightning, using his thermal weapon, repeatedly stabbing its arteries. His mind remained calm as he thought. "It's stronger and faster than a scale serpent, but nowhere near the monster that devoured me last time." He observed the giant python devising a strategy in his mind. When it's attacked, its ancient language will shift. It will switch to defensive mode and my attacks will become weaker. If this battle drags on, it won't be difficult for me. But it would be troublesome if something unexpected happened. Hansu, a cigarette in his mouth, kept his eyes fixed on the giant serpent. The way to defeat it is simple, he thought. Focus attacks on the trees in the very center of the clearing. Just like that nest. He looked at the area the giant serpent was trying to protect. Watching the space the giant serpent was trying to protect, his lips curled into a slight smile. This was child's play for him. He thought calmly to himself. Let the snake attack that spot first. No sooner said than done. He charged forward, leaving the python behind. Instinctively it would lower its guard to protect its nest. By then its weakness would be exposed. Success, just as the snake seemed to have him cornered. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, then quick as lightning raised his stick. He repeatedly thrust it at its vital points, making the snake let out a cry of agony. When the hazy smoke temporarily cleared, Hansu was already standing there looking dashing, like a hero from a Marvel movie. He walked past the python's corpse and said calmly, "Well, that was quicker than I expected." After that he walked towards its nest. A huge egg was hidden there. An ancient serpent's egg. He murmured, but before he could examine it closely, the egg suddenly wiggled slightly. Hansu picked up the palm-sized blue egg, then brought an ancient stone close to it. The warm sunlight warmed the egg, which was being carefully nurtured like a treasure. Suddenly, with a crack, the egg hatched. A small snake with golden eyes peeked out. "It looks super cool. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's adorable," he exclaimed upon seeing the little snake, much smaller than its kind. System message: ancient serpent, juvenile stage. Head larger than body. Looks adorable but is actually very dangerous. Eat up, little one. Hansu offered the ancient stone to the small snake. Its eyes sparkled and its tongue flicked out in a heart shape, as if saying, "I love you the most." Eat up. This snake is very special. It can consume any 3 ancient stones, and then regurgitate 2 according to its master's will. It looks innocent, but actually, the little snake swallowed an ancient stone half its size in one gulp. Eat 3, spit out 2. That's a bit of a lost little guy. But the little snake was still super dedicated. After swallowing the ancient stone, it spat out another with a pop. Hansu held it. Tsk, this is amazing. From now on I can devour ancient stones to my heart's content. Hansu happily played with the little snake, which was also overjoyed. For now I'll prioritize increasing magic resistance and physical damage resistance. Hansu muttered to himself. Then he let the little snake rest. It burrowed into his wrist. Hansu looked at it fondly. With you I'm sure to achieve great things. Should I leave now? Hansu pondered. A small family was fumbling around trying to find their way. The daughter whispered, Dad, where are we going? The father hushed her quiet down. The father stared intently at the map, his face very tense. The island map we got was too blurry when we left the room. It doesn't clearly show the route. Who knows what's here or where it's safe? They abandoned us. The wife suddenly shrieked, Honey, I hear something. The husband froze for a few seconds, then cold sweat streamed down his face. Is it a monster or other people? Either way, we're done for. He spread his arms, shielding his wife and child who were huddled behind him. Suddenly Hansu emerged from the bushes. Jung Hansu. The uncle was overjoyed. You're back. Hansu looked at him. What are you doing here? The uncle scoffed with a laugh. Were you scared of that monster so you ran away? Hansu's expression didn't change. I killed it. He emotionlessly and coolly brushed a leaf from his hair. Meanwhile, the uncle was dumbfounded. He actually killed it. Hansu had only been gone a short while before returning, with only a few minor scratches on him as light as a feather. Where are the others? Hansu asked. The uncle fell silent. The wife looked on critically while the daughter shied away from his fearful gaze. Back to a while ago. What are you talking about? What do you mean get lost? The uncle yelled at the group. His wife held their daughter, her face etched with extreme worry. Going alone is dangerous. Don't abandon us. We don't need to make such a fuss. The uncle pleaded. Han Xian scoffed. So you're planning to just reap the benefits? Always following us? Ji Min's eyes were cold. He's right, you're so cool you've already left the group. It'll be troublesome if a few more freeloaders tag along. Jia Min looked at the uncle with disdain. Who doesn't like ancient stones? But I'd rather go with stronger people. With that the group walked in another direction. Still blocking the way, let the old man follow. He was in immense pain. He cursed inwardly. These little brats dare to look down on me. Meanwhile Hansu was about to leave. The old man panicked. Wait, where are you going? You should listen when an adult speaks. His wife and child remained silently speechless. Hansu turned coldly. I'm leaving. This is a waste of time. The wife gave the old man a look and he nodded, understanding immediately. Hansu walked away and the family followed closely, not leaving his side. Hansu looked back and asked, What are you doing? The old man immediately reached out. Didn't you say you weren't coming with us? Go on, we'll take care of ourselves. The old man said and his wife nodded repeatedly. Hansu thought their attitude changed so quickly. Then he replied, Suit yourselves, I'm used to being alone. Although it's a bit tough, my stats are incredibly high. After saying that, Hansu continued to fight. Sword-like flash skills were unleashed and the wolves fell one after another. The little snake crawled out from his collar, quietly slithering towards the ancient script. Hansu was secretly pleased. Increasing resistance first was indeed the right choice. The little snake was eagerly devouring the ancient script stones. The system status panel appeared. Kung Hansu strength 013. Stamina 888. Magic 584, Agility 84. Perception 851, Physical resistance 32. Magic resistance 32. Hansu cherished the ancient script. Now attacking felt as light as a feather. The family could only stand by and watch. Hansu picked up a small knife and started to cook. The daughter was dumbfounded. He's getting stronger and stronger, he's amazing. The mother meanwhile breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he ignored us. The daughter asked her father, Should we go fight monsters, Dad? The father comforted her. Don't rush, just being together is a huge blessing. As long as we're safe, that's good fortune. The good daughter obediently replied, MHM. The father motioned for the whole family to follow Hansu again. They saw Hansu enter a dark cave. They were surprised. Where is he going? A tunnel. They watched Hansu enter the cave expressionlessly. Sunlight pierced through, shining on their faces. The whole family silently followed behind the father, straining to look around. The mother and daughter looked around worriedly. Are we there? The father exclaimed when he saw Hansu's destination. Su's destination was a place bustling with people. They watched the newly arrived people, their faces beaming with joy. We're safe, we survived. Xion, how incredibly lucky. Han Xion was shocked. He was utterly shocked when he saw that those who had been abandoned were still alive. Looking at Hansu, he thought this guy actually came back completely unharmed. It seems the rumors about him fighting monsters alone are true. Fairy appeared, saying impatiently, You're all late, why are you still making noise? Farah's face clearly showed displeasure. The old man was startled by Farah's sudden appearance. You're the last group, close the gate. After Fairy spoke, the stone gate slammed shut with a rumble. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fairy gave a sinister smile and snapped his fingers. The main show begins. It flew high up and announced loudly, Welcome to the first layer dock. There are still 75 people left. That's quite impressive. The casualties are quite low. This special event is a battle for boat tickets. Electronic boat tickets appeared before everyone. The little demon continued. You will use this ticket to travel from the collapsing first layer island to another island. Some islands are full of monsters surrounded by lava. But if you're lucky, you might reach the central island or the southern island, which are full of treasures. But that would be too boring, so I have some game rules. Fairy spread his hands explaining the mind-boggling rules. 3 people per boat, requiring at least 3 tickets. If 3 people use 2 tickets, you'll be randomly thrown onto different islands entirely by luck. If 2 people use 3 tickets, you can go together. But you can't choose your destination. If 1 person uses 3 tickets, they can choose their destination freely. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The old man and his family also turned pale with fright. Only Hansu remained calm and composed. The islands are starting to collapse from the outside in, and the difficulty of each island is different. Everyone wants a good spot, right? Annoying Fairy pulled out an explorer's outfit and a telescope. It looked utterly ridiculous. In 30 minutes the entire first layer island will collapse. There are 25 boats around the volcano. Start moving. You know what to do now, right? You must survive. It's only interesting when a demon smiles so cruelly. Everyone started frantically scrambling for tickets. Killing each other, betraying each other, all for 1 ticket to survive. Give me the ticket, how dare you betray me? You're finished, don't leave me behind. Hansu watched the chaotic scene. It'll get even livelier later, just you wait. A voice rang out, Kong Hansu. Hansu glanced over and pleaded, please, just this once. Help me, no, help my family. The old man knelt down begging pitifully. Han Su looked at the old man kneeling before him, desperately pleading. The old man lowered his head and spoke to Hansu. We need more tickets to reach the safe zone. You're so strong, getting tickets would be incredibly easy for you. The old man's fawning smile made Hansu want to throw a rock at him immediately. His kneeling earlier was just a cheap trick to hide his shameless true nature. The old man looked up and continued to plead. You just need to borrow a few tickets from others, and then hand them over to us. The old man pleaded while thinking to himself, if he agrees, everything will go smoothly. You'd be saving innocent lives, please. The old man begged pitifully. However, Hansu merely looked at him with an indifferent gaze and replied coldly. You must take responsibility for yourself. Mind your own business. Although the old man continued to pester him, trying to persuade him, Hansu didn't change his mind in the slightest. The old man still clung on like sticky candy, refusing to give up. What's so hard about it? You're too cold-blooded. Suddenly a cool voice rang out. Shut up, you scoundrel. Han Xian appeared and kicked the old man away. He grabbed the old man's collar, glanced at Hansu, and then said, This old geezer is so annoying, it's driving me crazy. Are you just going to listen silently? Wouldn't it be over if you just got the tickets? Han Xian looked at Kong Hansu mockingly. Join our team. If you need them, I can give you tickets. He scoffed at the old man's family. Even though they're my teammates, I don't like them at all. Han Xian continued to persuade him. You think so too, don't you? I know you're incredibly strong, like you're cheating. Why don't you join with people of your own level? Han Xian extended his hand, showing the emblem on it, and continued. This is the awakened power of my teammates. This is completely different from skills. If the leader agrees, you can get it too. He extended his hand to Hansu. I've already recommended you to the leader. The leader will agree. It's lonely to walk alone. Hansu looked at his hand expressionlessly, shook his head, refusing. No, I refuse. Han Xian saw this, panicked, unable to believe Hansu's reaction. After hearing it, he froze as if hit by Diao Chan's second skill. He instantly froze. But Han Xian didn't give up. He continued. Wait, we're different from those nobodies. Maybe you don't understand the value of a gang yet. Hansu recalled the past. Once bonds were very important to him. His gaze was firm. But this time he wouldn't be subservient to anyone again. Any king could lead him astray. Han Xian slumped and said, You still want? Listen to me, damn it, there's no way. He threw the ticket to Hansu. Take it. I stole this from that pathetic wretch. The old man cried out, My ticket. Han Xian said to Hansu. You refused. I truly feel sorry for you. But I don't have time to argue with you here. Han Xian scoffed. I'll meet up with the others on Central Island. Consider it a gift for the future. Well, definitely meet again. I'll ask you then. Hansu thought whatever tricks he pulls, it'll be futile. At least for now. The crowd started to get noisy. When a ticket fell at Hansu's feet, they rushed forward to snatch the ticket like hungry tigers. Like hungry tigers who hadn't eaten in a long time. Someone grabbed the ticket and shouted, It's mine. The man from earlier clung tightly to the leg of the person who got the ticket. No, that's Tao's ticket, give it back. But the person refused to hand it over. He flew into a rage. Are you asking to die? Hazu glanced at them indifferently, as he prepared to stab the uncle with his knife. His daughter ran in to stop him, but he grabbed the girl's neck. Is this your daughter? Then I'll make your death quick. He grabbed the girl's neck. Is this your daughter? Then I'll make sure you die a fitting death. Fairy watched the scene, a smile appearing on his face. From the very beginning they had brought this family together so that we could witness this scene. In the end, what they had hoped for had become reality. No matter how much they struggled on this prearranged stage, your deaths had already been meticulously planned here. Its hands spread open. Countless threads controlled the players like puppets on strings. A voice rang out asking Han Xiu, "Hey, why did you refuse Han Xian's proposal?" "Personal reasons. What do you want?" Jimin slowly approached. Behind her was a bloody battle scene. "I also want to make a suggestion." She narrowed her eyes, pulled off her gloves, revealing her hands sealed by magic. "Come with me." She merely smiled at Han Xiu's disregard. "I also pretty much guessed your answer. But before I leave, I have a question." Jimin looked at Han Xiu with cold eyes. "Do you not have any compassion left? I don't believe you could be so heartless." He looked back at her, his gaze turning cold. "No humanity, no compassion," he scoffed. She was the last one. Everyone else had already left. As the ship sailed into the distance, now only the last ship remained. No one knew what would happen. The people remaining on the shore, like cornered beasts, roared and pleaded with Han Xiu. "Han Xiu, you know me, please, just this once. Can you save us?" Han Xiu looked at them, his heart heavy. "These are all people I should have saved. But the monsters in the guided area are too powerful. I cannot save everyone. That's why I must do what I have to do. Because if I fail, everything will become meaningless." He thought about turning back, facing the people desperately pleading for his help. "I'm sorry," he gripped his firearm tightly, his heart filled with pity. "But the fate of those who cannot reach the next land, I know all too well." Beneath, the poisonous sea monsters watched with relish as they melted. Horrific screams rang out, "Don't kill us. It's too painful." Han Xiu's expression darkened. "You can hate me all you want. So rather than suffering exploitation to death at their hands, it's better if..." His eyes were cold. "I am showing mercy in my own way." On the ship, Han Xiu let the sea breeze wash over him, his entire being facing the deep blue sky. He fed ancient runes to his pet bit by bit. "You're really something." Fairy spoke, a hint of surprise in his tone. "I didn't expect you to say something like that. Though it's a pity things ended too easily." Fairy gave a mocking laugh. "Truly worthy of a rising star. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." But its expression changed, narrowing its eyes at Han Xiu. "Well, then it'll be waiting for you ahead." Han Xiu maintained a calm expression. "I will not regret this. I didn't turn back to save everyone, but for victory." He clenched his fists, his resolve burning. "I cannot waver here. I must keep moving forward." The solitary ship carried Han Xiu towards the central island. A pristine white bell tower appeared before him, like a challenge. The system prompt echoed. "Congratulations, 1921 travelers have arrived here. Welcome to the land of opportunity." A magnificent white castle appeared on the central island. "There's an unwritten rule everyone must know here. First, protect the castle where the crystals are stored. Second, conquer the dungeons to grow stronger." As for the last rule, the author didn't say. Outside monsters are preparing to breach the city walls. Those hordes of skeletal monsters. They're all waiting for a chance to pounce on the crowd. The players anxiously urged each other on. "Quickly stop those monsters. We're too short-handed." One after another they fell. But the monsters were still terrifyingly numerous. They climbed the walls, pushing deep into the city. "Everyone charge. Block the monsters' fierce attacks. Protect the city with all your might." The people in the team encouraged each other, determined to get through it. "If we can hold on, we'll be safe for a while. Keep fighting, don't give up." Some people couldn't hold on any longer. "I can't take it anymore, we've been fighting for a month. I'm out of strength, help," they shouted to each other. "Hold this defensive line." A hand slammed down on the table. A serious voice rang out. "We need to establish some rules now. We can't let this situation continue." A man stood in the center of the room. He proposed a change in strategy to the others. "Our defenses have almost been breached. In just one day. The losses are too heavy. How long do you plan to stand there and watch? If this continues, not only will we fail to protect the crystals, all of us will be slaughtered by the monsters." This man was Park Jiangguk, On Juhayan Guild Master, the Guild Master of Wajong Guild. He asked should we wait for the other alliance leaders to arrive. Homha the Guild Master of Noah Guild quickly replied. Everyone with authority is already here. If we wait any longer we'll definitely be wiped out. Li Gukti the Guild Master of Smog Guild continued. Then what do you want us to do? Park Jiangguk continued with a serious expression. The biggest problem is insufficient defensive power. So bring in those non-guild members too. Even if we have to use force. Everything is about to collapse. As for the travelers passing through, how should we control them? Saya asked, are we planning to resolve this with force? I don't think words will work. For those who are unreasonable. Another attack will arrive within 3 hours. And there's no guarantee that we can hold on this time. Gukti asked doubtfully. What if the alliance? Guilds. Our guilds recruit them and unite with them. How about that? Do you think we can do it? Park Jiangguk brought up the difficulties that needed to be resolved. The increasing number of people going to the dungeons is a serious problem. They now consider themselves equal to alliance members. Guilds. Those people have already formed a ridiculous organization called the Underground Alliance. From the moment they started acting, they've already gone beyond our control. My question is, can the alliance guilds who are only focused on defense handle them properly? We can't let ourselves be at the bottom of the social hierarchy. This can't go on. Jiangguk turned to the leaders of the various families and said, why not send the frontline guilds to the dungeons? Juhayan was immediately startled and replied, then who will protect the castle? If that's the plan, the smaller guilds should go first to minimize losses. Saya thought to herself. These people are only concerned with their own interests, they're so noisy. If only the initial 1,900 people had focused solely on defense. She gnashed her teeth and worried, damn it. If everyone had been willing to stay and defend back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The powerful ones got what they wanted. And then started leaving the weaker ones to struggle holding the line. Initially everyone participated in the defense because survival depended on it. But when some people returned from the dungeons, carrying some high-level equipment, they began to withdraw one by one, just as she was worrying about how to protect it. How's the crystal? Jimin walked in beaming with excitement. He opened his mouth and said, Xia, big news. Xia quickly tried to politely dismiss him. All right, Jimin. I have a terrible headache. Jimin quickly clarified. I'm not here to bother you. There's important news. I just received it. The report says someone is fighting the alliance in the basement. Xia was startled. What? Then a scream came from somewhere. Help me. I told you I'm not going. The family patriarchs heard that scream and immediately fell into a panic. Everyone simultaneously looked at one person, facing a man's plea. I plan to hunt for 2 more days, then he'll come back. He'll join once I get stronger. We've already discussed this, no more excuses. An arrow was shot heading straight for its target. It flew past with a whoosh. It shot directly into the shoulders of the person who was just begging for mercy. He only had time to shout, ah. The face of a young man emerged, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He said, all right, starting tomorrow you'll be fighting above ground. You slacked off today, so tomorrow you'll have to work hard to make up for it. The person from before pleaded, don't come near me. He thought to himself, his ancient language index is lower than mine. Why can't I beat him? He's Hansu. The person with a cute little snake wrapped around his shoulder. He extended his hand and commanded, I need a weapon. Jiangmin said in a panic. That hat guy. A big brother next to him said angrily. Who gave you the right to order us around? Stop talking nonsense. He gripped his knife tightly and charged straight at Hansu. He watched calmly, analyzing. So this knife has a skill that enhances its cutting ability. For a colorless item, this is quite a good piece. Hansu gently raised his hand, revealing a shining ring, with the cigarette still firmly in his mouth. His expression grew even more serious. With just the strength of his arm, he easily sent that guy flying, before the guy even had a chance to touch him. The crowd cheered excitedly. Take him down, that's right. Kill him. That guy thought in frustration. The knife's skill is gone. Even the knife can't pierce this scoundrel. How much resistance does he have? His hands trembled and the knife gradually lost its effectiveness. It's my turn, no more talking. Hansu punched him directly in the face. His face became distorted, incredibly ugly. He just thought, fighting you guys but not being able to kill you. It's such a hassle. But you'll just have to put up with it. After all, your valuable resources, aren't you? You won't listen when spoken to nicely, huh? He fell, knocked out and out of the fight with just 2 punches. Everyone was astonished by Hansu's strength. And he calmly said, I only have one thing left, but it's enough. Jiangmin and the people around started to gather and felt fear towards Hansu. The guild leaders rushed forward to check the situation and were also startled by the recent fight. They asked who was that guy. Jimin standing nearby was smiling broadly. Finally, all the guild leaders had arrived and were ready for the meeting. Everyone was thinking about one person, Hansu. His own guild leader mused. So he's the one Han Xian mentioned. Hansu was the first to speak. Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Guild Alliance will combine forces, taking turns with hunting and defense. If anyone has any objections, speak now. Although his cold and imposing expression was very frightening, the cute little snake wrapped around his shoulder somewhat lessened the terror. He continued, after all, it's hard to command them without strong individuals. So bring as many useful people as possible and have them join our guilds. I guarantee those guys outside will obey your commands. So there's no problem. He seriously discussed the meeting with Xia and the guild leaders, thinking this is beneficial for us. But what exactly does he want? Guter asked cautiously. What exactly do you want? Someone like you who belongs to no side and is so powerful just caused so much trouble. Don't you have any other intentions? Han Xiu merely curved his lips into a slight smile. He calmly replied, as long as the basic rules and system are established, I have no intention of interfering. However, Guter still had doubts. Who knows? You might suddenly change your mind and then want to eliminate the Guild Alliance. He stood up, interrupting them. I'm not interested in these trivial squabbles. But if you're worried. Han Xiu demonstrated his power to everyone. Everyone started screaming in panic. He vanished. He's going to attack. Prepare for battle. Everyone quickly changed their stance, getting ready to fight. But Guter reassured them. That's just a simple invisibility skill. He couldn't have left his spot. Han Xiu quietly spoke. Do you think I can't attack you? Before anyone knew it, he was already behind Guter, holding a blade to his neck. Only then did Guter realize. Was that not just a simple trick? But a dragon that could interfere with perception. It's unbelievable that he could capture me so easily. Han Xiu slowly said to everyone, I have a new item. Before coming here I also had to prepare proof. On the other side everyone shouted in panic. Lord. He put away his blade and reassured everyone. Calm down, I have no intention of being your enemy. The current situation forces us to join forces. Don't you see? This is what I want. Everyone still looked at him warily. But they continued to listen. Up until now, we've been fighting against each other. It will be very difficult to join forces immediately. But there's still time. As he spoke, the heads of the various families frowned, looking at him with expressions of helplessness and confusion. This is just the beginning of what's to come. He left the meeting deep in thought. A voice stopped him from moving forward. Wait, are you just leaving like that? Jimin demanded. He talked to her. This time I want an answer. What do you think? Hey Han Xiu, do you want to join our guild? Every word simply spilled from Jimin's small mouth. I asked you before. Do you want to join our guild? She stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to him. A faint floral scent subtly wafted with her breath, this time in genuinely inviting you. It's lonely walking alone. Or do you have other intentions? She continued with a hint of playfulness in her tone. I heard you were with a girl named Meihui in Gangnam. What's going on with that? His face remained expressionless, as cool as ever. She rested her chin in her hand, her bright eyes looking at him, thinking. No reaction, so she's not the one he likes, huh? A brilliant flower-like smile bloomed on her lips, so that means okay. Right. It would be great if you joined our guild. He made no movement, simply brushed past her swiftly, leaving her looking flustered. What's going on here? His cold expression surprised her. I'm going to the city wall. She widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. Hey, can't you even pretend to listen to me? Annoyed and disappointed, she yelled at jerk. He just sighed helplessly, not bothering to respond. In another scene, amidst the chaotic scene, screams rose one after another. Clear out all the bodies. We need more rescue supplies. Anyone with support skills come over immediately. The gray-haired man quickly asked the guy in front of him. Sergeant, the South City wall has also been reinforced somewhat. Zheng Hanqian immediately replied. Good, all the injured people get down. The rest of you go get some rest. He asked again. How is our guild's resistance holding up? The gray-haired man, after hearing his question, immediately chimed in. We've held out longer this time than the last. He recalled the desolate scene and said. We have already assigned personnel to all positions, leaving no gaps. Those who joined from the Underground Alliance weren't very cooperative at first, but they've done quite well. Thanks to them we haven't suffered too many losses. Han Chen, after listening, just stood there with his mouth agape sweating profusely. In that situation they couldn't possibly slack off. With monsters guarding the front lines, what other choice did they have? Han Qian thought of Han Su. It was a scene of countless corpses unfolding before his eyes. Han Qian said softly. He alone could handle so many monsters. He plunged his iron sword into the ground, gently wiping the sweat from his face, watching him deal with a massive number of monsters by himself. It was truly astonishing. He turned to Zhong Hengyan's angry and somewhat bewildered face. If only that kid knew some manners. I could recruit him into the guild. The image of Kong Han Su appeared in his mind. The heavens wouldn't give everything to one person. He thought to himself. Even so, at this rate, we can still hold on. Suddenly his subordinate shouted loudly. Wait, Sergeant, there's a crack in the sky. Suddenly a strange face appeared. Oh my God, isn't that darned fairy? It gently spread its arms and flew down, and came with a cute smile. My dears, have you been waiting for me long these past 2 days? Have you had enough fun? Han Qian's face turned from surprise to panic, thinking, oh my God. As soon as this fairy appears, nothing good ever happens. The fairy clapped its hands, its voice full of excitement. Everyone prepare yourselves. An incredibly exciting mission awaits you next. Starting today, demons will appear in the defense battles. Demons are very powerful creatures, you know. But don't worry. Those zombies you dealt with before are now just child's play. However, eliminating 4 demons will drop small crystals. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Everyone quickly opened their systems to check the items they could exchange. Han Su was also intently looking at the shop. It continued to be mysterious. You can use these crystals to exchange for various rare items in the exclusive shop of this place. And it's not just items, you know. You can also use crystals to buy tickets to leave this place. Doesn't everyone want to leave this godforsaken place? The sooner the better, right? A voice rang out from behind Han Su. Hey, did you hear that? We can leave this place. Han Su turned around to see a middle-aged man, his face filled with hope. He asked, is that true? It's true. The fairy just said we can buy tickets with crystals. The people around them started murmuring. Han Su looked towards the system shop and saw a new option ticket to leave the tower. Price 600 crystals. 600 crystals, Han Su muttered, that's a hefty price. So get your gear ready and start hunting demons. A massive blood-red space suddenly tore open the sky in front of the castle. From that abyss a long arm, with countless razor-sharp claws, slowly extended out, making the air freeze with fear. The monster's hideous face gradually appeared, revealing blood-red fangs from its mouth. Ha ha ha. Its grotesque laughter echoed throughout the space, making everyone's limbs go weak with fear. Damn it. It's here. The monster walked towards them step by step. Everyone started shouting in panic. Who's going to lead the charge? Go on, please. We don't know how strong that demon is. I want those items too, but... Amidst the chaos, a calm voice rang out. Everyone step back. Han Ju leaped up. He held a sword larger than half his body, leaving everyone dumbfounded. With lightning speed, he charged straight at the giant monster. He swung his sword, cleaving directly at the monster's body. The monster simply extended a hand to block it. Without giving him a chance to breathe, it launched an astonishing attack at Han Ju. He dodged it at the last possible second. But its terrifying power had already cracked the ground. With his sword resting on his shoulder, Han Ju thought, it's a demon alright. Even if it's a weakened version, I can't use normal attacks to deal fatal damage to it. Without Cloud Cake, I've already used Serpent of Ancient Tongues to enhance my defense and resistance. He looked up at it, continuing his calculations. But my attack power isn't enough. Now I need to maximize the use of the artifacts I got from the dungeon. In front of this low-level monster, Han Ju's appearance became even cooler. He pushed off with his legs, concentrating power to that spot. System displayed boots of Luo Zu's light. Ill-fated with speed, he acted as he thought, agilely countering the monster whoosh. He leaped high, raising his heavy sword ready to cleave down. The monster was also surprised, its gaze following his incredibly fast rhythm. It blocked his rapid attacks with both hands. Immense power erupted and collided, creating magnificent streaks of light from the slashes. Again and again, rapid slashes quickly formed trails of light. His expression grew more serious, agilely swinging out the next blow. It couldn't keep up, and had to endure his terrifying slashes. It wasn't a pushover either. It condensed power in its palm, forming a ball of light ready to counterattack. That immense power shot straight at him. He quickly blocked it with his sword. Boom! An explosion erupted. After blocking the monster's move, he was slammed against a rock, but still survived that ultimate move. System notification. Your auxiliary abilities are immediately nullified, as are any skills that make contact. The crowd murmured, "Oh my goodness. He's actually taking on that demon alone." Han Xian asked in surprise. "Just how much stronger has he gotten?" Someone next to him urged, "Get ready, Han Xian. We should seize this opportunity too." Han Xian asked the captain again, "Do you want us to join the fight too?" "I'm not sure if that's the best decision." Captain Jungkook immediately replied, "Even if we don't act, others will scramble for this chance." Everyone leaped down shouting to each other, "Only one demon. Everyone charge, he'll take care of it. We want to participate too." After seeing this, Jimmy immediately suggested to Sia, "I don't really like this either. But should we join in too, Sia?" Sia quickly replied, "No, wait." Sia looked at Hanju and whispered, "Kong Hanju, I need to see just how capable he truly is." The crowd approached him offering support. He glanced over, noticing them. A thought quickly flashed and he sighed. "What a hassle. It's about to use a skill. I can't let other adventurers distract me." Before him was the powerful monster. It secretly smiled. He thought again, it still hasn't used it yet. Could it be? He felt puzzled by its next move. Hanju stood there calmly facing the demon. While his thoughts were constantly pondering, he realized that every demon, they all possess different racial abilities. This makes them unpredictable and dangerous. His clear mind made him realize that, if this demon hadn't used its skill yet, then it might be waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack. A wide-ranging, powerful attack. He couldn't underestimate any of its movements, because even a small mistake could lead to severe consequences. The monster stretched out its hand, preparing to unleash a devastating skill, capable of clearing everything within its range. A tense atmosphere permeated the surrounding space. Hansu shouted without hesitation, ordering everyone to fall back. He knew this demon was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to risk a direct confrontation might have to pay with their life. Zhang Bin stood nearby, his face unable to hide his worry. The unease in his heart grew stronger, making him wonder if they should retreat and let Hansu deal with the demon alone. But before he could say anything more, another young man interrupted him, firmly holding his ground, believing they had to stay close, to be ready to deliver a fatal blow when the opportunity arose. His determination was like a blazing fire, allowing no one to stand in its way. The monster bared its sharp teeth, grinning with an evil laugh. Its hands began to glow brilliantly, preparing to unleash its ultimate skill. A dazzling light enveloped its hands, and as it forcefully struck the ground beneath everyone's feet collapsed, erupting in violent flames. The ground cracked open, then seemed to be swallowed by a raging sea of fire. Waves of heat radiated from the flames, making the air suffocating and unbearable. In that moment of chaos, a brave warrior stepped forward, using his steel shield, attempting to protect those around him. He thought he could easily extinguish these small flames with his newly acquired artifact. But deep within him, selfishness and greed had taken over. As he thought that, if he could deliver the fatal blow to the monster, the rewards would be as nevertheless fear still spread through his mind, causing his body to tremble before the enemy's terrifying power. Screams rose and fell. People panicked, trying to escape the sea of fire that was consuming everything. Some were burned by the scorching flames, making the chaotic scene even worse. When someone screamed in terror that the monster was approaching, while everyone else was fleeing, Hansu remained standing, his heavy sword resting on his shoulder, showing no fear at all. He was the only one who stood firm in the fiery hell, unwavering in the face of the situation. The ring on Hansu's hand began to emit a dazzling blue light, as if responding to the power of the surrounding flames. He understood that at this moment, he had to focus all his power into the ring. There was no other choice. With iron-like determination, Hansu raised his sword high, infusing all his strength into the blade. The blue light emanating from the ring merged with his power, forming a formidable force. Preparing for the upcoming decisive confrontation, Hansu focused all his power on the blade, unleashing a slash powerful enough to make the ground tremble. His sword blade was sharp and mighty, capable of cutting through the incoming flames, causing another tremor that split the ground. The red flames were parted in two, revealing a straight path before Hansu. Han Su stood there, his face calm and full of majesty, like a true hero. Although he had just unleashed a powerful slash, Han Su still knew the monster was not to be trifled with. The ground had split under his slash. But that was only the beginning. His hands began to tremble after the terrifying power he unleashed just now. But he wouldn't allow himself to back down. The monster slowly approached. While Han Xiu pondered his mission, he was the only one who could stand against this creature, wielding the power of hellfire. The monster grinned an evil laugh. Fierce flames blazed in its hands. It charged mercilessly at Han Xiu, who was ready to face it. As the monster charged at him swinging its flame-covered arm, Han Xiu focused his power into his blade, perfectly blocking the fierce blow. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everything around them. Onlookers from afar, including Gao Cute, couldn't help but feel worried. Facing this intense battle, Gao Cute looked at Han Xiu with both surprise and admiration in his eyes. He thought to himself, is Han Xiu really just an ordinary traveler like us? Starting from the same point, Han Xiu has already left everyone else far behind. Gao Cute realized they needed to make a plan to catch up to Han Xiu, or they would be left far behind. The battle between Han Xiu and the monster raged on intensely. Han Xiu's blocks were not only perfect, but also displayed power strong enough to counter the terrifying monster. Beams of light clashed repeatedly, reflecting Han Xiu's unwavering determination. The pace of the battle continuously accelerated, making the atmosphere oppressive and tense. The people around them were all nervously watching the fight. Some were surprised by Han Xiu's power. Some panicked at the dire situation, while others sneered, believing it was only natural. The monster prepared to launch its next attack, pouncing on Han Xiu like a cat on its prey. A sinister smile spread across its face, and evil glinted in its eyes, signaling an unmanageable skill was about to be unleashed. Han Xiu had to act fast, as the situation had become more perilous than ever. As the tension mounted, the scene shifted. Guild members quickly gathered, preparing for the next assault. Shouts echoed back and forth, urging everyone to change positions and be ready for anything. The atmosphere was busy and tense. But amidst the noisy crowd, Jimin stood quietly in a corner, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice spoke from behind Jimin, cold and meaningful. Han Qian stood beside Jimin, his tone gentle yet persuasive. He advised her that waiting here was futile, because every time he waited for someone, the outcome became hopeless. He unconsciously scratched his head, showing his helplessness and frustration with the situation. Jimin remained calm, deflecting by asking Han Qian who he was waiting for, as if she didn't want to admit what they both clearly knew. Han Qian simply smiled faintly, feeling there was no need to say more, because besides Kong Han Su, there was no one else worth waiting for. Their conversation continued, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Han Qian asked Jimin, "Are you also following the monarch's orders?" "Right, even so." Jimin tried to evade the question, not wanting to reveal more. But Han Qian, with patience and composure, continued to persuade her. "There's no need to be overly cautious, because it's just the two of us here." He also mentioned the current state of the alliance, saying it was wavering and everyone knew why. His voice grew more serious, as if to emphasize the importance of what he was about to say. Jimin, not wanting to show weakness, immediately retorted. She wondered why Han Qian would share this information with her, when it was all too obvious. But before Han Qian could explain further, he suddenly stopped, feeling a chill down his spine, and looked around. Jimin was surprised by his actions, asking him what was wrong. Han Qian replied that he just had a feeling. It seems someone is following them. But even after a careful look, he couldn't find anything suspicious. On this quiet street, from a nearby high-rise building, Gu Tei quietly observed everything. He looked down, pondering the current situation of the two people below. Kong Hansu has been monopolizing the demons for some time now. Hansu started monopolizing those demons. Yet the alliance hasn't received any reports about this, which made Gu Tei even more suspicious. Gu Tei turned to his confidant, his eyes filled with contemplation. The attendant already understood the situation, and immediately reported that they had been closely monitoring Kong Hansu's every move. However, apart from defending, hunting demons and occasionally exploring dungeons, Kong Hansu barely rested. This made defense easier. But it also raised another problem. Those who hadn't joined a guild continued to cause trouble, attacking members and creating potential dangers. Gu Tei's eyes were sharp. Listening to the report, his heart filled with disdain. He had anticipated this long ago. Kang Hanso's existence. A person who didn't belong to any guild. Allowed those troublemakers to appear freely. This was also easy to understand. Because even the Alliance had to listen to Kang Hansu. As Gu Tei was contemplating the situation, a group of people slowly walked towards his room. His room. He welcomed them with a calm smile and confident words, saying he had prepared everything. Just as they arrived, Gu Tei opened his arms. Welcome everyone to this important meeting. He emphasized that if their authority wavered, control would become unprecedentedly difficult. For future plans, they couldn't let this situation continue. The meeting was underway, and the discussion was tense. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a magnificent sight appeared. Kang Hansu stood in the center of the battlefield, having just defeated the terrifying monster. The sword in his hand gleamed in the morning light. The monster's purple blood flowed into puddles, forming a sight both horrifying and magnificent. Kang Hansu looked down at the sword in his hand, clearly feeling its power almost depleted. The sword's blade was now battered and broken, no longer retaining its original perfection. He threw the sword to the ground, realizing it was useless after this battle. Kang Hansu exhaled, sweat beading on his forehead. His hand gently lifted, the small snake slowly crawling out from his clothes. He smiled with satisfaction, because he had reached level 60. Thank goodness I finally got it. He muttered to himself, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He opened the crystal shop, which displayed various high-grade artifacts. Every item in the shop was specially designed for guilds, possessing powerful effects. Kang Hansu pondered the possibility of fierce competition. If these crystal items fell into the hands of other guilds, he knew that, to protect his and his teammates' interests, preventing this competition from the start was necessary. He scratched his head, carefully examining each artifact, meticulously considering how to protect and manage them. The small snake had now burrowed into his clothes, no longer bothering him. Kang Hansu continued to observe the shop, adding, "But there's also something very useful here." When the system notified that the exchange of 60 crystals was successful, and when the corresponding amount was deducted, Kang Hansu smiled proudly. "I can use most weapons, but it's best to use the one I'm used to." As he spoke, a chain slowly appeared in his hand. This was precisely the weapon he was skilled with. Dekrados Judgment. He felt a sense of familiarity and confidence. As he picked up this weapon, the feeling of battle became much easier. With a serious yet slightly confident expression, Kang Hansu prepared to test his new weapon. "You have to keep trying every day," he stressed. He spun the chain, getting ready for the next fight. On the ground, a gooey mass began to take shape. New monsters started to revive. Meanwhile, Han Xiu continuously rotated his wrist, ready to face the skeletons slowly coming back to life. The surrounding landscape began to shift from the clear light of dawn, from clear and bright to the blood-red hue of a battlefield. He sneered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and resolve. The defense battle was nearing its end. There were about 10 days left. Han Xiu knew he had to be fully prepared. Meanwhile, Guotai wore a cunning smile. He had completed all preparations for the upcoming battle. A red symbol was emblazoned on his arm, symbolizing thorough preparation and unwavering resolve. Those invited by Guotai were also ready to face the imminent battle. Fully equipped with complete tactics, everything was prepared for this decisive battle. Everything would be decided here. 10 days later. At this moment, Philly was smiling slyly. Her eyes sparkled, thinking of the interesting things about to unfold. This group of travelers will definitely make things more interesting. For those who survived the longest, they had prepared an event. It was simply the biggest twist of the year. Piercing screams erupted, startling everyone. Someone panicked and asked themselves, "What's happening?" "It's not time for the monsters to appear yet," people began to murmur. Panic spread. Monster corpses were scattered everywhere. They looked like swept-up refuse. Suddenly a skull stirred. Purple eyes with flat pupils emitted an unsettling glow. The surrounding people panicked, screams echoing endlessly. Unsure of what was happening, the corrosive fiends had already gathered within the fortress. The monsters' corpses were drawn into a mysterious portal, gradually gathering. Then, like some repulsive amalgamation, they began to form new shapes. A monster of ultimate power was being reborn. Everyone sensed something terrible was about to happen. As if a shared thought surfaced in their minds. It had begun. The resurrection process continued. A malevolent being was slowly returning, preparing for a battle no one anticipated. This spectacle was truly magnificent. For those who were witnessing it all, The evil woman appeared with long white hair, thick lips, and a pair of massive horns that extended more than half a head. The hidden quest of the central island. Was the Demon King's enslavement war? And I am the Demon King. Prepare for the coming great war. Her eyes widened. Her pupils were completely absent. Only a vivid red glow shone, making her face terrifying. A cunning smile revealed her jagged teeth. She grinned maliciously. Her laughter echoed all around. Her power was unique, causing the gooey corpses to float in the air. Massive black wings unfurled once more. A red barrier was erected, preventing any attempts to escape. The blue sky suddenly turned crimson. Philly said with an evil grin to the foolish players, if I were you, I wouldn't go near the fortress walls, because there's no escape that way anyway. You only have two choices. It smiled arrogantly, facing everyone's panic and worry. Then it explained the rules of the battle. Either stay here and resist the coming attack of the undead army, or use a crystal to escape. But remember, those previous undead are still out there. If you don't want to face them, then you can choose to face the Demon King, who was just summoned inside the fortress. This castle was already eerie. Now it was more dangerous than ever. Zhu Xian turned pale when he heard the name Demon King. The woman standing beside him, likely his wife, immediately questioned in a panic. You didn't mention the Demon King before. The fairy remained calm, as if it were a minor matter, and replied, I don't want to mention the Demon King, because you will likely all die. But now there's no other way. No traveler has ever survived this. The fairy continued to state the conditions. The crystal will activate 30 minutes after the zombie attack begins, and can only teleport 500 people. And it can only teleport 500 people. So half of you will be left behind. But if you can defeat the Demon King, everyone can leave. Although this event is very special, I will patiently await your reply. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They looked at each other with the same thought in their eyes. I will be the survivor. Sweat seeped out and their gazes seemed to penetrate each other's thoughts. The system began displaying a countdown. Kong Min said in horror and anger, damn it. I thought we only needed to survive for a month. Others also went crazy due to this sudden event. Guktae tried to calm everyone, clapping his hands to remind them. We only need to stay here for 30 minutes. Then use the crystal to escape. Just hold on. Everyone, Guild Alliance, please gather near the crystal. All those at the front. He clenched his fists, his face filled with determination, resolved not to let this situation break him. Kong Min, with uncontrollable rage, began to attack. Do you think we didn't see through you? You're just trying to find a way for your people to escape. His eyes full of resentment, he looked at Guktae, as if challenging him to face reality. Guktae looked back at him calmly, replying, isn't defending better than pointless movement? We need to find a way to save as many people as possible. Kong Min didn't back down, immediately retorting, this is truly the thought of a selfish person. No matter what happens to others, you just want to protect those who will obey you. Guktae sneered, but his eyes were still full of calculation. He continued, do you have another plan? Even those demons from the first day wiped out dozens of us with just one attack, one hit. How could we possibly defeat the Demon King? He said this while recalling Hansa's bloody battle just now. As if provoked, Guktae laughed wildly, provoking Kong Min and those around him. What about you? Do you want to survive and go to the next island? What then? Or will you rush in like moths to a flame? He couldn't retort, only silently bit his lip, powerlessly wiping his face with his cloak. Everything had completely changed. The atmosphere between them now became oppressive and tense. Zhu Haiyan thought to herself. A selfish thought began to sprout. We should ally with the Mist Guild. Perhaps that's the only way to safely leave here. Someone stepped forward, walking towards the family heads, and bluntly declared that the only way for everyone to escape was to hunt the Demon King. Zhu Haiyan looked up, surprised to find that it was Hansu. He continued to elaborate that if they focused on hunting the Demon King, then all survivors would have a chance to escape this place. Zhu Haiyan thought irritably to herself. Why does this guy always like to interfere in other people's business? Mind your own business first. Guktae looked at Hansu, feeling annoyed, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, but still not forgetting to be sarcastic. Are you confident you can survive this? Or are you just playing the protagonist of your own action movie? Hansa shrugged indifferently, sighing, who knows? But if we just sit here waiting for the crystal, then certainly more than 500 people will die. If you don't think that number is spectacular enough, there might be even more. The crowd Goktae had invited also began to express agreement. Thinking, they still couldn't believe it. Those gangs had no reason to follow them. Even if hunting the Demon King was just a picnic. They turned to Hanju, deciding forget it. Fighting the Demon King might even be less trouble. Better than listening to all those tedious plans. Let's just follow Hanju. Shu Xian cursed under his breath. He knew the situation was out of control. He thought, even if I have to grab a stick and fight, I must stop him immediately. But I need to find a way to break their morale first. Otherwise, before I even make a move, they'll swarm me like a disturbed hornet's nest. Shu Xian activated the power in his wings. His palms began to sweat profusely as if he'd just bathed. He looked at Hanju and his high-spirited allies. Shu Xian couldn't help but think about saving his own life again. Sooner or later he'll become a demon too. Just as Zhu Xian was calculating, Hanju suddenly turned around. He looked at him with eyes as sharp as knives, making him instinctively flinch. Hanju's lips curled into a slight smile and he chuckled softly. Hey, stop thinking about internal strife. I know what you're planning. But now's not the time. Save your strength for fighting monsters. He was startled. Quickly dodging the chain, Hanju menacingly swung at him. The chain slammed into the ground, making a violent impact sound. Hanju retracted the chain, his eyes full of authority. Then coldly warned, you can't afford the consequences. Shu Xian was so scared he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Guotai looked at him with murderous intent, clearly not intending to let him off easily. Guotai secretly calculated in his mind. For now it's best to cooperate as much as possible and wait for the right moment. We had already anticipated this situation. Shu Xian looked back at him, clearly sensing something was off. At the same time, another thought popped into Guotai's head. Agree to his plan for now. But there's still a chance to turn things around. Han Tian and Jiang Min already disliked each other. But now they were forced to team up, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hanju looked around, noticing the discord within the group. He said to his allies, it seems everyone has decided. But wait, we need to settle this first. Hanju sneered, slowly walked towards the crystal, then swung violently. He tightly gripped the crystal shard in his hand, with no trace of hesitation in his eyes. The pressure of his grip caused cracks to appear on the crystal, and the fissures rapidly spread. To everyone's shock, no one had time to stop him in just a moment. The crystal shattered into countless small pieces, scattering across the ground. Guotai and Zhu Xian were both flustered, unable to believe their eyes. Screams erupted. What in the world are you doing? But Hanju merely smiled faintly, his eyes filled with satisfaction at his decision. He slowly replied, his voice calm yet sharp. Because we're entering the fortress. We don't need that thing anymore. Leaving an escape route only makes people weaker. Hanju's words were like a powerful stimulant, invigorating everyone's spirits. Everyone exclaimed in unison, he's right. We must look forward. Follow Hanju and together we'll defeat the Demon King. Their shouts echoed through the sky, his allies' morale soaring, ready to face the battle. But Hanju suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. He told them in a voice full of determination, don't follow me. Then he slowly retracted his chain, as if preparing for a major battle. The air around them seemed to solidify, and time itself seemed to stand still. Only tension and burning resolve remained. The battle had truly begun. The heavy city gates slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the ancient and mysterious fortress. The interior was dark and eerie, completely different from the sight Hanju and the others had witnessed from the outside. It was nothing like what they had observed from the exterior. They quietly walked inside, but they couldn't hide their inner tension. Han Tian looked around. His eyes were filled with surprise, as he realized this was no longer the fortress they had seen before. Inside the fortress, the candlelight slowly turned a sinister purple. The space became grotesque and menacing. The group continued forward, their steps slowed by tension. Deeper into the castle, darkness seemed to swallow everything around them. Flickering lights appeared in the distance, glowing in the pitch-black space, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The corridor was deep and long, seemingly without end. Footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, every subtle sound amplified, increasing the tension in everyone's hearts. Suddenly the team stopped, as they realized the surrounding space had become even more eerie and terrifying. The darkness seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavier. Ahead was pitch black, accompanied by a faint purple glow, flickering from the distance. Not long after, a cold laugh echoed from afar, breaking the tense silence. That voice was unlike anyone's laughter in the team. but carried a chilling sense of dread. The demon queen appeared, her figure strikingly visible in the darkness. Her eyes gleamed and her wicked smile seemed to mock them. "Long time no see," she spoke, her voice reverberating through the space, as if tearing through the silence. "You've come all this way to play with me? Then I won't let you leave so easily." No sooner had she spoken than the door behind them slammed shut, with a thunderous crash that shook the entire space. A wave of panic spread through the team, as they realized they were trapped inside the fortress. The situation grew even more dire and a system prompt appeared. "The fortress has been sealed." Before they could react, the floor beneath their feet began to shake violently. Cracking sounds came from all directions. The floor split open, collapsing in large chunks beneath their feet. The entire team screamed in terror, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. The cracks gradually widened, revealing dark empty voids below. From those cracks, disgusting arms slowly extended, as if bearing some kind of curse. Those arms were enveloped in blazing purple flames, as if they were resurrecting from hell. Soon after, repulsive creatures emerged from underground. Goblins with sharp fangs appeared. They opened their mouths wide, emitting bone-chilling sounds that shook the entire space. A young man in the team screamed in terror, crying for help as a monster was about to pounce on him. But at this critical moment, Hanshio swiftly used his chains, tightly binding the monster, preventing it from attacking further. Hanshio spoke to his team, his voice calm and authoritative. "Don't panic. These monsters are no different from the enemies we've fought before. We've fought in places like this before." Han's team gradually regained their composure after his words. They regrouped, ready to face the coming battle. Hanshio glanced at the young man he had just saved, his eyes filled with resolve and calm. He commanded, "Stay calm and keep fighting. We will definitely get through this." Hanshio turned his gaze to the cracking floor, carefully observing the subtle movements on the ruins. The ruins. In his mind, the real problem was that door. To face the demon queen, they had to get through that door. Suddenly the ground began to tremble even more violently. A pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the ruins. Everyone immediately panicked and began to retreat to avoid the danger. From the flames, a knight wielding a long sword appeared, enveloped in dazzling purple light, as if it had been born from the fires of hell. The knight's eyes glowed red, filled with hatred and death. Hansu immediately recognized it. It was the gatekeeper demon, a powerful enemy they had to face. Screams erupted one after another. As people tried to get away, demons were steadily emerging from underground. They appeared in droves surrounding Hansu's team. The demons lined up in 5 rows, their scarlet eyes fixed on them, as if to devour everyone. One of the demons roared. Its voice echoed through the sky, full of power. It swung its long sword, carving a long trajectory, powerful enough to clear everything in its path. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire team's vision. After reassessing the situation, Hansu quickly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. He clearly assigned tasks. "We have 2 enemies. Those responsible for support, please fall back. Those skilled in ranged attacks, push forward. Those with less ability, handle the surroundings." Rongwa stood by, speaking uneasily. "Wait, just charging in like this could put us in danger." But Hansu didn't let him continue. He immediately interrupted. "To the left. I'll attack first." Without waiting another second, Hansu charged directly into the horde of monsters, leaving Rongwa behind, who couldn't help but panic. During the battle, Hansu observed and analyzed. Gatekeeper demon. This seems to be an imitation of the abyssal gatekeeper. Though weaker, its movements are very similar. With this insight, Hansu was able to predict its next attack. He skillfully wielded his weapon, rushing towards the monster like the wind. His long chain approached the monster with astonishing speed. But just as he thought the chain would pierce its head, the monster timely knocked his weapon away. Hansu didn't waver in the slightest. He quickly thought to himself, "More importantly, I can use Dekardos power. These 10-meter-long chains." The chain tightly wrapped around the sword in the monster's hand, preventing it from moving freely. Hansu easily controlled its movements, completely suppressing the enemy's power. The chain quickly tightened, forcing the monster to the ground. Now the demon was firmly bound and unable to move, completely under Hansu's control. A confident smile played on his lips. He was pleased with his plan. The binding and suppression of the opponent's movements were successful. This chain not only drained the monster's magic, but also cast a curse, weakening their abilities. Although it also drained Hansu's own magic, he was still able to control the situation. The rope wrapped around his hand was the most powerful weapon against this demon. He looked at his teammates. Hansu said, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" His power shocked the entire team. They stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes, utterly astonished by Hansu's abilities. It took them a moment to snap out of it. Rongwa quickly urged everyone. "Of course not. Prepare to attack. Remember, you are bringing honor to the guild. Bring honor to the guild." Hearing Rongwo's call, everyone responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Another member also shouted loudly. Those with low resistance support from the back. "Everyone charge." Jimin's voice rang out, "I'll lead the charge." The entire team charged forward with all their might, shouting loudly. Attack weapons and magic erupted in the space, completely obscuring the demon's massive body. Wave after wave of fierce attacks poured down. Flashes of magic and fire burst forth everywhere. The demon took a step back. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the sword in its hand, preparing to use its power to break free from the binds. Hansu noticed this and immediately deduced that flame. They're trying to summon hellfire. Sure enough, a beam of light struck the ground. The ground cracked open and the crowd screamed in terror. The demon began to struggle. It tried to break free from the chains binding it. Its terrifying power broke through Hansu's control. At that moment it let out a fierce roar. Hansu was pushed back but didn't flinch. He signaled for everyone to continue the attack. Although the chains were still wrapped around the demon's chest, Hansu knew that once he was hit, it would become extremely difficult to resist. But he was still determined not to give up. He stared at the demon with intense focus. He aimed for the monster's chest, which was the weakness he had discovered during their engagement. With a powerful leap, Hansu charged straight for the monster's chest. A fatal stab pierced its body. But the hellfire still blazed fiercely as if completely unharmed. Jimin cried out in horror that hellfire, it's nullifying all attacks. However, Hansu ignored the warning. He continued to stab at the demon's chest, letting the flames burn fiercely, scorching his skin intensely. The searing pain permeated every cell. But Hansu still endured it. "I must remove the firestone," he thought, struggling, reaching out to touch the spot where the hellfire was summoned. In an instant, at a decisive moment, Hansu pulled with all his might, tearing the object from the demon's body. His hand was scorched by the flames, but he didn't care. With a tight grip, Hansu crushed it, reducing it to nothing. The crowd watching below couldn't help but feel confused. They whispered among themselves. "What just happened? The flames on the demon are gone." Hansu retracted the chains and ordered the attack to continue. He turned to look at them, his eyes revealing power and coldness, as if saying, "Don't worry about this thing anymore. Keep attacking, it can't use fire anymore." Suddenly someone in the group shouted, "Calm, Hansu. Look out." He heard it and immediately glanced over. In that very instant, Hansu perfectly dodged an attack from another demon. It was the demon that those not belonging to the guild were fighting. Jungkook shouted, looking at those who had just fallen. "Look!" The people in the group began to panic upon seeing people fall. They cried out to each other for help. "Save us." At the monster's feet were the defeated bodies. It stood there arrogantly looking down with disdain. The crowd discussed in fear. "Shouldn't Kong Hansu go deal with that demon too? What should we do?" They were both scared and panicked, and just then, Gukti stood observing from a distance, merely smiling. He murmured, "They're starting to waver. Things just got easier." Gukti slowly walked step by step towards Hansu. He had a clear mocking smile on his face. He stopped in front of Hansu, his eyes full of provocation, and began to shift all the blame onto Hansu. He scornfully taunted, "Kong Hansu, you've pushed everyone towards death. And you're pretending as if you know nothing." Without hesitation, he pointed directly at Hansu's face, blaming Hansu for everything they were facing. "This is all your fault. You're the one who got us into this situation. So take responsibility." Just then, Han Cheon, despite being busy fighting the monster, still couldn't remain silent about Gukti's accusations. He shouted while fending off the monster, "Shut up, come help." He forcefully pushed the monster away with one hand, then delivered a painful kick, forcing it back. Han Cheon kept speaking up, reminding everyone that it was Gukti who was standing by doing nothing, not helping but only spouting nonsense. Gukti was not shaken by the accusations in the slightest. Instead, he looked at Han Cheon with provocative eyes, declaring that he was not weak. "Do you think I don't fight because I'm a coward? Let me show you how I'm different from those who are all talk and no action. From someone like you who only knows how to shout. How about it, Gukti?" Gukti flung his coat behind him, then loudly called for his special forces to advance. His subordinates immediately charged forward, attacking the monster before them. Blades slashed fiercely at its legs, while arrows shot straight into its chest. Finally, the monster collapsed in agony. One person in the team couldn't help but exclaim that was amazing. Han Su observed quietly, then gestured for everyone to join the fight. He gently rested the chain on his shoulder, walking forward to confront the demon. The demon was preparing to swing its sword down. As its blade slammed into the ground, dirt and debris scattered everywhere. But Han Su quickly dodged and leaped into the air. Fury flickered in the monster's eyes. But Han Su remained calm and composed. He spun in the air, whipping out his chain. A flash of blade, precisely cutting from the monster's shoulder all the way to its waist. After completing his attack, Han Su landed steadily without a single tremor. Zhu Hyun stood observing from a distance, too astonished to speak. He couldn't believe that the monster they needed over a dozen people to defeat was now taken down by Han Su alone. What did he do? Zhu Hyun muttered to himself in shock. Although everyone continued to follow Han Su's instructions, he remained calm without a hint of panic. Even though Gukti was trying hard to show off his and his special forces power, it didn't distract Han Su. He swung his chain again, tightly coiling around the monster, and pulled it to the ground. The entire team immediately rushed forward to attack, causing the monster to roar in pain. Seeing an opportunity, Han Su coldly stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow, ending the monster's life, severing its head. Its head rolled onto the ground, and the chain slowly fell with it. The surrounding air became deathly silent. Han Su stood there, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if he were the master of this battlefield. Although Gukti had witnessed his power, he was still resentful. But he was powerless. Anger and fear were clearly visible in his eyes, but his feet could only stand weakly in place. Everyone began to gather around the monster's corpse. Zhu Hyun held a gem in his hand, raising it and suggesting that they use it to exchange for items in the shop. He said somewhat awkwardly that their special forces were established with the help of various guilds, and that investing in this unit was very important. Gukti then sneered in response, saying that this gem would be prioritized by the guild. Smoke because the special forces belonged to the alliance. Hearing these words, Jeonguk was surprised, wondering when the alliance had started to establish such a special forces unit. Saya immediately replied that it was the result of a conspiracy carried out in secret. She looked thoughtfully at Han Su and pondered how the alliance had managed to control their lord. However, Han Su didn't seem to care about anything happening around him. He simply walked forward, silently opened the shop, and continued with his work, as if none of it concerned him. Saya and Jeonguk approached Han Su, worried that the alliance might be secretly working against him. However, Han Su merely smiled and reassured them, saying that he already knew everything, and there was nothing to worry about. Saya still asked doubtfully, "What do you know?" Han Su replied in a calm tone, "Unless they have some real plan, just let them do what they want." After saying that, he continued with his work, ignoring the surrounding worries. Beside him, the little snake still obediently followed closely, like a companion, silently accompanying him. Han Su knew he was already prepared, and nothing seemed to surprise him. Meanwhile, Han Qian and Jimin also approached. They were discussing how the alliance members had already gone to the front lines. Han Qian seemed quite optimistic, believing that things would get easier once they stopped staying in one place. However, Jimin remained annoyed, doubting if the alliance's unity truly existed. Jungkook emphasized that to get out of here, they must first work together to defeat the Demon King. The entire team agreed that the current task was a challenging puzzle, but no one could give up now. In that tense atmosphere, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. A girl approached Han Su's team, introducing herself as Seo Ji-hyun. She walked over confidently, reassuring everyone that the only way to leave here was to eliminate the Demon King. However, when she placed her hand on Han Su's chest, many in the team felt surprised and uncomfortable. Jimin couldn't hide her jealousy, while Sia and Han Qian could only watch helplessly. With his cold demeanor, Han Su, true to his CEO nature, immediately shook off Seo Ji-hyun's hand. He was unfazed by the sudden intimate gesture, and continued to signal for everyone to move. Ignoring Han Qian's complaints, he quickly led the entire team forward. As the team ventured further, they were suddenly blocked by a massive barrier. Just as they were discussing how to overcome this obstacle, laughter echoed throughout the space. Philly appeared with a scornful and mocking smile. It declared that they didn't need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island. They just needed to hold on for another 30 minutes. This news shocked the entire team. But Philly didn't stop there. It went on to explain that if they could hold out, the crystal on the throne would activate, opening a portal to any island they desired. Or they could use the crystal to buy their way out. But that wasn't the official route. Hansu stood there silently deep in thought. He realized that Phyllis' game hadn't changed. It was just another trap to test them. After a cunning farewell, Philly vanished, leaving the entire team standing there ready to face the upcoming battle. On the Demon King's throne, its figure appeared in the dark space. The Demon King silently issued a command, and the surrounding corpses began to reanimate. Dried bone fragments gathered into strange forms, and from the darkness, dark souls were reborn, rushing straight to the battlefield. The Demon King sat leisurely on its throne, legs crossed, an arrogant smile never leaving its lips. Beside it were the minions it had created with dark magic. Hansu stood not far away, watching it intently, pondering the Demon King's power. This was just a low-level version, not even half as powerful as the original. In the abyss he had already come to know it well. While Hansu was still analyzing his soul, a skeleton suddenly charged at him, its mouth wide open ready to devour him instantly. At that very moment a system shop notification popped up, prompting him that he could use crystals to purchase an artifact. His hands began to gather energy, and a blue light gradually formed a new weapon, a chain scythe named Declados Judgment. Without hesitation, Hansu swung the chain scythe towards the demon. A whooshing sound rang out as the chain flew rapidly through the air, piercing directly into the soul's head. The withered skeleton was struck, and the soul shrieked in pain. Meanwhile, Hansu was fully prepared for the upcoming confrontation. He decided to use Declados' two unique skills, separation and redemption. The blade in his hand was empowered, enveloped in a dazzling blue light. Hansu summoned a series of small sharp blades. This time he was playing for real. The blades whizzed out, pointing directly to where the Demon King was. Yet she showed no fear whatsoever. The Demon King's retainers quickly stepped forward, blocking Hansu's attack. She smiled sinisterly, raising her hands to her face, infusing her hands with magic, then launching an incredibly fierce attack at Hansu. The magic swiftly surged towards him, carrying terrifying destructive power. How pathetic! The Demon King burst into laughter. But Hansu didn't let himself be overwhelmed. He quickly swung out his chains, blocking the Demon King's attack. A series of collisions, emitting piercing sounds. However, the Demon King didn't stop. She continuously pressed on, overwhelming Hansu with her immense magical power, forcing him to continuously defend. The battle grew increasingly intense. When the Demon King gave the order, summoning another monster, this massive beast charged directly at Hansu, obeying its master's command. Tear them to shreds for me. Despite being in a difficult situation, Hansu still stood firm. He commanded his teammates ill-handle the Demon King. You all deal with those summoned monsters. Han Qian turned around worriedly, shouting, but there are too many of them. He yelled at Gute, fight now. However, Gute and his subordinates merely stood indifferently, responding in a cold tone. Step back, don't get involved. This answer angered Ji Min and she loudly rebuked. I knew those scoundrels would do this. Hansu merely sneered, seeing through Gute's intentions. He told Ji Min, you hold off the Demon King for a bit. Ji Min replied in a panic, what? Without you how can we possibly stop the Demon King? We can't do it without you. The Ghost King overheard the conversation. Her eyes widened, and she laughed excitedly. She continued to summon another monster. Then from the ground, a massive hand emerged, charging directly at Hansu. Faced with this sight, he could only stand in shock. Yongguk stood nearby, exerting all his strength, creating a sturdy shield to protect Hansu. He was drenched in sweat after enduring the immense force of that attack. Then he said weakly, we can't hold out much longer. Come back. Hansu quickly turned around. His cold gaze followed those who were fleeing. Those people were in a panic, constantly telling each other there were too many monsters around. In the midst of the chaos, one of them spoke up, suggesting they should help their teammates by buying time. However, just then, that person was stabbed directly in the mouth with a knife, falling to the ground dead on the spot. Zhu Hian screamed in horror, what's happening? Gute with a cunning smile ordered his subordinates. It's time to clean them up. He acted without hesitation, eliminating anyone who stood in the way. Gute's soldiers swarmed forward, attacking those who were once their allies. Ju Hyun stood in the center of the chaotic battlefield shouting, "Do you think we'll just stand here and take it?" Fight back, but his soldiers were completely suppressed. They fell one by one. Unable to resist Gu Tae's brutality, Ju Hyun realized the situation was dire. Trying to negotiate with Gu Tae, "The battle isn't over yet. If this continues, we'll all die. You and your gang won't make it out alive either." But Gu Tae didn't care. He sneered in response, "It doesn't matter. They've already chosen to die for the king." Gu Tae's words made Ju Hyun break out in a cold sweat. In a panic, he thought to himself, "Who is this king he's talking about?" Just then someone rushed forward to attack Ju Hyun, holding a sharp knife, shouting, "You should disappear." Ju Hyun could only stand frozen, watching the blade rush straight towards him. But before the blade could touch Ju Hyun, it was struck away by a powerful force. Hansu appeared just in time, saving Ju Hyun's life. He picked up the blade and said coldly, "You've finally shown your true colors. Your dirty tricks are as predictable as ever." Gukti, enraged by Hansu's interference, roared, "You were supposed to be fighting the Demon King. Why are you here?" His eyes were filled with resentment when he saw Hansu interfere with his plans. But Hansu remained calm. He realized Gukti was merely a pawn in this larger game. He was willing to sacrifice himself to stop him. But Hansu knew he wouldn't be swayed by such petty tricks. He replied, "You're mistaken. I'm not here to hinder you, but to offer a suggestion." Gukti grew suspicious, but before he could react, Hansu had already turned and returned to the battlefield. Meanwhile, his teammates were still struggling against the Demon King. Han Cheon was desperately holding his ground in a critical moment. But he knew time was running out. At this decisive moment, Hansu charged into the fray, tightly wrapping his chains around the beast, tearing it to shreds. Saya saw Hansu return and asked, puzzled, "Where did you go?" Hansu simply patted her shoulder and replied concisely, "I was preparing for the next step." Saya asked in alarm, "The next step, what else is there?" But Hansu didn't answer. He had already seen in the distance Han Cheon struggling to help Jungkook up, while Jimin was knocked flying and lay on the ground. "Jimin!" Han Cheon cried out, looking worriedly at his teammate Jimin. Jimin, who had just been knocked back by the Demon King's attack, struggled to stand up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Demon King watched the scene and laughed mockingly. "This is starting to get boring." She raised her arm, and from the ground, another massive arm emerged, ready to smash directly down where they stood. But Hansu wouldn't let that happen. He hurled his chains at the Demon King. The chains spiraled, skillfully bypassing her massive arm, then tightly wrapped around her body. The Demon King shrieked in pain, her eyes filled with fury. "How dare you!" But Hansu didn't stop. He raised his hand, stopping his teammates from advancing. Han Cheon asked in surprise, "Why are you holding us back?" But before they could understand what was happening, purple flames erupted from the Demon King and surged fiercely towards Hansu. Hansu took the full brunt of the attack, his body sent flying. A loud crash echoed, and smoke and dust billowed, engulfing the entire battlefield. His teammates desperately called out his name. Kong Hansu. A terrifying explosion rang out, shaking the entire battlefield. Everyone in a panic collectively shouted Hansu's name. At this moment, the smoke and dust obscured everyone's vision. "Is he dead?" someone asked in despair. Trying to peer through the thick smoke, they anxiously found they couldn't see his figure. In this situation, everyone began to feel fear. Having lost the hero who led them, Saya, she remained calm, looked around and reassured them. There's no way he could be defeated so easily. But even she couldn't help but feel worried deep down. Hansu was the pillar of the entire team. If he failed, everyone would face a tragic end. No sooner had Saya finished speaking, Jimin, with a face full of scars and exhaustion, stood up from the rubble. He looked up and pointed over there. Everyone quickly looked in the direction Jimin pointed. They could hardly believe their eyes. Hansu was alive, hovering in the air, preparing for his next attack. Seeing him alive and continuing to fight, everyone couldn't help but feel surprised and admire Hansu's resilience. He continued to unleash his skill. The reinforced blade from his hand flew even faster, rushing like a gale directly towards the target below. The sharp blade firmly embedded itself into the chains, and with a powerful tug it pinned the Demon King to the ground. The Demon King's resistance now seemed utterly hopeless. As Han Shio's power became overwhelming, he delivered the final blow. One of the Demon King's wings fell off. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the entire battlefield crimson. The people around cheered wildly. The attack worked. They believed victory was within reach. but instead of falling, the Demon King let out a cruel laugh. And their excitement quickly turned to worry. "Ha ha ha, how amusing," she said with a mocking tone. At the same time, she once again summoned her demonic power. A new arm slowly grew from where the wing had been severed. It looked incredibly bizarre. Han Xiu thought to himself, "She's going to drain the magic and then use that power against me. I can't let this battle drag on any longer." He knew clearly that if they couldn't end it quickly, they would have no chance. Han Xiu was determined not to let the enemy recover. Gripping his ancient blade ready to deliver a fatal blow, he realized the Demon King was gathering strength for a counterattack. Her wings began to transform into massive hands, coming together and emitting a dazzling purple light. Han Xiu couldn't let that happen. He pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, dodging the incoming beam of light. He knew this was the decisive moment. Meanwhile, the Demon King continuously enlarged her wings, making them even more massive and powerful. She prepared to strike directly at Han Xiu, but he cleverly shouted, "Han Shan, quickly give me the greatsword." Han Shan immediately threw the sword to Han Xiu. In that brief moment he caught it, remaining calm to handle the situation. The Demon King's massive wings slammed violently onto the ground, creating deep fissures. Shuo, Jimin and Han Shan were dumbfounded by the sight, worried about Han Xiu's fate. The space fell silent, with only dust rising from the ruins. But just when everyone thought it was all over, Han Xiu's figure still emerged from the dust. He was still there, not vanquished. Han Xiu swung his sword fiercely, severing the Demon King's massive wings. The Demon King couldn't believe her eyes, her gaze filled with terror. "How is this possible?" she shrieked. Fury contorted her face. But Han Xiu gave her no chance to retaliate. He charged forward with astonishing speed, closing in on the Demon King. His brow furrowed and brought his sword down. The Demon King tried to breathe fire to stop him, but Han Xiu didn't hesitate for a moment. He rushed forward and placed his sword at her throat. Blood gushed out and she groaned in pain, unable to believe she had been defeated. The people around began to murmur, "Is it over?" They looked at each other in surprise, watching the Demon King's massive wings slowly dissipate. But this silence didn't last long. The crystal ball remained unchanged, with no sign that victory had truly been confirmed. "Why isn't the crystal ball moving?" Panicked voices rose, and fear began to spread through their hearts. Han Xiu, despite having defeated the Demon King, still maintained a serious expression. "It's not over yet," he said in a cold and tense tone. It seemed he had already noticed something amiss. He clutched his waist, clearly having sustained a serious injury in the battle. But before anyone could react, the Demon King's insane laughter rang out again. Her eyes widened, turning blood red. "I won't be defeated this easily," she screamed in dark power. Erupted again, sending Han Xiu flying. Han Xiu slammed hard into the wall behind him, groaning in pain from the violent impact. The Demon King decided to unleash her true full power. Holding nothing back. "I will unleash my full power," she shrieked. Her excited laughter echoed throughout the space. Just then a spear suddenly flew in, piercing the Demon King's arm. This blow caused the arm she was about to use for an attack. They were repelled and everyone was astonished when they saw who threw the spear. It was Sia. She saved Han Su just in time, dodging the Demon King's fatal blow. The Demon King glanced at Sia with disdain. "A bunch of ants." Her voice was full of contempt. She immediately summoned another monster, which charged straight at Sia with astonishing speed. But Jimin had already rushed forward to protect his teammate. He unleashed a powerful strike, severing the monster's soul. Sia sighed in relief and praised, "Well done, Jimin. But we can only buy a little more time. Retreat immediately." The Demon King didn't give up easily. She raised her hand, gathering dark power, preparing to unleash a final blow, aimed at annihilating everyone. "If you dare to run, just try it. It'll make all of you disappear." She smiled cunningly, her eyes filled with madness. She prepared to unleash a devastating blow on Han Su. Han Su was struggling to get up from the heavy fall. Only a few seconds remained to react. A surge of dark energy shot straight at him, hitting his location. Everything around exploded, debris and dust filling the air, obscuring everyone's vision. The powerful shockwave from the explosion swept everyone away and threw them flying. Were caught in the explosion's shockwave. Hanchiul cried out in panic, trying to find Han Su amidst the thick smoke and dust. Yang Wook anxiously called out Han Su's name. "Kong Han Su, are you still alive?" From the pervasive smoke, a green light suddenly flashed, shooting straight forward. It was Han Su's blade. The good news was he was alive and he hadn't given up. The blade flew straight piercing the Demon King's chest. Blood continuously gushed from the wound. Although severely wounded, the Demon King still managed to force out a mad smile. "I can't believe you're still alive after taking that hit," she said with a hint of amusement as if praising Hansu's resilience. But his face covered in blood, responded indifferently. "I can finally rest." The Demon King's laughter gradually faded. She gripped the blade tightly, trying to pull it out of her body. But despite her exhaustion, she still roared, "I can't believe such a weak attack could put us in this damned bind." But she also knew clearly that time was running out. The people around were shocked by everything happening before their eyes. "The Demon King is still standing despite being severely wounded. Look!" Someone shouted. "The monster is dead. Look at the crystal." In an instant, worry surged through them as they saw the crystal shining with brilliant light atop the throne. A system notification appeared, announcing that the victory conditions had been met. Finally, cheered a member of the team. "The crystal is glowing. We did it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, joy evident on their faces. Kang Han-su defeated the Demon King. Cheers of celebration echoed all around. The survivors were ecstatic, having overcome the terrible challenge. "We did it," they happily said to each other, proud to be able to proceed to the next island after defeating their most formidable enemy. But just as everyone began to celebrate, the Demon King's body began to tremble violently. Red flames erupted from within her, engulfing her body. The excitement in everyone's eyes quickly turned to fear. "What's happening?" someone shouted, trying to comprehend what was unfolding before them. Hansu also couldn't hide his shock. He froze, staring intently at the Demon King's burning body. "Impossible," he muttered. "Her two hearts should have been destroyed." Hansu's eyes widened. You realized something terrible. Although the Demon Lord had been defeated, she had returned once more. As if she couldn't be destroyed, she revealed a sinister smile. Her low, hoarse voice rang out. "I finally feel a thrill. This can't end so easily." The Demon Lord's face became more repulsive than ever. She roared with excitement. She anticipated her next massacre. Her eyes were filled with a desire for destruction. "I swear, before I am utterly annihilated, I will burn everything to ashes. Even if it costs me everything, I will bury all of you here." Blazing flames engulfed the Demon Lord's entire body, signaling her power was reaching its peak. She had nothing left to lose, and was determined to turn everything to ash before she vanished herself. Hansu sensed the danger, preparing for her final assault. However, just as the Demon Lord was about to unleash a devastating blow, an unexpected voice rang out, breaking the oppressive atmosphere on the battlefield. "Enough!" The cold voice belonged to Philly. She pointed at the Demon Lord, her face showing no wavering in the face of such brutality. "I can't believe you dared to use your true power in the novice zone." Philly's tone was sharp, as if scolding. "You have violated the rules, and this will be punished." Without further delay, Philly summoned a gigantic arm from the air. The arm appeared as a massive entity, seizing the Demon Lord's body and clamping it tightly. The Demon Lord was terrified, as she realized she was restrained by a power beyond her imagination. Philly mercilessly commanded her creation to erase her. The gigantic arm tightened its grip, rendering the Demon Lord unable to resist. Although she screamed trying to break free, Philly's power was simply too immense. The Demon Lord, once their nightmare, was now merely a helpless prey in the hands of the true ruler. Philly pointed directly at the Demon Lord, her eyes filled with contempt. A cold voice rang out. "Who allowed you to be so arrogant?" Without waiting for the Demon Lord to react, Philly continued to command her subordinate to retrieve her. A brief yet powerful command. Philly didn't need to say anything more. Hansu stood below, hands in his pockets, looking up. For him there was nothing left to be surprised by. As drama continuously unfolded before his eyes, Hansu merely sighed inwardly. Another show. Although suppressed, the Demon Lord still refused to give up easily. She shrieked, her voice echoing throughout the space. "You brought me here, and now you won't let me use my power. I want to kill these scum." In the Demon Lord's voice, filled with rage and despair, as if unable to accept the fact of being imprisoned yet unable to resist. Philly no longer smiled. Her face hardened, her eyes as cold as stone. "This is why I despise your kind of mongrel." These words seemed to be the Demon Lord's end. After Philly's warning, the Demon Lord had no choice but to accept her fate of being retrieved. Philly's subordinate immediately acted, showing no mercy. The people around witnessed this horrifying scene. They remained silent, merely watching as Philly coldly crushed the demon lord's body. Blood and gore splattered, creating a gruesome sight that no one dared to look directly at. Even the bravest warriors had to turn their faces away to avoid unnecessary trauma. Philly then turned around, as if nothing had happened. She chuckled, her tone cheerful, as if she had just finished a performance. Apologies everyone, things got a bit messy. But don't worry. It's all sorted now, it's time for rewards. Philly flew over, a brilliant smile returning to her face. Congratulations to Hansu's team. Congratulations on defeating the Demon King. But unfortunately there's only one reward. So I will bestow it upon the one who contributed the most. Hansu, as always, didn't show much interest in the reward. His face still held that indifferent expression. Another thing to think about, he thought as he took the gem from the fairy's hand. The gem shimmered in Hansu's hand. Its light reflected in his eyes. A powerful item. But it certainly won't be easy to use. The system quickly provided information about the gem. Upon use, all attributes will be fixed at 9,999 for 1 day. But afterward all attributes will drop to 001. Hansu chuckled, that's certainly not an easy trade. The fairy shrugged, smiling, farewell. See you on the next island. It then vanished. Hansu looked down at the gem in his hand. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes. I still have many things to sort out, he muttered to himself, reminding himself this was just a small step on a long journey. Nearby, Han Xian stood beside Hansu. His voice was filled with disappointment. A whole group of us defeated the monster, and there's only one reward. He looked at Hansu, unable to hide his dissatisfaction. It seemed all their efforts, theirs, ultimately amounted to just one reward. Zheng Guo, standing nearby, quickly interjected. Don't worry, everyone knows you killed those monsters. He tried to lighten the mood, but clearly no one felt at ease. The fatigue from the battle had already begun to show on everyone's faces. Xia meanwhile stood silently in a corner filled with worry. The Smoke Guild won't let this go, she thought, feeling uneasy as she thought of the traitors during the battle. I must contact the guild members immediately. Jimin, always ready for a fight, proposed without hesitation. Why don't we just take care of them directly? Her voice was full of confidence, as if this matter was just a trifle, something they needed to complete. But Hansu simply waved his hand, dismissing Jimin's idea. It's over now. He didn't want to get involved in any more drama. Need to focus on the main objective. This was his only thought at the moment. Everyone's gaze turned to the empty space where the monarchs once stood. Whispers rose all around, mixed with surprise and fear. They vanished, and their tattoos too. Vanished, which means they're dead. It's finally over. Xia froze, trembling all over. Impossible. Her voice warped with fear. The Smoke Guild betrayed us. They used special forces to kidnap the monarchs. Hansu stood by. A cold smirk played on his lips. In the eerie forest, a mysterious dark figure moved like a whirlwind, covered from head to toe. He appeared and disappeared. His sword was stained with blood. Guo Tai's team had been completely wiped out. Not a single survivor. It seems the cleanup is complete. A few minutes earlier, Guo Tai's team was surrounding a massive tower. They believed it held immense power. Guo Tai sneered, believing victory was in his grasp. Good, my mission is just to create chaos and kill all the monarchs. Easy as pie. Guo Tai was confident everything was under his control. But fate had a different ending in store for him, one he never anticipated. When Guo Tai ordered his subordinates to bind the monarchs, now he could grant his guild immense power. He recalled what Hansu had given him. Those crystals, shimmering like cheap trinkets for a traitor. Hansu, that fool. He sneered. We made a deal with him, just to get away for now. Get in touch with them right away, Gukert commanded his men. We seem to be in a different place, not where we were supposed to wait. Suddenly, one of his men yelled, warning that someone was over there. A sharp dagger whistled through the air, piercing directly into one of the members. A shrill scream pierced the silence. Gukert, startled, cried out, "Who's there?" He didn't feel anything. A mysterious voice echoed from the darkness. So you actually showed up. I was still a bit skeptical. That voice put Gukert's squad on alert. They tried to find the enemy but saw nothing. Thick darkness enveloped them, making it impossible for them to distinguish friend from foe. An invisible force slowly gripped Gukert's feet, making him unable to move. Why can't my feet move? I'm sinking. Gukert's voice, full of fear, rang out in despair. But no one came to help him. I've already set the trap. The phantom flickered into view, appearing right behind Gukert. A pale face with no expression. Looked like an unredeemed lost soul. It's an item that triggers after a certain amount of time, he said flatly. This is all because I knew your location. I have a top-tier sixth sense. Gukert stammered in panic. Impossible. How could you know? The phantom's lips curved into a smile. Did you forget I'm a master of recon? My sixth sense is even better than Google Maps. Before the words were out, a sharp flash of a sword had already pierced his chest. Gukert fell, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Juhayan stood by, witnessing the terrifying scene before him. His face was pale, completely drained of color. Please spare my life, he cried out with a trembling voice. I'll obey your commands. I'll donate to Jade Rabbit Studio. The mysterious figure simply replied coldly, no, little one. He rushed over like lightning and pressed Juhayan's face to the ground. The force of this blow was so great that the ground cracked, as if it had just experienced a small earthquake. You don't have what I need, he said, slowly raising his hands, waiting for those from the island center, then killing them all. Slowly, he took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. This is the first time I've heard of Center Island and the High Tower. He muttered to himself, I don't know what he means. But as usual, he's still as formidable as ever and quite captivating. In Shang Jin's memory, Hanja's image surfaced and he spoke. You want me to use you, right? If you're willing, then so be it. Hanju said, do as I'm about to tell you. You can become stronger than those who are on the same starting line as you. Go to the place I mentioned. Whether you want to follow me is up to you. Only unexpected silence remained. Hanju quietly departed before his eyes. A smile gradually appeared on his face, like an addict. Then he muttered to himself. Kang Hanju, I believe following you is the right choice. All I need to do now is wait. Under the moonlight, shimmering crystals appeared before the desolate forest. Two people were discussing something. The old man said, damn it. The old woman responded, who, Lee Gukert? She frowned. She stopped what she was doing and asked, Center Island failed, didn't it? The man immediately replied. His last contact was at the Demon King's fortress. So he must have died there. At least he did us a favor by clearing out some of those guys, saving us a lot of trouble. He clenched his hands tightly. A symbol similar to Gukert's appeared. He said angrily, I already figured as much, so it's no big deal. It seems we have a formidable obstacle. This time I'll handle it myself. I'll show him what real power is. He concluded. They were heading to Tower Island. There are more rewards there than anywhere else. And there's only one route. After using the crystal to get here. Everything is ready. His guild surrounded the spirit stone. He was triumphant. You won't get out of here alive. Many scattered island images floated in the air, clearly visible on the map. On the map, maps of these islands were distributed along the path of ascension. They showed hundreds of islands available for climbing. These islands were divided into 3 main stages, starting from the first stage of the path of ascension. It's like playing Free Fire. You pass through Military Island, then reach Heaven's Gate. They competed in training exercises like running. They passed through the second stage islands, including Central Island. Finally they reached the third stage islands to complete the tutorial. One of the islands in the third stage was considered to offer the highest rewards. Hanju explained to the others the rules for traversing the islands. To enhance their strength, Tower Island was compared to a resource zone in Free Fire. There are many good things there, but the competition is also extremely fierce. Sometimes you'll get shot without even realizing it, he said. However, pursuing high rewards to become stronger is only natural. Hanju smiled, but his voice suddenly deepened. He was still chewing on a delicious piece of meat in his hand when someone asked in confusion, what do you mean? He looked at them seriously. I'm saying if you're only going to Tower Island for the rewards, then you'd better think again. Even though he was explaining, their faces showed blank incomprehension. Meanwhile, Han Qian looked at the piece of meat in his hand, drooling with desire. He thought to himself, just how much food does he have in his bag? It seemed that this young man had a great talent for eating. Hanju continued to question them. This time you all almost got wiped out after coming to Central Island, just for rewards. Right, food was still on his face, but his eyes sharply looked at them, warning. Think carefully, this is my sincere advice. His warning made everyone vigilant. Surviving on the island, Tower Island, will be much harder than Central Island. If you all die before you get stronger, it's useless anyway. He added. Someone asked him, so what should we do? Xia raised her hand and asked in confusion. Aren't you going to Tower Island either? In the distance, Chelsea Kwan stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. She seemed to have heard all their conversation. Hearing her question, he replied, "Rewards which island doesn't have them? I'm just giving a warning. You must be responsible for yourselves." The girl in the distance, upon hearing this, gripped her sword and sharply turned to leave. Hearing his warning, Xia stroked her chin and thought, "I thought he was the type to take risks. Was I wrong?" Jungkook, seeing that he made sense, spoke up in his defense. "He's right," he said. He told everyone that their guild had already convinced the remaining adventurers to join. All those monarchs are gone. Everyone is tired now and needs rest. So it's best to go to a safe place. He concluded, as expected of the leader. His words are profound and hit hard. Hanju looked up and saw Jungkook extending his hand to him, saying that since they were about to leave, he wanted to continue expressing his gratitude. "I want to thank you for everything you've done. Thanks to you we were able to survive." But Hanju disdained shaking hands. He just turned his face away and said, "If you're still alive then goodbye." Despite being rebuffed by him, Jungkook calmly responded to his promise. That's that. He turned to Han Xian and said, "Let's go." Han Xian, standing by, replied, "All right." Jimmy saw them leave and asked Xia for her opinion. "Should we get ready to go too?" Xia heeded his advice and replied. He said not to go to Tower Island. I guess there's no harm in listening to him. Suddenly inside the tower, a barrier gate appeared. A dazzling yellow light burst forth. The commander has already decided this. But some people below were still whispering. "So are we going somewhere else? I'm already tired of this kind of place. Going to a place even Han Xiao can't handle, that's too risky." Han Xiao spoke to those people, "Keep going. I have something to do." Rongguo replied, "Then well, go ahead." Commander Rongguo and Han Xian and their teammates advanced towards the magic gate. It was yellow. Then he turned his head and promised, "Try your best to survive. See you on this side." Xia exclaimed, "Huh? What about me?" Seeing her dawdling, Jimin walked forward. She snorted, then said, "I'm going ahead." The short-haired girl said indifferently, "Do whatever you want." Seeing this, Hazu just stood aside silent. Xia also started walking towards the barrier gate. Before stepping through, she still looked at him, saying goodbye. "I don't know what kind of goodbye this is, but see you." Everyone had already entered the barrier gate. The gate gradually disappeared. Only Han Xiao was left standing there watching them leave. Han Xiao knew there was still one person left behind. He turned his head. He asked her, puzzled, "Why haven't you left yet?" Then Leo walked over. Her face had her signature freckles. She retorted, "Why don't you go first? I need to check something. Is your family in the butter business?" She teased, "You offer a ton of butter to everyone you meet until they're sick of it." Hearing her say that, Han Xiao spun around and replied, "If you want some, I'll give it to you." He also gradually walked into the new barrier gate. When half of his body was inside, he still turned around and said goodbye to her. "See you on the next island." She had just been brushed off, and then he sweet-talked her again. His farewell made her exclaim in confusion, "What?" By then he had already left. She began connecting her device to an AI, then whispered, "They're gone, but some people will definitely go in that direction." Behind the barrier gate, a man with long orange hair appeared. He complained the message arrived a long time ago. Seeing the gate emit a strong light, he looked up in confusion. Did they just arrive here? He gripped the sword he had already prepared. Rows of masked assassins were hidden around him. "This line is merged with the previous line." He commanded them, "Get ready." Sword in hand, he grinned widely, then swiftly charged towards the gate. Roaring, "You'll kill the first one." The barrier gate opened. Dazzling light shot out from within. He saw someone walk out. He narrowed his eyes, ready for battle. He shouted loudly, "Get down." But the one who walked out of the gate was the girl with freckles. Just now, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ajun." The sword light slashed fiercely towards her, startling her. But luckily she bent down in time. Her face pale, she quickly ran away. Her eyes wide, she said in confusion, "King." Having dodged his attack, she finally came to her senses. Quite the warm welcome. This enthusiasm is a bit too much for one's heart. If it were someone with a heart condition like me, they'd just drop dead, she muttered. Seeing that it was her who came out and no one else with her, he asked in confusion, "Why did you come alone? Where are the others?" Answering his question, she said, "I deliberately waited for them to leave first before coming." "No one came," he said angrily, "not even an ant would come over. You must have stayed until the end to confirm." She affirmed decisively, "I definitely saw them leave, no mistake." Unbelievable. They were all tricked by that guy with the chains. A beauty, yet so foolish. He muttered, then said angrily, "That guy again. Those two monarchs. Those bastards ran off just because of a few words from that kid." Veins bulged on his hands as he tightly gripped a large tree. He was so angry that he used his inner energy to shatter the tree trunk. His face was as dark as a thundercloud. He said angrily, "He really got under my skin." The tree trunk was crushed into small pieces by him, scattered on the ground. He said helplessly, "We can't kill them. Trying to locate the portal. Using my people is utterly pointless." Beside him, at this moment, a middle-aged woman appeared, with neck-length short hair. He turned and asked Jean, "Do you know why he's doing this?" She shrugged boredly and replied, "Who knows? Looking at the way he fights on the front lines, it seems like he wants to protect everyone. He's also never killed anyone, so don't judge a book by its cover. You always look so mysterious and pretend to be dangerous, but you're actually a really good person. Truly the style of an old war king full of killing intent. He will become an obstacle to the plan." He ordered the middle-aged woman, "Tell the gang members and the guilds on the other islands, if they see Kong Hansu, kill him immediately." The woman retorted, "But Kong Hansu is as powerful as a monarch." He grinned and said, "No. Didn't you say he wouldn't kill anyone? If they attack him, tell them not to have any reservations." He stepped forward. The woman clutched her scarf, then said seriously, "Don't forget the objective. You haven't forgotten what those monarchs did, have you?" Right, hearing this, the woman looked a bit worried. His voice was firm and powerful. "Clear all obstacles no matter the cost." The woman clutched her chest, feeling a sense of dread for those who had passed. The two of them turned and left. He spoke. "Jean, report Kong Hanso's appearance and the weapon he's using. Head to the tower now." Seeing him leave, little Jean quickly asked, "Aren't you going to wait?" He replied impatiently, "I don't like waiting." After speaking, he ordered the assassins, "Everyone retreat." Meanwhile, the golden barrier gate opened again. A familiar figure walked out of the gate. It was Kong Hansu who emerged, the one he had been waiting for so anxiously. He clearly knew her purpose, so he deliberately delayed his arrival for a bit. Afterwards, he found no one there. He said confidently, "It seems they've already left." As expected, he gave up. His personality hasn't changed at all. "Now I can go." A masked person was hidden in the forest. Kong Hansu walked over clearly. He had already sensed the presence of another person. He asked the person, "How long have you been there?" After being discovered, he was a bit surprised to see it was Kong Hansu. He took off his hood and greeted, "Long time no see, Kong Hansu. I've done as you asked." Kong Hansu got straight to the point. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Under his coat was Sang Jin. He replied with a smile, "You're as direct as ever. I brought them. These are the 7 siblings' earrings." He handed him the earrings, a bit confused. "I don't know what you plan to do with these, but you got what you wanted," he praised. "You did well." He let out a sigh of relief. He then said, "Thank goodness, I'm heading to the next island now." Sangjin's face flushed red after being praised by Kong Hansu. This is so thrilling, he thought. He saw his body transform into a female one. He was instantly astonished. He exclaimed, "What kind of ability is that?" He used creation. Kong Hansu explained to him. This way it'll be hard to be discovered. Kong Hansu officially transformed into a female. "Oh my, she's breathtakingly beautiful. Let's go up the tower now." In the silent dead of night, the towering pagoda appeared, appearing extremely eerie and cold. Inside the tower, in the first-floor hall, groups of people divided. Factions gathered together. Everyone seemed to hesitate, unsure where to stand, which side had more people, or if they should go to a less crowded area. It was hard enough to get here, but there are fewer people than I expected. "A young man wearing an orange hat," he said, looking around. He continued, "That brat is probably explaining everything now." In his annoying voice, the young man said, glancing at a girl in black in the distance, "But isn't he here?" The hot girl with a bit of personality, with a tomboyish short haircut and tight black clothes, was talking to that AI. The young man in the orange hat wondered, "Who's that AI? Looks familiar." As he focused on observing, he was suddenly spotted. She turned her head and looked over with icy eyes, startling the young man. Before he could figure out how to react, she started walking straight towards him. "You've been staring at me. Is there something you want to say?" She looked up, her captivating sea blue eyes exuding style and personality. The young man in the orange hat felt his soul leave his body, and stammered in response. "Have we met somewhere before?" he asked aloud, but in his mind he was still thinking, "Even her way of speaking is so familiar." As the two were talking from a distance, a young man with glasses spoke up. "Are you two together? People often say people with glasses are usually dangerous." He extended an invitation, his tone like someone running a pyramid scheme. "Want to join us?" The young man in the hat immediately refused upon hearing this. Oh, we're not together. But before he could finish explaining, the girl had already pulled him away. Let's go, the young man thought. That's so cool. The scene switches to a certain place. Someone asked, is everyone here? Can we go now? Before them was a massive door, emitting a blue glow. He and the girl were standing with a group of people. The young man with glasses spoke, his tone a bit stiff. Before, everyone had their own gangs, so it was hard to find people to join. Luckily, we found them now. Ha ha. It seems the higher the tower, the greater the reward. A young man with blue-purple hair and a temper like a ram said. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Can't we just go straight in? He scoffed. Just enter the room, defeat the others, and the survivors get the reward. We're not here to make friends, so cut the crap. How many of us do you think will survive? It's obvious who'll die first. So stop wasting time. Hansu gave him a charming, scrutinizing look. The scene changed. The surroundings were full of giant ants. Just looking at them was enough to make one break out in a cold sweat. People shouted, signaling to each other. Attack them one by one. Separate them from the group. 2 golden eyes plus a mouth and 2 sharp pincers. 1 large and 1 small, fiercely charged at the group. They continuously attacked, forcing everyone to desperately resist. An ant was eliminated after knocking down a brown-haired girl, sending her flying. Just as she was about to give up, the boy in the orange hat and Han-su heard a scream and discovered her. Han-su thought to herself, wearing the 7 sisters earrings. My stats are halved. I'm not going to fight Heaton in this state. But a small blue knife appeared in Han-su's hand. She muttered to herself, I need to know what my current level is. Without hesitation, Han-su ran straight towards the brown-haired girl. You're in the way. She pushed the boy in the orange hat aside as if saying, let Big Sis show you how it's done. Then, holding the knife, she charged straight at the ant. Thwack. The knife pierced the monster. Then she jumped high, using the momentum to stab directly into the ant's back. Finishing it off, she looked up and thought, normally I could take them down with my bare hands, but now it takes repeated attacks. As soon as the brown-haired girl recovered, she spoke. Thank you for saving me. You defeated that giant ant with just a small weapon. You must have fought a lot, haven't you? She said, smiling at me with admiration. I'm looking for a very powerful person here. I heard he helps everyone, and he uses a weapon like a chain. Do you know him? I really need to see him. He replied with an indifferent tone like a jerk. Stop asking those boring questions, pal. The man in the orange hat heard this and immediately spoke. Talking for a bit won't kill anyone. Why are you so rude? Seeing that she couldn't get any information from her, the brown-haired girl turned to ask the man. Do you know? I heard he's very powerful on Central Island. His name is Jiang Hanxiu. Is that so? Hearing this, the unique girl's lips curved into a sinister smile. The man in the orange hat was startled. Jiang Hanxiu, he looked a bit guilty. He scratched his head and began to say, I know him. We came from the same place. The girl's eyes lit up like searchlights when she heard this. Really? Is he your teammate? That's great. Chun, however, said nothing, and just walked away indifferently, not caring at all. The other two continued to talk. The man in the orange hat asked curiously, but how do you know Jiang Hanxiu? The girl replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. I heard rumors from adventurers about his power. You're Jiang Hanxiu's teammate, right? Do you know where he is now? The man in the orange hat could only put on an expression of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts regret. I don't know. He's always busy. Where he is now, heaven knows. He said it but thought to himself, if there are rumors about a strong person named Jiang Hanxiu, then it must be him. He looked back at Chun thinking, looking back, she's also a bit like Jiang Hanxiu. I initially thought he was all talk, but if Jiang Hanxiu wasn't there, I'm afraid many people would have died. He must have surpassed me long ago. The scene switches to the rest of the team. The blue-purple haired guy spoke arrogantly. No artifacts. Killed so many ants and only runes dropped. Low difficulty, many people. Does the quality of artifacts decrease? There's a door over there. It looks like the one we came in through. The young man with glasses said. A huge door emitting blue light appeared. This way we can go to the next floor. Can we get artifacts after going out? Then let's go out. Suddenly a scream rang out. I won't allow it. The purple-haired man smiled sinisterly, his face stained with the blood of the person he had just killed. He shouted, I'm going to kill all of you and take the artifacts. He started rushing and slashing at anyone he saw. He laughed as he slashed. The reason you'll die is because you only run away with your tails between your legs. You're all weaklings. He charged straight at Chun. She prepared to resist, but he knocked her knife to the ground. She fell and the guy arrogantly mocked, what the hell? I thought you were the strongest here. How pathetic, you're too weak. The man in the orange hat trembled but still put on a protective stance. That girl hide behind me. Wait for my signal then run far away. But what he didn't know was, the person behind him was pulling something out. The girl casually motioned to him, stay there and don't move, leaving him dumbfounded and confused. She pulled out a crossbow, raised it and said, if you move you'll miss. An arrow shot straight at the purple-haired man, killing him on the spot. The man in the orange hat turned around happily. That's great. Just when he was off guard, the girl replied, it's my first time using it so I'm not very skilled. He naively thought the girl was on his side, but she unexpectedly raised the crossbow in front of him. She continued, I have to take care of both of you. An arrow hit the man in the orange hat in the head, making him fall down on the spot. It's truly until the last moment that you know who's a friend and who's an enemy. After the deed was done, she happily picked up the artifacts and sneered, both guys are dealt with. She picked up her communicator and reported to the monarch. There's no one using chains in room 10 on the first floor. I've already dealt with the rest. If I catch him, I'll present him to you as a gift. If I find him on the next floor, I'll report immediately. She was so focused on reporting that she didn't notice Hansu was slowly getting to his feet. The monarch on the other end of the line replied, understood. Hansu spoke up, what if he's right here? She spun around abruptly, startled to see Hansu. You're alive, I thought you were already. She didn't get to finish her sentence. A blue chain shot straight out, wrapped around her body, constricting her tightly. Hansu stepped forward, pressing the blade against her neck and said, you were looking for me, weren't you? Surprise, old hag. Hansu leaned in, pressing the dagger against the girl's neck. Her eyes widened in terror, filled with dread. She looked like she was about to wet herself from fright. You clearly already, she stammered. Hansu looked her straight in the eyes, saying coldly, looks like my acting isn't bad, huh? Don't even think about it. Don't even dream of contacting your monarch again. Before she could say another word, Hansu reached out and covered her mouth. His cold gaze fixed on her, forcing her into silence. I'll deliver your message to him for you. Immediately after she collapsed unconscious, Hansu gently pushed aside the chains at his feet, muttering to himself, looks like they only sent one person. Your snake has the Hansu stone in its mouth. Didn't expect them to give up so quickly. Hansu gazed forward, asserting, but we'll meet again soon. I heard about this back in the beginner zone. In my previous life. Recalling Candian's words. Hidden dungeons aren't independent entities. The tower has a fixed structure. It's a sturdy and massive castle. You must pass through dungeon rooms to reach higher floors. This means there will be dungeons beyond the third floor. Hansu stood straight, his expression cold. He looked around. That was the ultimate goal of the beginner zone. In the second floor hall, Hansu stood there alone, deep in thought. I need to do some things first. He looked down at the ring on his finger. The creation levels I currently have aren't right. Except for Numaha, a creation that can grow. The others are quite bad. Suddenly there was a commotion nearby. I must search for new creations to make up for those that don't meet the requirements. On the other side, people were talking noisily, while Hansu remained immersed in his own thoughts. Candian, I'll make good use of the guidance you gave me. A number appeared on the bulletin board. People shouted in panic. Only 50 people left from the first floor. Hurry up! The scene suddenly changed. As if they were in a dense forest. Fairy floated in the air and said, welcome to the second floor. Let me explain a little. Have you been waiting long? Well then, let's begin. A treasure appeared containing many sparkling rune stones. Fairy said, welcome to Treasure Island. Here are clear springs and lush forests. You've shown great discernment in choosing this room among all the rooms in the tower. This room is the largest in scale. Your task is to defeat the Guardian Treasure Fairy-O. It conjured a golden orb and emphasized, and bring the treasure to the center of the island. In exchange for creations. People listened intently, their faces filled with worry. Fairy continued, the time limit is 2 weeks. Of course, things that are too easy aren't fun. Right. Only those who convert the treasure into creations and possess them can leave. In other words, if you don't have creations, you'll die. Rows of green bulletin boards appeared displaying different numbers. There is only one treasure. Therefore, you can choose to obtain some creations, thereby saving everyone, or choose to obtain fewer creations, allowing only a portion of people to survive. Fairy smiled slyly. The fewer creations, the higher the quality. I hope you make a wise choice. A different number appeared before everyone. There are a total of 128 guardians. Fairy said they would be marked on the map. Hansu could hardly believe his ears. 128 guardians to be dealt with in 2 weeks. He glanced at the others, wanting to see how they would decide. This is really tough, let's see what you'll do. Suddenly someone boldly stepped forward and spoke loudly. I have a plan. The blue-haired girl explained with a laugh. Her plan: divide into 5 teams. 10 people per team. Each team hunts and eliminates 2 guardians per day. She looked around and asked, you can do it, right? Hearing this, everyone started to murmur. You want the guilds to cooperate. And only 10 people per team. Those not part of a guild will be at a disadvantage. Hansu commented, not a bad plan. Suddenly in the crowd, a blonde girl poked the person next to her. He immediately understood and said, we agree too. 2 guardians per group per day sounds reasonable. If you fail, you will bear the responsibility. Our guild already has enough people. Those 2 will make the decision. Hearing this, the others became even more noisy and confused. For now, we have no choice but to comply if we want to survive. If the treasure is found, we will notify everyone, and immediately head to the center. Hansu remained standing there motionless, observing the people around him intently. 5 more people. Our guild already has more than 10 people. He looked at the map appearing before him. 128 guardians are scattered throughout this dungeon. Must act quickly. Then he quickly turned and left without a word. I'll handle this myself for now. The blonde girl looked at him puzzled and asked, where did he go? Rustling footsteps sounded. There are hidden fragments here. The conditions for the extraction stone are. A loud voice rang out. I bet no one has succeeded but me. Zhang Hansu, I'm talking to you specifically. Listen carefully. Among those orbs, obtained by defeating guardians, except for 1 glowing orb, the others are all of the common type. Everyone is only focused on greed. Treasure, usually throwing away those orbs. Hansu closed his eyes and said seriously. But I found. They are not just ordinary orbs. Then he waved his hand and said loudly and mysteriously. See how smart I am. If you collect 32 orbs, you can exchange them for a creation that simulates an extraction stone. You didn't know about this, did you? Then he laughed like a fool. Discovering hidden events is truly my forte. Making others feel annoyed as well. Helplessly. Why is this person always so talkative? Hansu immediately spoke. Although it's different from the extraction stone Anwei alien consumed, the effect should be similar. The dungeon's difficulty is constantly increasing, and the number of times you can face them each day is very limited. He gripped the hilt tightly, digging into his palm, striking a cool pose. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Can't let others find out. Outside, something lay quietly on the ground. Suddenly it sprang up, sending dirt and stones flying. A giant demon appeared, covered in mud from head to toe. Its face turned towards the sky, emitting a strange sound. Hearing that sound, everyone immediately looked up. What's that sound? Fei suddenly announced. The second guardian has been eliminated. Congratulations. You've eliminated 2 in just 1 day. At this rate, you'll complete the mission very soon. Immediately after, a loud shout rang out, focus. The girl turned her head and said, I understand. The monster clumsily appeared from behind. Opening its mouth full of ugly teeth, it tried to bite her. But she agilely leaned back to dodge. Then she raised her leg high, preparing to kick. Just like that, the monster was flung thousands of meters away. The pain was unbearable and drool streamed from its mouth. Immediately after, an arrow was shot. It pierced directly into its abdomen. His stance was incredibly cool. Clearly you could have dodged that attack without even looking. I wasted my effort, little girl. She snorted. You should have dealt with it yourself from the very beginning. The 2 argued for a while. We've never encountered a guardian, but everyone else moved too quickly. We only just managed to catch some small prey. The girl shook her head. No, the 2 guardians. The first and second weren't defeated by a team. Someone is acting alone, I have a feeling. The others heard this and started asking each other. If you say so, isn't that Queen Unchi? She replied, didn't I tell you not to call me that? This ability is truly a nuisance. She looked at everyone and commanded quickly, let's keep moving forward. The guy up ahead seems to have run off. Suddenly she sensed something was wrong. Wait, something is approaching. This powerful aura, I've felt it since we started. Combined with L8427. Sure enough, a vast army was approaching from ahead. Combined with L8429. The leader said, I told you. We shouldn't target the guardians. Even if we find the treasure, we won't be able to safely bring it to the altar. Safely. They continued discussing as they walked. Look at the other teams, I've seen a lot of tough opponents. Yeah, but we can't just sit around and do nothing. The leader turned back to look at them. He said decisively, exactly. While others are searching for The Guardians. We should use this opportunity to train ourselves well. He came up with all sorts of despicable schemes. Even hunting monsters can give us enough combat experience. We just need to target those who are transporting treasure. No one will care if someone goes missing. They continued discussing their plan, completely unaware that someone was eavesdropping. If we don't find the treasure within 2 weeks, we'll all lose our lives. Here. The girl hiding behind the tree heard this and immediately muttered to herself. If everyone thought like you, it would be utter chaos. But that strange feeling I have isn't coming from these types of people. Suddenly Hansu appeared and said, I agree. His words startled everyone. Hansu leaned against the nearby tree trunk and continued. You'd all better stick to the rules. The girl stared at him, not saying a word. But she thought to herself, she's already covered in wounds. Where's her team? A trace of worry and fear was on her face. But I feel there's something suspicious about her. Hansu calmly turned around and looked directly into her eyes. With a slight smile their gazes met. Hansu, dressed in female attire, leaned against the tree trunk and said, you should be following the rules. The brown-haired man heard someone behind him and immediately spun around. With his fiery temper, he immediately aimed his bow and arrow at Hansu and demanded, Hey kid, what are you doing sneaking around back there? Are you alone? Answer me honestly. Hansu replied calmly. I'm here to give you a hint. The brown-haired man listened but still didn't lower his bow. He continued to curse. Are you crazy? Why should we listen to you? Hansu glanced at them then spoke. Being vigilant is wise. But you're wary of the wrong person. Besides, I'm not here to talk to you. He turned his gaze to the blonde girl. Hansu said, Queen Unchi, I'd like to speak with you. Without waiting for the blonde girl to respond, Hansu continued, with your intuition, you should already know. Upon hearing these words, the blonde girl broke out in a cold sweat from nervousness. She thought, this person, she's the reason I've been feeling uneasy. Though it was hard to pinpoint immediately, I'm absolutely sure. She continued to think. She has the same intuition as me. Or even sharper. It's not just her appearance, but just a shell, hiding something far more dangerous. There's a certain evil hidden within her. You must be wary of her no matter what. Oh, a woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Seeing the blonde girl's tense expression, Hansu reassured her, no need to be nervous. Haven't I already told you? I'm just here to offer a suggestion. The brown-haired man standing nearby heard this, but still didn't understand anything for a moment. He continued to draw his bow, intending to shoot you. What tricks are you trying to pull? If you keep spouting nonsense about our leader, or anything else. Before he could finish his sentence, the blonde girl shouted to stop him. Stand back. I'll talk to her. Seeing this reaction, the brown-haired man stopped, thinking suspiciously. Our leader has never been this flustered before. The blonde girl stepped forward. You seem powerful enough to handle this situation on your own. Why are you offering us this suggestion? I need to know your reason. Even if you're strong, we won't back down easily. As she spoke, she slowly moved behind the brown-haired man to hide. It was like who knows, nobody knows. Hansu listened and replied indifferently. Everyone has their own reasons. I need someone to fight on the front lines for me. Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately interjected. You want us to deal with those people who just passed by here? Right. Before Hansu could answer, she refused. I understand why you'd think that. But we can't handle those 40 people. Hansu calmly replied, what are you talking about? You only need to deal with 10 people at a time. And they're all weaklings. Use your authority as leader to start with the weakest teams. Turn them into your members. And increase the number of members in your team. After hearing this, the blonde girl suddenly felt a headache coming on. She thought, are you kidding me? It's already a hassle managing this many people. Now she wants me to recruit even more. Is she trying to get me killed? But she only dared to think it, not say it aloud, because her intuition told her that speaking up would be self-destruction. The brown-haired man next to her, seeing her utterly disgusted expression, lightly coughed a few times. He knew she was complaining about managing too many people. The blonde girl helplessly rubbed her forehead and replied honestly, I just want to get through this peacefully. But it seems I have no choice. So we'll give it a try. After speaking, she and the entire team turned and left. Hansu warned from behind, he'll be watching. Hearing this, the blonde girl replied wearily, let me tell you now, this won't work. After they left, Hansu said it's time to perfectly prepare for the next step of the mission. Then after a while, a young man was pinned to the ground in the distance. It turned out the blonde girl's team was controlling them. The brown-haired man stepped forward. Report, these people refused to join the guild. The blonde girl listened, not particularly bothered, and just replied, "They're already part of the guild. So just tie them up. No need for trouble." On the other side, the few people who had resisted earlier were all tied up, as if bound with ties from a Delat penthouse. A girl in the team spoke up, questioning, "There's no need to tie us up. Are you discriminating against us? Because we're from a different guild. We haven't done anything yet." The blonde girl thought disdainfully, "Do you think I want to do this?" In the end, I still did what she said. Just now, besides these people, she had already recruited everyone else here to be guild members. After thinking for a moment, she complained, scratching her head in ears, "This is so tiring. I don't actually agree with this. But this damned task." Suddenly a notification sounded. "Congratulations, you found the treasure." Everyone froze for 5 seconds, thinking, what's going on? The notification continued to sound. "You need to bring the treasure here for the exchange." The blonde girl was stunned in surprise, looking up and asking, "But if everyone is here, then who found the treasure?" Just then a voice came from behind Leader. Then he walked over, holding a sphere glowing with golden light in his hand, and handed it to the blonde girl. "I found this under this tree." The blonde girl stepped forward, looked at the item, and murmured, "She said it would help us." She picked up the golden sphere and walked up to Fairy, saying, "This must be the real treasure." "Right." Fairy took it, grinned, and announced, "That's right. Confirmed, it's the perfect treasure. Too bad no one died here. But you all did quite well. Even though it seems you weren't the ones who directly obtained it." The blonde girl interjected, "So there's no reward then?" Fairy replied, "No need to rush, don't worry. It'll give you plenty of time to choose." Then it snapped its fingers, conjured a string of numbers, and asked, "Which number do you want to choose? Because you are the monarch. But that unique golden cloak, you can't reach it, hee hee." "How far can it go, hee hee?" The others looked at her, ready to make their choice. They swallowed nervously, silently praying, "Please let everyone have a creation. It must be number 50. It was then that the blonde girl revealed her wicked nature. With a wicked grin, "Oh, what should I choose? Should I choose number 1 and kill everyone?" Hearing this, someone in the crowd was startled and blurted out, "Please save us." Then that person shouted loudly, "Number 50. You saved all of us, 50 people. We will follow you forever." The blonde girl looked at that person with an expression that seemed to say, all right, shut up." She turned around and gave a cold smile. "However, this is getting more and more boring. How about we play a survival game? All new guild members must kill each other. This is a guild command." The people opposite heard this and immediately became enraged. This chick must be tired of living hood play along with her. They shouted, "Impossible," and prepared to rush forward to attack the blonde girl. But just then, the marks on their hands suddenly lit up. One person shouted, "You think we'll obey orders just because you're the monarch?" But then they discovered something was changing. The marks on their hands began to crack. Not just one person, but 10 people at the same time. Seeing this, those people exclaimed, "My guild tattoo on my hand is gone. That means we're no longer guild members." Free Fairy interjected, scoffing, "You thought without loyalty that command would be effective? How pathetic. Hurry and go, this place will be sealed soon. The path to the 3rd level has opened." The crowd was startled and began to scramble, rushing towards the door to the 3rd level. They ran, shouting, "Damn it. We must leave here immediately." While the crowd was no longer paying attention to her, the blue-haired girl had already freed herself. She turned to her companion and said, "I've untied the ropes. Hurry, we must report to the monarch." Another person replied, "The monarch is already ahead of us. Surely already on the 3rd level." Nearby Hansu stood quietly, listening calmly. Hearing the word monarch, he began to pay more attention. Those people continued to converse, unaware that Hansu was standing behind a tree, hearing everything. One person in the group held a phone, talking to their monarch. "Yes, monarch. We can kill them all. But there's a problem." He hadn't finished speaking. The monarch on the other end seemed to have given some command. That person immediately replied, "Yes, understood." Then his tone suddenly changed. "What? You want me to come over immediately?" "Yes, I'll be right there." After ending the call, that person turned to their companions and shouted, "Let's go. The king is urgent, head to the 3rd floor immediately. The king is in danger, stop dawdling." Hanshio stood behind a tree, revealing a faint smile. "Got you." He thought to himself, "Now take me to find your king." Hanshio excitedly anticipated the upcoming meeting. The 3rd floor was a vast place, because it was known as hell. Finding someone here was by no means easy. There was only one way. Before this, Hanshio's group had already discussed the plan. One person said, If we can't catch the king, the darkness in the area will guide him and make him move elsewhere. All our efforts will be in vain. While everyone was focused on discussing the plan, Han Xiu was thinking seriously. Meanwhile, the orange-haired man was sound asleep in the corner. At this moment, the blonde, intellectual-looking man, exuding an aura, spoke up. We must block all paths and lead into one direction. How about we choose Tower Island to execute the plan? RS walked in from outside expressing agreement. You're right, the first and second floors of Tower Island won't work. But the third floor will. The third floor has hundreds of starting points, but once he enters the third floor, he will need the help of guild members. So he will summon them from all over. She emphasized that will be your only chance. The third floor of the tower is a place you must pass through before entering another world. Although slightly different from reality, the environment here is exactly the same. The monsters here are also on another level. At this moment, the orange-haired man who was dozing off suddenly woke up and blurted out, so the plan is for us to lure him. He continued to state the obvious. If he senses danger, he will immediately flee. Wait until he feels safe. Then it won't be too late for us to attack. He is very vigilant. I think he will call all guild members to that area. Listening to that guy's nagging, Han Xiu made an expression, as if to say, are you done yet? Go play over there. The orange-haired man continued. Although he's not as strong as me, he's still very powerful. You know how to kill him, right? Back to the present. Han Xiu held a red gem in his hand. A replica of a gem extracted from a treasure. Obtained from the treasure. Everything is ready, Han Xiu thought to himself. But before that, I must first deal with the Dark King on the third floor. Thinking this, Han Xiu rushed through the gate, crossing the boundary and delving deep into hell. As he ran, he excitedly said, finally, it's time for me to face him directly. After Han Xiu entered the third floor, the blonde girls' guild was hiding behind a stone pillar, revealing a cunning smile, and muttering, just follow her. At this moment, amidst the endless darkness and cold rubble, a shrill scream echoed. Quickly contact the guild members. Tell them to come to the third floor immediately. It turned out that the person shouting was Li Yuanqing. Soon after, his entire guild had assembled. However, at that moment they were surrounded by 3 gigantic monsters. He thought, this place is full of poison and the air is terrible. There are countless monsters. And this is just the beginning of the other world. They said they wouldn't interfere. But I guess they don't need to. He thought to himself. Just then a monster suddenly appeared. It charged forward, opening its mouth wide and lunging at Li Yuanqing. But just as its sharp teeth were about to bite down, he quickly used a huge knife and placed it across the monster's throat, causing it to break a few teeth. The monster refused to give up, continuing to attack with even greater force, making it very difficult for Li Yuanqing to avoid being pushed back. He gritted his teeth. Don't make me angry. I'm quite troublesome when I get angry. Then somehow, Li Yuanqing tore open the monster's mouth with a single slash, as if ripping a piece of cloth. At that moment, over there, someone screamed, more monsters are coming. Li Yuanqing stepped onto the corpse of the recently defeated monster and roared, everyone follow me quickly. Everyone advance, we must not let the monsters defeat us. Obey the king's command. All guild members immediately shouted in response, yes sir. Then they all raised their swords in unison and charged forward. Li Yuanqing gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, I cannot die here. I cannot back down. My guild is the strongest on this floor. How many have I overcome to get this far? I will never die. A moment later, Li Yuanqing began to notice something. He asked in confusion, are those monsters caused by that fragment? It looks like a living thing. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be people. Not just one person but hundreds. Li Yuanqing blurted out, there are people inside. Seeing this, he walked towards the cross glowing with red light. Seeing him approach, the fairy immediately spoke, isn't it beautiful? Standing here and admiring it, it's simply breathtaking. Of course it's more than just that. The fairy showed a meaningful smile, then said, take a closer look. Perhaps you'll recognize some familiar faces. Those who passed through the beginner's zone. After hearing this, Li Yuanqing glanced at the fairy. Then with his hand, he pushed aside the rubble at the base of the cross. Just as the fairy had said, he saw a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, that person was indeed his daughter. Seeing his own daughter, Li Yuanqing trembled with emotion. He reached out, wanting to touch her. He called out Zairong's name, perhaps wanting to say, come home my child. Then he collapsed in despair. He painfully mumbled to himself, Zairong, my daughter, if only I had become king sooner. Li Yuanqing recalled the past. At that time he was still on the first floor. When the monsters appeared, everyone was shouting to each other to run. Xiaorong clung to his leg crying and pleading, "Don't leave me behind." She crawled on the ground, her body trembling as she cried, "Daddy, save me." Seeing his daughter like this, Li Yuanqing shouted Xiaorong and rushed forward. But the corrupt king he served at the time pulled him back and said, "No, you must protect me. That's an order." Li Yuanqing at the time didn't have the courage to resist. He stammered, "But my daughter." That scoundrel king continued, "Your duty is to protect me. Not that useless thing. Remember this, I am your king. If I had known there were monsters here, I would have already grabbed those nobodies to use as bait." A moment later, when Xiaorong seemed to have completely lost consciousness, Li Yuanqing finally rushed over, embraced her and pleaded, "Xiaorong, my child, please wake up." Contrary to his heartbroken appearance, that king showed no guilt whatsoever, even triumphantly saying, "It's your honor to die for your king." Li Yuanqing could no longer hold back. He stood up, muttering to himself, "If I had known my daughter was just a nobody in the eyes of a king like you, I would never have joined this guild." But that king didn't know. Besides the giant monster, right beside him, another monster had already appeared. So he was still yelling, "Hurry, hurry, while those monsters are still devouring that little girl's corpse. You cannot disobey my orders." Before he could finish speaking, that king was rushed by Li Yuanqing and struck down with a single slash, sending him straight to his death. After dealing with this piece of trash, Li Yuanqing, holding his bloodstained blade, declared, "If trash like you can be a king, then so can I." Immediately after, a mark on the back of his hand was activated. This proved that Li Yuanqing had gained the qualifications to become a king. His mission was to kill pests like the one he just dealt with. He tightly gripped his trembling hand and said, "Because of this ability, for my daughter I will rule this world." Filled with deep regret, Li Yuanqing became even more resolute. His tears fell and the game was over. He told himself, "I won't stop until I find my daughter." Back to the present. Li Yuanqing still couldn't believe it. He mumbled, "I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness the gods still favor me." Then Li Yuanqing eagerly turned to the fairy and asked, "Quick, tell me how to bring her back to life, fairy." After seeing this heartwarming family scene, the fairy smiled and said, "Calm down. That's just a model. We copied your information and stored it in that cross tree. Even though it's just a copy, its power and memories are exactly like the real one. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? The rules are simple. I need materials to create new things. Just put a living person in." Hearing this, another member of the guild immediately lit up with hope. He asked, "So my son can also?" Those who died in that cross tree. Li Yuanqing on the other side was equally anxious. He hastily asked, "But how do I find someone to sacrifice?" At this moment the smile on Li Yuanqing's face gradually lost its humanity. He thought to himself, "I just need to sacrifice the weakest one and Suzhen will come back to life. Indeed, all lives are equal before my daughter." But these hidden thoughts of his seemed to have been seen through by the fairy. It immediately retorted, "No. You can't use your guild members. That would be too easy. I want you to put someone else in. Choose carefully. Oh, for more people are coming up. There aren't many living people left on this floor either. You should know that by now," the fairy said with a mocking tone. Hearing this, Li Yuanqing was furious. He violently smashed the cross tree. Then he growled, "Damn it. I've come such a long way. This is my only chance to see my daughter again." While he was still tormented by despair, behind Li Yuanqing, a voice suddenly rang out. "Monarch, someone's climbing up. Our people are being pushed down." Hearing this, Li Yuanqing smiled. His smile seemed to say, "Now that I'm here, you're dead." Then he ordered, "Capture them alive for me." Meanwhile, where Li Yuanqing's guild members were knocked down, a pair of feet quietly walked past. That person was Han Xiu. He raised a hand to wipe away from his forehead a few drops of sweat, then sighed, "How boring, I wish I could have a cigarette right now." Just then Han Xiu noticed someone approaching. He glanced over, then mumbled, "They're here, Li Yuanqing's guild." Han Xiu looked at the person standing at the front and thought, "One of the monarchs I must eliminate. The Dark Monarch. Li Yuanqing. If you were to list his crimes, you'd probably need a mountain of paper. Although those crimes haven't happened yet, they soon will. The Dark Monarch couldn't save his daughter, so he became obsessed with finding his son and was dragged into the abyss. In his desperate search for his child, he caused a massacre, becoming a complete butcher." Han Xiu drew his weapon, thinking to himself, "No matter what, I will save your son, even if it means killing you." A member of the guild saw the weapon in Han Xiu's hand, suddenly realized something and shouted, "It's him." The guy with the chains. Yuan. Jing heard that he had encountered the enemy he wanted to kill, and laughed like a madman. Then said, "Excellent. The guy I wanted to kill actually delivered himself right to my doorstep. This will definitely be a good gift for Suzhen." Immediately after, Li Yuanjing's expression changed and he roared, declaring, "I'll make good use of your wretched life." Han Xiu on this side frowned but said nothing. He probably thought to himself, "Quiet down, my little fool." Li Yuanjing didn't say another word. He immediately charged forward with his blade. Han Xiu also quickly got into position. But before the two of them could even clash, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Li Yuanqing and Han Xiu became alert simultaneously. Immediately after, the ground shattered into pieces. From beneath the earth and rocks, another massive monster, shaped like a giant worm, burrowed out. The fat Lucia worm burst from the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. The members of the Dark Guild saw it and immediately panicked. They shouted, "My lord!" Li Yuanqing looked at the monster before him. At this moment he felt this monster was too strong, uncomfortably so. "Damn it! If there's a monster here, then we must retreat immediately." He turned to Jiluan and said, "Don't let that guy with the chains escape." Jiluan looked back, keeping watch. "The problem is the skill," Han Xiu interrupted. Immediately after, Han Xiu swung his chains. He quickly wrapped them around the fat worm like wrapping a zongzi. Han Xiu waved his hand. The giant worm was thus sliced into segments, falling to the ground one by one. After quickly dealing with the monster, Han Xiu spoke. "Now nothing can stop me. If you don't dare, then I will." With that he charged straight ahead. Li Yuanqing, who was ahead, was still in shock. He had witnessed the scene just now. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this guy a monster?" Then he shouted, 500 brothers, kill him quickly." Receiving their lord's command, the subordinates immediately charged forward. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Han Xiu's lips. "You've all been surrounded by me alone." As those people rushed over, they were sent flying by a single strike from Han Xiu's chains. Han Xiu stood in the center of the encirclement, enthusiastically swinging his chains, dodging. "Let big brother show off, little cuties." Li Yuanqing saw the scene before him and sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. He wished he could curse loudly. "Who said he doesn't kill people?" The white-haired girl heard this and asked with a judging look, "What kind of garbage information is this?" On the other side, Han Xiu's iron chains continued to strike, making it very difficult for Jiluan to dodge them all. After just blocking one strike, Jiluan shouted, "Ah! I know he's strong, but I haven't seen him use any moves. Does he not know any moves at all?" Hearing this, Li Yuanqing didn't ask, "Is the information accurate?" Instead, he immediately shouted, "All right. I'll trust you one more time. Overwhelm him with numbers. If he has no defensive skills, we only need overwhelming force." Prepare. Li Yuanqing began to command. Members with offensive skills charge to the front and block his movements. Hearing their lord's command, the subordinates quickly shouted, "Understood." Then they immediately changed their formation. "But it's not that easy, is it? You're still too green." Seeing them charge over, Han Xiu immediately leaped into the air. Just then another astonishing twist occurred. Jiluan had been waiting from behind for a long time, just waiting for Han Xiu to jump. "Didn't expect that, old hag. Try dodging this move," she shouted. Only then did Han Xiu notice Jiluan in front of him. At this critical moment, Han Xiu's survival instincts awakened. In a matter of seconds, he thought to himself, "If I can't dodge, I'll counterattack." Immediately after, Jiluan, facing him, swung her blade down. Han Xiu blocked it again this time. But after blocking this move, his entire arm felt as if electricity was coursing through it. Han Xiu gritted his teeth and thought, "She's quite strong. I can't trade blows." Li Yuanqing from behind immediately shouted upon seeing this, "It's working, keep going." Immediately after, the guild members rushed forward one after another. But as for these small fries, Han Xiu didn't even look, and still managed to hit them. While striking a guild member, Li Yuanqing accidentally dropped an artifact. As soon as it saw those glowing stones, Han Xiu's little snake immediately darted out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the white ancient language stone in one gulp. Then it happily began to devour it. When the subordinates saw the little snake, they all froze in unison. They asked each other, is it a monster? Is it absorbing the ancient language?" Li Yuanjing also witnessed this scene. He immediately urged his subordinates, "Don't let that thing get any stronger." Meanwhile, the white-haired girl, just sent into battle by Coach Zhao Na, waved her hand and unleashed a move. Beneath Han Xiu's feet, several dark purple magic circles immediately appeared. Immediately after, several tentacles emerged, tightly coiling around Han Xiu's ankles. At this moment, The master, seizing the moment, leaped up fiercely and swung his sword towards Han Xiu. But you're the protagonist, you can't die. Han Xiu reacted swiftly, raising his chains to continue blocking the attack. Seeing this, Li Yuanjing on the other side shouted again, no. We've come this far. All to get revenge on those who trampled us. Don't back down. We must eliminate all the pests in our way. For our fallen comrades. For our lost family. But these words felt as if they were directed at Han Xiu. After hearing these inspiring words, he swung his chains with even greater force. Li Yuanjing on the other side hadn't finished speaking when he shouted, my words will guide us on how to survive and how to exact our revenge. Han Xiu observed and assessed. If necessary, he would force his people to fight, regardless of their condition. Even though this contradicts his claims of not treating his people as pawns or sacrifices. He's trying to weaken me before going all out. The longer this drags on, the more damage he'll take. After seeing Li Yuanjing's despicable smile, Han Xiu thought, no. I must deal with him immediately. At this moment the white-haired girl continued her assault. She shouted loudly, hear this. I've got you bound, what can you do now? Han Xiu responded. Then he took the dagger from his iron chain and directly stabbed it into the white-haired woman's magic. Her skill was nullified, and her wrist was affected, stinging sharply. Han Xiu then took on the role of pioneer, clearing out the surrounding small fry, overcoming numerous obstacles just to reach her. Seeing Han Xiu charging towards her, the white-haired girl's expression changed again, revealing a twisted smile as she said, fall into my trap. Immediately after, those tentacles continued to emerge from the underground formation, once again tightly coiling around Han Xiu's legs. And this time there were more than before. The tentacles then tightly bound Han Xiu to the ground. Seeing him fall into her trap, the white-haired girl shouted triumphantly, did you think I'd let you just charge straight at me? At this moment, seeing Han Xiu at a disadvantage, Li Yuanjing spoke arrogantly. No matter how hard you try, you are still just one person. Don't even think about leaving here alive now. It's time for you to pay the price. No sooner had he finished speaking than he picked up the knife and brought it down in a single slash, cutting directly into Han Xiu's shoulder. After managing to wound him, Li Yuanjing laughed maniacally, a clear look of excitement on his face, saying, I won. My daughter will be resurrected. The first step of my plan is finally. Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiu on the other side interrupted, are you sure? He then raised his hand and tightly gripped the knife in his shoulder. The knife was already halfway embedded in Han Xiu's shoulder. He looked up and smiled faintly. You can't escape, kid, I won't go easy on you. I've already prepared a coffin for you. Seeing this, Li Yuanjing gritted his teeth in anger. Han Xiu saw his reaction and merely smiled. The angrier you get, the more I enjoy it. But when Han Xiu slashed with his dagger, it was blocked by another knife. Li Yuanjing said triumphantly, foolish. Did you think I only had one weapon? I saw through all your tricks long ago. You're still too green, aren't you? Han Su replied, then I'm no different. Chains aren't my only weapon. Han Su said, summoning another dagger. Didn't expect that, did you, old hag? Surprised. Han Su then shot the dagger straight at Li Yuanqiang. And because he wasn't the protagonist, he couldn't dodge. The dagger immediately plunged straight into his chest. The white-haired girl and Jiyon stood by. Seeing this, they cried out, King, stay away from the king, he'll kill you. Han Su ignored their shouts. He simply stood up slowly. At this moment, Li Yuanqiang used every last bit of his remaining strength, struggled to get up and asked Han Su, I can't believe you used your own body as bait. Then he suddenly roared at his subordinates. This is our chance to finish him before his wounds heal. The gang members obeyed and charged forward again. Meanwhile, Han Su, not only did he not take them seriously, instead he stood there calmly reasoning, if you want to kill others, you must also be prepared to die. Do you have enough resolve? Your subordinates died just as you've always done. Just moments later, as expected, Han Su single-handedly swept through the entire gang. It was then that Li Yuanqiang completely broke down. Suffering him down, he suddenly cried out agitatedly, why are you blocking my path? What did I do to you? Why are you doing this to me? Because he was injured after just a few shouts. Li Yuanqiang was panting out of breath. He now turned to question, is it because of that damned rule you made? That unreasonable rule forbidding the killing of travelers? Han Su listened, feeling helpless. I'm tired of repeating the word innocent. Li Yuanqiang shouted. Is it because we broke the rules? Your gang rules. His words took Han Su back to the past, back to his childhood. In his previous life, when he was beaten to the ground by that group, Li Yuanqiang had also said these words. He asked, Why did you chase me all this way to attack me? Is it for revenge? Hearing his words, the orange-haired man standing next to Hansu couldn't hold back his hatred then and roared. Do you know how many people you've killed? Because of you, even people in my gang. Come Hansu, get out of the way, I'm going to smash his skull. At this moment Lee Wonkyung felt no disgust at all for his own crimes. He even calmly said, this world is just like this. Sooner or later they'll all die. At this moment Lee Wonkyung cried out agitatedly again, but why did Sejong and Minty have to die first? What did they do wrong? You say you want to save people. What right do you have? You couldn't even save my daughter and son. It's all your fault, you hypocrites and trash kings. You useless scum. In this damned world. That's why I want to destroy everything. Whether it's humans, kings, or even the entire world. Why should I follow that rule? Lee Wonkyung repeated the exact same words from back then. He still continued to push the blame onto Hansu. Look around you. You're the real crazy murderer. Hypocrite. The rules you made yourself. Don't they apply to you? Hansu replied. I'm not killing you because you broke the rules. Who has time for that? Then, he sat down in front of Lee Wonkyung and said to him, the power gained through hunting is also limited. You're nothing but stepping stones for me. My goal is, a blonde-haired man once said, not only to unite humanity, but also to pass 3 trials. We must use any means necessary for everything that is to come, even if we have to kill everyone in the area. Then the blonde-haired man turned to Eric and asked, you don't object, do you? Eric was deep in thought. Before she could answer, the orange-haired man beside them eagerly cut in. Eric, don't worry for such an important matter. I'll handle it personally. I'll kill any AI that stands in our way and take their treasures. I'll be hailed as a hero, a heartthrob. Hearing this, Eric's fist couldn't help itself, and she secretly punched the orange-haired man. She then replied, while I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many, we do need to become stronger. Because we don't know what will appear in the hidden dungeon. Eric then emphasized, even so we still need to figure out another way to avoid killing everyone. After being punched by Eric, the orange-haired man ran to the blonde-haired man and whined indignantly. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch him. He then turned around and said, actually no one is more suitable than me. Just then a magic spell suddenly appeared in front of the orange-haired man. Boom, the orange-haired man was scorched black. It was Hansu. He asked what did the magic spell that just appeared say. After being hit, the orange-haired man collapsed with a thud. Kenyon replied from over there. The tower dungeon must be completed. But we can't rely solely on regular hunting to complete it. There are some people we need to deal with before the guidance ends. We need to eliminate them, so let's use them. The orange-haired man, gossiping again, got up and interrupted once more. Exactly. If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their worms, we'll definitely be strong enough to complete the hidden dungeon. We'll train our bodies and become heroes. Amazing. Hansu only replied after hearing this, if everyone agrees. I agree too. Just then a hand rested on Hansu's shoulder. This person then said to Mr. Jang, Hansu, you don't need to overthink this. Anyone who stands in the way of our goal, kill them back to the present. After Hansu recalled these words, he said to Li Yuanqing, you've always wanted to kill me, stepping over everyone's corpses to get here. Why do you put on a face like you shouldn't be treated this way? Shouldn't it be better to consider this the reason for our opposition? Li Yuanqing laughed after hearing this. I thought you were trying to play the hero. But this is your true self, isn't it? He only now realized we messed with the wrong person. The time I anticipated has come sooner than expected. Li Yuanqing began to give his last words. If you find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes like mine. Who has time for that? Hansu repeated, then comforted him. But if my plan goes smoothly, everyone including your son will survive. Hearing this, Li Yuanqing said in shock, I see. You understood nothing. Hansu didn't even wait for him to finish, and immediately finished him off. After dealing with Li Yuanqing, Hansu finally let out a sigh of relief. He stood there looking around, feeling that only silence remained. Filled with tension. Everything that happened was part of Hansu's plan, but he couldn't deny that. Things were getting more and more complicated. On the other hand, with the blonde girl, she suddenly shouted, how much longer do we have to protect this place? The brown-haired man next to her asked after hearing this. You can leave if you wish. The blonde girl immediately broke into a sweat and trembled, saying, No, no, no. I didn't do that, no. I wanted to secretly follow her, but I didn't expect to be discovered. If necessary, well, ambush her. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hansu happened to appear behind them at that moment. He spoke. I deliberately let you be. Have you protected this place well? The blonde girl immediately felt guilty upon hearing Hansu's arrival, and obediently replied. Of course we also caught the stalkers. We've arrived here. Oh, we're so out of touch. Hanju saw the blonde woman's reaction and thought. She didn't see me trying to kill her if she had. But I've already taken care of it. She won't find anything. After thinking that, he turned and left. He had just announced that they did well. That's it, you can leave now. The blonde woman didn't believe it whatsoever. Can we leave now? The brown-haired man over there spoke to the blonde woman. Your Majesty. Let's go, we can find another way back. But the blonde woman didn't listen. The more you forbid me, the more I want to go. She said no, we're continuing. I must find out what that person did. This girl is really interesting. A moment later, Phyllis' applause rang out again. It shouted, excellent, a new traveler has arrived. Very good, very good. How interesting. Then let's begin. Regarding how to use the cross on the other side. Hanju had already passed through the gate by then. He picked up a fragment, looked at it, and then muttered to himself. This form is meaningless now. The place Hanju reached through the gate was precisely where the dispersed travelers would meet, after they passed through all the rooms, from the first to the third floor. And this was the fourth floor. Hanju had already shed his disguise by then. He stood there thinking to himself. Tower Island, I'm almost there. He felt that every step brought him closer to his ultimate goal. But at the same time he knew there were still many obstacles ahead, and no one could predict what would happen, as well as old enemies. Hanju must be prepared for the even fiercer battles to come. However, one thing was certain, he could no longer turn back. In the preparation area for entering the red zone on the fourth floor, the gathered people seemed to have all arrived. People came and went bustling about. In front of the waiting area was a blood-red river. This place was also the workshop specifically built for various ships. In order to enter the red zone, numerous powerful monsters were present. Materials would be collected by hunting beasts and monsters around the red zone. Assistant Philly began to speak in a pedantic tone. Philly raised its hand and struck a pose. It emphasized that nothing in the world was easy. The grade of the ships crafted by the players would largely depend on the materials players used to build them. Philly again created very vivid images to aid the explanation. It reminded players about the rewards. If a player could build a ship, then that person could leave with anyone they wished to bring along. Building a large ship would always be better than building a small one. The omnipotent assistant Philly was very generous and provided players with a list detailing the basic and essential materials. The list also included descriptive images and detailed information. After rattling off a long list of rules, Philly announced the time for entering the new world. It requested everyone to prepare for departure. Players immediately stood before their respective portals. The brown-haired man looked at the scene outside. It was a wilderness, majestic and magnificent, leaving him speechless with awe. The brown-haired man turned around, reminding everyone to strive to build a ship large enough for the entire guild to travel together. Another guild also spoke up, offering assistance and seeking cooperation. Zhang Hanju stood at the back, not caring at all about the cooperation between guilds. His mind was solely focused on finding that place now. Shang Jin walked up to him from behind to strike up a conversation. He asked if he had finished everything he wanted to do. Shang Jin's team had arrived here very early to collect materials. Zhang Hanju had already completed what he needed to do. He wanted to confirm and see Shang Jin. Shang Jin, do you remember what you told me on the first floor? No, I'm sure. I'm already prepared for everything you told me on the first floor. Shang Jin tentatively asked about Hansu's form, and Hansu frankly admitted he no longer needed to pretend. Seeing Shang Jin seemed quite relaxed, Hansu then asked, puzzled, why he was still standing there. Instead of looking for materials to build the large ship, time was running out and materials were limited. Shang Jin confidently stated that the guild and me, she would handle it. Shang Jin repeated Mizai's name with a doubtful tone. The scene switched to a certain part of the quest area. A monster was struck by countless arrows and screamed in pain. It was Mishi who shot these powerful arrows. A confident Mishi appeared thanks to Shang Jin's help, recalling his and her encounter on the first floor of the Tower Island, and stated with certainty the current Mishi had changed a lot. Shang Jin was still chattering about Mishi. How happy she would be to see Hansu. When he saw Hansu again, He however didn't care at all. He threw a snake towards Shang Jin. He turned and left, leaving a remark. He didn't need that snake anymore. So he left it for Shang Jin. Because Shang Jin might need it more than him. The white snake looked bewildered, not understanding what happened. Meanwhile, Han Su slowly walked away. Without looking back. Before leaving, Han Su warned that the time for casual chats like this was running out. Because the areas beyond the tutorial zone would be much more difficult. Shang Jin knew Han Su's warnings were serious. He knew that without Han Su, he wouldn't have become this strong. And promised they would meet again on the upper floors. Han Su didn't respond. He just silently glanced at Shang Jin. After a moment of observation, he smiled, then left. That smile seemed like his approval of Shang Jin. Shang Jin didn't seem to see that smile. Nor did he expect much of a reply from Han Su. A couple had just returned from a nearby portal. Their conversation attracted Shang Jin's attention. The blonde woman felt their group was already late. They had wasted too much time in the crossroads area. The brown-haired man felt the same. He thought bringing Yuan Jing was a mistake. The blonde woman reminded the brown-haired man to be careful with his words. Others might overhear their conversation. Shang Jin had completely overheard their conversation. A voice spoke, telling someone to please come out. A foot stepped out from the portal, accompanied by an apology. Yuan Jing walked out, stating his carelessness was due to his worry for his daughter. The blonde woman refuted Yuan Jing's excuse, saying since someone was protecting the rear of the party, what did he have to worry about? She maliciously emphasized that he remembered nothing. Yuan Jing was confused about everything. He only remembered walking with his daughter. He didn't even know where this place was. The blonde woman sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say anymore. She cursed inwardly. She had wanted to find a capable guide, but didn't expect resurrection to mean amnesia. The blonde woman mentioned the twins following behind. She needed to talk with the fairy guiding them. Shang Jin witnessed the entire event unfold. He observed silently without saying a word. The scene switched to Han Su. He was delving deeper into the quest area. He walked around without finding anything special. The monsters were all concentrated in the center of the preparation area. As far as he knew, every floor and every room was a completely different environment. Some spaces even looked like real skies or underwater. But overall, everything was artificial. He touched a barrier. He intently observed the barrier. He was certain that all of this would eventually come to an end. He had heard that this tower had 4 floors, but in reality there were 5 in total. The image of the 5th floor appeared in his mind. The 5th floor was precisely the dungeon where the hidden fragments could be obtained. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. He knew that it would be difficult to acquire the fragments through conventional means. He acted on his thoughts immediately. He gritted his teeth and continuously slashed at the barrier in front of him. He relentlessly attacked, combining it with the power of the Numaha ring, attempting to destroy the walls that formed the tower. A gap appeared in the barrier. He intended to use this gap to execute his next plan. A loud crash occurred. Dust flew everywhere as Han Su carefully crawled through the broken opening. He meticulously carried out the insane plan in his mind. If he couldn't climb from the inside, then he would climb from the outside. From the outside, the towering spire was both terrifying and magnificent. He looked back at the hole he had just made in the tower wall. In the blink of an eye, the hole vanished. Even without the Numaha ring, it would have been difficult for him to attempt this crazy plan. Han Su intently gazed at the system panel in front of him. Looking at the values on the panel, he secretly cursed how terrible his stats were. His strength points were 608. Agility was 611. Stamina was 667. Perception was 677, and other stats were 587. As Han Su climbed the tower from the outside, he calculated his various stats. He had already raised all his stats to 50 by attacking the Black King and obtaining relics, but he had only reached the bare minimum. From now on, everything depended on how he would respond. It seemed he had reached his destination. He slowly climbed from the outside into the tower. Climbing to the top of the tower had exhausted all his strength. He panted as he looked inside. He had finally reached his destination, the 5th floor. The system notification panel appeared simultaneously. The floor he stood on was named 5th Floor Dungeon. He picked up the spear and sword from his back. According to Ralph Lauren, everything that existed in this place was still unknown. Rows of blades shot towards the ground. They surrounded him, forcing him to raise his guard. He was determined to win no matter what. The light core of the 5th floor gradually emitted A strange energy. A dragon appeared. The system simultaneously popped up a notification. The system has created a monster based on the memories of the intruder. You created a monster. He remained standing. But his eyes could not hide his shock and extreme fear. That monster evoked his painful memories. A giant golden dragon was destroying everything and slaughtering everyone. Iris anxiously asked where Kirill and Hansu were. Her entire team was struggling to fight the giant dragon before them. Before them, a mage holding a staff declared, "All of humanity has fallen into chaos." Another person fiercely swung down their blade. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer and had to help. Everyone immediately passed through the crystal orb. A notification came: command has been transferred to Anwei. Eileen and a nearby man were also shocked upon hearing this. Hansu was also utterly exhausted. He tightly held a blonde girl in his arms. All around them was ruin. Monsters flew everywhere. The girl appeared to be severely injured. Hansu questioned the girl why she desperately protected him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in this state. He recalled her, pushing him behind her, then swiftly rushing forward, which shocked him. He weakly tried to grasp the girl's fading form. Unconsciously, he called out the girl's name, Kirill. He was too pained to speak. Kirill raised her hand, wanting to caress his cheek. She was so happy she kept thanking the heavens. She showed the happiest smile of her life. Kirill was overjoyed that Hansu was safe. She didn't want him to stop now, and even less did she want him to just silently keep listening. The last words she spoke were her plea for him to promise to keep moving forward. After that, she couldn't hold on any longer and passed away. He watched helplessly as her body grew stiffer and stiffer. He couldn't hide the profound grief deep within him. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for his helplessness. He roared in agony as memories flooded his mind, accompanied by his inner sorrow. Back to reality. He still couldn't believe the system had created a monster from his memories. That was it, the dragon that had taken his Kirill. The image of the beryllium domain golden dragon became clearer and clearer. He finally saw it. The golden dragon had not yet awakened. The reconstructed image was still forming. Hanju stood below, observing. The most powerful enemy from his memories was reappearing in this hidden dungeon. Hanju pondered. The pain from that time had not diminished in his heart. He knew this was the golden opportunity to defeat the monster. Even if this monster was just a weakened red mark, he couldn't let his guard down. Two strange items appeared in Hanju's hands. The items he brought to this hidden dungeon could only be used to pass the 52nd floor. The stone in Hanju's hand was an imitation of the Philosopher's Stone and the Ghost Jade Essence. Both were items obtained from treasure hunting. Hanju recalled the event where he used the Philosopher's Stone to exchange for 32 marbles on the second floor. He knew this item wasn't perfect. Just as he thought this, the stone slowly began to crack. Hanju gripped the stone tightly in his hand, filled with immense worry. Although this stone wasn't perfect, if he could use it, then all of his marks could enter the red state. He then prepared to put the Ghost Jade Essence into his mouth. This item alone was precious enough to allow him to eliminate the Ghost King. He bit down hard on the Ghost Jade Essence, causing the jade to crack. One day after consuming it, the notification panel immediately displayed Hanju's attribute information. All attribute points had reached the 9,999 cap, and each attribute received an additional 9,999 boost. However, this boosted ability only lasted for 1 day. After 1 day, all his attributes would plummet to rock bottom, leaving only 001. He had worked extremely hard to create a red mark. Tremendous energy erupted from his entire body. Hot red aura continuously surged around him, emitting sizzling sounds. His eyes became sharp and cold. He forced himself into the red state. Also, for the sake of this very event, the golden dragon had been successfully reconstructed. It let out an earth-shattering roar. He watched it open its massive maw, roaring furiously. He then swore in his heart that he would definitely defeat it. Crushed rocks flew everywhere. Hanju was pushed backward. He used his entire body as a brake to stop his body from sliding backward on the ground, leaving a long straight friction mark. He was fearless, continuing to summon the first ability of the new ring. Maha. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, and a hot red aura appeared on the sword blade. The first ability was precisely 99 red destruction power. Hanju, holding his sword, swiftly charged towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon remained standing there, unmoving and fearless. An incredibly sharp, merciless sword light violently and decisively slashed out from Hanju's position. But even though he had already applied a boost to himself, and even his sword couldn't cut through the golden dragon's super hard defensive armor. He found his sword had broken into two pieces. The damage he inflicted on the golden dragon was just a tiny wound, and a detached scale with blood oozing from the wound. He seemed not to have attacked deeply enough. The golden dragon took a deep breath. An energy orb gradually formed in the golden dragon's mouth. Its destructive power could be terrifying. He seemed to recognize this attack from the golden dragon. The energy orb was gradually completing its formation. Jin Longha opened its maw, revealing a scorching red energy orb, blazing like a miniature sun. After accumulating enough energy, a powerful force immediately shot out like a storm, heading straight for Han Su. Expecting him to flee, he merely stood his ground and waited. The terrifying energy stream surged towards him. Suddenly he revealed a triumphant smile. The scene switched to another part of the mission area. A long-tongued lizard monster had been defeated, its tongue lolling out, eyes wide and mouth agape. Sanji jumped onto his newly acquired spoils. Mihi ran up behind him announcing, "This slime monster is the last one." Sanji meanwhile focused on extracting the slime sack from the monster's body. After retrieving the slime sack, Sanji decided to return to the shipbuilding site and begin building the ship. Mihi felt a little worried. She thought everyone should wait for Hansu to return, and that it would be better if he came with them. Sanji rejected her suggestion, because he knew that even if Hansu were here, he wouldn't come with them. It's incredibly difficult to convince him to come alone. Mihi retorted to Sanji in disbelief, what's so difficult about it? She truly didn't understand what he meant. He replied bitterly, the reason we've made it this far is because we could only advance by hiding behind him. Back on the 5th floor of the dungeon, Jin Longha fired an incredibly powerful energy beam directly at him. He watched the attack approach, silently assessing the situation. This situation is no different from what I've faced before. No different. But the only distinction is, I can completely dodge this attack. The figure before him vanished instantly without a trace. He dodged the attack at the last possible second. He was highly focused, his eyes wide, looking terrifyingly serious. Jin Longha seemed ready to unleash its next move. He summoned a dagger in his right hand. Ordinary weapons can no longer inflict any damage on this monster. He was using Degrados Judgment and Justice. It was a dagger and a scythe. These two weapons were originally a pair, and only when they were used together could they unleash their true power. Han Su gripped the chain in his hand. This was an upgraded version of Degrados dagger. He combined it with Numaha's second ability. Blood surged and the daggers replicated and linked together, forming a terrifying chain covered in barbs. The chain wrapped around Jin Long's neck, ready to tighten. Jin Longha seemed to sense the impending danger. The dagger blade pierced directly into Jin Long's skin, penetrating its armor, causing blood to splatter from Jin Long's neck. He tightly gripped the chain and yanked it sharply from below. He watched Jin Long's pained expression, feeling a pang of worry. To obtain this upgraded version, the price I paid was durability. I can't maintain this power for long. And the dragon's breath is still incredibly powerful. He tightened his grip on the chain. He didn't know if he could do it. Determination flickered in his eyes. I can't be so lacking in confidence. I can definitely do it. He violently tightened the chain around Jin Long's neck. He accepted sacrificing all his weapons to maintain the current damage output. He would continue attacking, even if it meant sacrificing all his weapons. Jin Longha violently swung its tail in his direction. He controlled the chain. Due to being in a fixed attack stance, he couldn't dodge, and took a direct hit from Jin Longha. The attack was so powerful that he was sent flying far away. His grip on the chain also loosened. Jin Longha meanwhile seemed to find a moment of relief from the pain in its neck. The heavy blow he took caused profuse bleeding from his head, but he paid no mind to the pain. But he was utterly indifferent to its suffering. He gripped the chains tightly, preparing for his next attack. The chains wrapped around the weapons he had previously laid out. As the weapons touched the chains, they clanged together with a harsh sound. He tightened the chains, pulling all the weapons close to him. With a powerful swing, he hurled all the weapons in his hand towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon flapped its massive wings, and with just one sweep it destroyed all the weapons he had used to attack. But the grip around the golden dragon's neck suddenly tightened, sending blood splattering. The golden dragon roared in agony. Hazu gripped the chains tightly, focusing all his energy into this attack. The golden dragon let out a deafening roar of pain. Its mouth wide open, fangs bared and saliva dripping. Hazu charged towards the golden dragon. Perhaps even while confronting the golden dragon he was still continuously increasing his own power. The golden dragon's eyes were blinded by pain. It only knew how to roar, unaware that he was approaching it step by step. The scene shifts to where Shang Jin is carrying out his mission. He knew Hazu was incredibly powerful, and his team would have to work hard to catch up to him. Shang Jin looked at Mei Shi. He had something he needed to accomplish. Shang Jin also told Mei Shi that there would be a few more people on the ship. After hearing this, she didn't know who he was referring to. She guessed they were friends or people close to Shang Jin. Shang Jin looked at Li Yuanqing's team. He wasn't sure if that would happen. Looking at Li Yuanqing in the distance, he was certain that guy would definitely be useful in the future. The scene shifts to another area. The landscape was desolate with broken trees and eroded land. It looked as if a crisis had just occurred. A red liquid appeared on the ground. A person walked by and stepped into the liquid. It emitted thick smoke. The shoes seemed to be corroded. The liquid was very much like corrosive acid. In reality, the short-haired man ran, observing the liquid on the ground. This venom spread very quickly, soon reaching near the player's base. The short-haired man shouted, telling his teammates not to leave yet, because he hadn't gotten on the ship. But in response a pile of weapons was thrown down from the ship. This action terrified the man. Unable to believe what had just happened, he angrily demanded, "Do you even know what you're doing?" The people on the ship shamelessly mocked him. The short-haired man was good at dodging and reacted quickly. Only now did he realize he had been tricked. They had used him alone to collect materials for them, and now he was abandoned like this. The people on the ship brazenly claimed that their gang had no obligation to take outsiders with them, to accompany them. The short-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. He cursed the people on the ship in his mind, calling them jerks and inhumane. The short-haired man didn't have much time left to collect materials. Arguing now would only be a waste of time, so he decided to return to the mission area to search for materials. The guys on the ship shamelessly yelled, "If you want to leave, build your own ship, and you'll probably die from the venom before you even finish building it." Their hearty laughter echoed from behind him. The short-haired man ignored them, burying his head and running to find materials. He cursed the people in the gang, calling them brazen scoundrels. After that he cursed the ferry, because it hadn't mentioned a time limit. In the mission area, everything was slowly reaching a stalemate. The short-haired man anxiously searched for targets to kill. He was looking for gelatinous creatures to collect slime from. He was so busy searching that he didn't notice the clear crack in the tower's barrier. By the time he reacted, a hole had already formed. He looked back and saw only an arm reaching in from outside. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed in terror. The person who broke through the barrier and crawled in from outside was none other than Han Xiao. The short-haired young man fell back onto the ground in fright. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Looking at Han Xiao disheveled and covered in injuries, the short-haired young man anxiously asked for Han Xiao's identity. But he just slowly and calmly walked in. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes revealed the taste of victory. Han Xiao didn't really pay attention to the short-haired young man's questions or fear. This line is merged with the previous line and translated. He was only focused on observing the overflowing venom on the ground. He stated confidently that he still had time to do things. The short-haired young man finally caught his attention. He then asked who he was. He kept poking the barrier, chattering incessantly, asking how one could possibly break through it. Because no matter how he stabbed, the barrier didn't even have a scratch, let alone breaking it. But he remained silent, ignoring all questions. He called out to him as he wasn't paying attention to his words. But he just continued walking forward with no time to talk to him, because Han Xiao was very busy. The short-haired young man knew he was in a hurry and wouldn't bother him. Despite saying that, he still asked some strange questions such as, "Why aren't you wearing clothes? Why did you tear your clothes? Do you like running around shirtless or something?" He didn't seem displeased. He merely explained that the task of building the ship he hadn't completed yet, and time was running out. After speaking, he activated his skill, creating a massive gust of wind. The short-haired young man still pressed on, asking, "Time's almost up, how can you do it alone?" When he was alone, there was no need to listen to his questions. Han Xiao flew directly into the sky, moving at an astonishing speed, to acquire the materials needed for shipbuilding. The short-haired young man, The supporting character standing below was dumbfounded and bewildered, shocked by his extraordinary skill. Even after he left, he still couldn't figure out what had just happened. The scene switched to a battle within the area. A man was thrown far away, crashing directly into a tree trunk and shattering it. The teammates in front saw this scene and immediately reminded the one who had just been knocked down, telling him to calm down and continue fighting, because time was running out. The monster they were fighting was a Galapagos crocodile. It had 4 eyes and a back covered in sharp spikes. The brown-haired man looked at the monster before him, his face pale with fear. He couldn't defeat the Galapagos crocodile, because it was beyond their team's capabilities. Hanshio swept past like a gust of wind. He didn't forget to leave a message. If you don't act, I'll take care of this one. He swept past like a gust of wind. Then with bare hands directly punched the crocodile. Under the gaze of all witnesses, who were dumbfounded and bewildered, they watched him continuously pummel the crocodile's body, causing its rough skin to give way and bleed. They couldn't believe their eyes, because he wasn't using any weapons at all. He was actually fighting the Galapagos crocodile with his bare hands. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by one person's bewildered question, "Who is he?" While the group was still confused, the short-haired supporting character ran over panting. He finally caught up with Hanshio. Truly commendable. Seeing him panting, the others assumed Hanshio was his companion, but he seriously denied it, and honestly replied, saying he had only just met him. On his side, he was still relentlessly pummeling the crocodile's body. He wouldn't stop until he had completely pulverized it. With a single hand, he directly extracted materials from its body. The Galapagos crocodile watched the scene as it was mercilessly dealt with. Everyone else was speechless, unable to utter a single word. When he stopped his attack, everything fell silent. Everyone around was too scared to utter a word. Check out the materials from the Galapagos crocodile. He held it in his hand but felt a bit conflicted. You don't need this material. You only went after it because it was in your way. Someone below suggested Hanju cooperate with them. That supporting character, the short-haired young man, immediately seized the opportunity, wanting to build a ship with them, with that group. But he was immediately rejected, because the Galapagos crocodile's parasites can only be used to build a 20-person boat. So spots were already very limited. So the short-haired young man went to snatch the materials. The other party wouldn't allow it either. Hanshu slowly descended from the crocodile's corpse and walked towards the two people who were arguing. Neither side would back down. Both wanted the parasites and the boat. One grabbed the other's head, fighting over the spoils. Hanshu couldn't care less about any of this. He threw the materials towards the short-haired young man and the one with horns, telling them to divide it amongst themselves. He only left a single sentence saying he didn't need this. He also stated directly that his own goal was a ship, a 500-person one, so these materials, they could use them however they wished. The image of the Nox rock lizard appeared. Its heart is the main material for building this ship. A 500-person one. If you want to build a large ship, then naturally the value of the exchanged materials must be higher. The short-haired young man assessed the surrounding situation and disdained fighting over those parasites or anything of the sort anymore. He noticed that the venom had already spread throughout the entire 4th level. Yet time was quickly running out. After that, he considered Hanju's absurd words when he wanted to eliminate a Nox rock lizard to build a 500-person ship. It was too absurd. Hanju, with a righteous air, proposed an enticing condition to exchange with the remaining players. He said to have everyone notify the remaining people. If anyone wanted to get on the ship, they should exchange it for some kind of material. In return, he would let that person board his ship. The short-haired young man couldn't believe his ears, because he had just been tricked by a guild. He wanted to confirm Hanju's words again. Could people like them really go with him too? The scene switches to the player's shipbuilding area. A large number of people had already gathered here. Everyone was discussing, wondering if the news that had just spread was actually true. Everyone was anxiously waiting. They didn't know if Hanju could truly kill the Nox rock lizard to build a 500-person ship, just as he had claimed. The short-haired young man looked at the pile of materials he had hunted. For him, this was like a final gamble. Either win big or lose everything. He hoped this wasn't a lie this time. Just as he was thinking, a huge sound came from outside. It caught everyone's attention. Everyone simultaneously looked outside, because the noise was too loud. The corpse of a lizard fell from the sky. It landed in front of all the players, shocking them greatly. The short-haired young man and the remaining people were in extreme panic. because that colossal creature was falling towards where they stood. A shout of "Get out of the way" rang out. The lizard's corpse violently slammed into the ground. Everyone thought it was a monster attack. They turned pale with fright and fled in all directions. Hanju appeared on the lizard's back. He looked around, confirming that all the remaining players had gathered. He jumped to the ground and instructed everyone to get ready. The short-haired young man looked at Hanju with admiration, because he hadn't expected that Hanju had actually hunted that monster alone. He walked straight towards Assistant Philai and requested in exchange, because he had already brought the Nox Rock lizard's heart. Here. Assistant Philai stroked her chin in thought. Indeed. He had brought back the heart, the main material. But auxiliary materials still needed to be supplemented to build the ship. Fairy also reminded him that he still had plenty of time left. Of course he knew about that. Hanshio took out his bag of memories, along with items brought by Alan Shu and other players. Items brought in succession. Finally, Arasha's silk threads were added. These items were the conditions, which he used to exchange for passage for those who wanted to board the ship. Fairy continued to judge relentlessly. Even though there were enough auxiliary items, it sarcastically remarked that it still hadn't seen the lizard's heart. Outside, the short-haired man was observing. He was curious about how Hanshio's bag was made, as it looked very mysterious. After Hanshio said the main material was right behind him, Fairy also laughed it off. It took the materials needed to build the ship. A ship for 500 people, and it didn't forget to congratulate Hanshio on successfully collecting 10 types of materials. It even wanted to reward Hanshio, because he was the only one who brought so many materials. Just like that, the rest of the players discovered that the venom had already spread here. Fairy, however, didn't care, and instead asked if everyone wanted to celebrate Hanshio. But the others, seeing death approaching, loudly urged, "Fairy, hurry up and build us a ship." Fairy felt frustrated and speechless. It preferred others to scream from trembling in fear. The collected materials transformed into 10 luxurious ships, appearing above everyone's heads. Fairy announced that these were the ships they had built, with the materials they had just provided. The short-haired man was astonished by the ship's grandeur. Hanshio allowed everyone to board the ship together, and he also instructed everyone who contributed materials, "Please come find me." Everyone cheered excitedly, scrambling to get onto the ship. Fairy kindly announced that it would be in charge of the ship's controls, so everyone didn't need to worry. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Hanshio intently watched the ship's steering wheel. Fairy continued to babble about the estimated arrival time, which was expected to be 3 days. It advised everyone to sit down and relax. The ships began to set sail. It sped forward on the bright red water. From now on, Fairy would no longer interfere. It was happy to guide everyone safely to the red zone. The magnificent ship set sail in the Red Sea. Fairy had tears in its eyes, moved that its efforts had not been in vain. It instructed everyone, "Please try your best to survive in the time to come." Rows of ships appeared on the sea surface. The next stage was waiting for them ahead. After leaving the guided area, that would be the first red zone that players had to face. People on Hanshio's ship looked at the other vessels and began to discuss. They didn't know if this was the entrance to the red zone, because many ships were sailing in the same direction as them. Another person was awestruck by this magnificent sight. Looking at the murky red water flowing below, it was a red ocean formed by venom. It looked beautiful, yet too terrifying. Hanshio stood at the back listening to the two people continue to chat. They felt very grateful because Hanshio had given them a ride. If it weren't for him, they might have already been buried by the venom on the 4th level. They looked at Hanshio, who was standing at the back, filled with admiration. He allowed everyone to board the ship with simple conditions. They were curious about Hanshio's identity, because he was a righteous and kind person. They had no idea he was in danger, as all his attributes had dropped to 001. This was because he had used a special skill during his battle with the Golden Dragon. He had anticipated this. When he used the Ghost Jade Essence, he looked at some kind of energy in his hand. He hadn't expected to obtain this during his battle with the Golden Dragon. It turned out that what he had obtained was Dragon Energy, which was also the first skill he had acquired in this life. Previously he had greatly underestimated this skill, but now he could only learn 7 skills. Given the current circumstances, this skill was indeed worthy of being his first. He was still researching how to use the Dragon Energy. At that moment someone screamed loudly. He seemed to have seen something. A previous ship had been sunk. The ship's wreckage floated on the water. Some people even tried to grab onto planks. to avoid sinking. When they saw Kong Hansu's ship, someone cried out for help. The short-haired man recognized the person who had just called for help. It was the one who had tricked him and left him on the 4th floor. At that time there were no materials available to build a ship. The person calling for help still pleaded earnestly for assistance. He also mentioned something else was here. Before he could finish speaking, a trident pierced through that person's body. Blood flowed down from the trident. The pierced person was lifted high into the air. The wound made him groan in pain. The attacker was a pale-skinned, muscular man. It seemed they were merfolk monsters. Everyone was reporting the appearance of monsters at sea. Everyone nervously got into battle-ready positions. Everyone saw that the ship's direction was changing. Someone questioned who had changed the ship's course. The short-haired man looked at the steering wheel and recognized that the person at the helm was none other than Kong Hansu, who was manipulating the wheel steering the ship towards another direction. I really don't know what's going to happen. What are you going to do next? The ship suddenly began to change course in the poisonous sea. Kong Hansu continued to steer the ship steadily. Everyone on board felt confused. The short-haired man also spoke up to stop him. He pointed with fear and worry at the broken shipwrecks. If we keep heading in that direction, the ship might be attacked. If we're attacked in this poisonous sea, I'm afraid no one will survive. He didn't believe that if the ship were attacked, Kong Hansu could save everyone by himself. That's impossible for him. Everyone on the ship will die. Kong Hansu suddenly recalled old memories. A voice said, I don't understand why you desperately try to save others. You must remember your and your friend's purpose. Kong Hansu pursed his lips, sadly recalling the short-haired man, still trying to persuade him. If we get any closer to where those shipwrecks are, it will be extremely dangerous. You must steer the ship back to its original course. But he didn't listen to him at all. Kong Hansu sensed something interesting approaching. They all seemed to be coming up. Before he could react to Kong Hansu's words, he thought he had changed his mind and was steering the ship back. But then he realized Kong Hansu meant something else. Just as he felt confused, suddenly, a hand grabbed onto the ship and climbed aboard. The short-haired man saw two people who had just climbed onto the ship. The two who had just climbed aboard were panting, happy to be alive. The short-haired man fearfully tried to back away. More and more people from the sea climbed aboard. They were the people from the broken ships. The first person to climb aboard had already regained his breath. He angrily questioned the short-haired man. I heard everything you just said. You wanted to abandon them. They only survived because they swam over as soon as they saw the ship approaching. He grabbed his collar resentfully. I want to see how you struggle after being thrown overboard. He swung his fist to strike. Just as his fist was about to land, it was suddenly interrupted by something. He released the short-haired man's collar in surprise, letting him fall heavily to the ground. The aggressor looked in astonishment at what had been thrown at him. It was a sword. Now it was stuck in the ship's deck. Kong Hansu was the one who stopped them. He stopped the commotion. He told them that that thing was coming, successfully making them stop arguing and instead feel confused. Not knowing what that thing he spoke of was. The ship began to shake violently. Someone shouted, "It's here." The monsters were underneath the ship. They were the guardians of the red zone's entrance. They were the cursed survivors. These creatures could only survive in the poisonous sea. Their simple attack method was to bore holes in the ship's hull. At this moment they were also trying to bore through the hull. Everyone on the ship panicked. If this continued, their ship would sink. They had to stop them. The problem was how to get close to them. Ranged attackers need to shoot. Attack them from the surface of the water. They need more firepower. Because the monsters are blocking their attacks. Kong Hansu climbed onto the ship's rail. If they won't go down, then he will. With that, he immediately jumped into the sea, catching everyone off guard. They never expected him to be so reckless. He quickly hit the surface of the water. Everyone on the ship felt worried, jumping into a poisoned sea without any equipment. They were certain he would die. Kong Hansu sank into the poisoned sea. Purple currents swirled around him. The monsters had already spotted him. They all turned at once, staring intently at him. The poisonous water in the sea was easily pushed aside. Thanks to dragon arts. With his magic points in the red zone, he was able to cope. The monsters began to attack. They all rushed at him simultaneously. Kong Hansu activated his power. Dragon arts allow the user to draw upon the power of dragons. Furthermore, it's a skill that gradually transforms the user's body to become more dragon-like. This legendary skill and item is called Zero. Dragon scales gradually appeared on Kong Hansu's face. Dragon arts certainly live up to their name. His hands had already transformed into dragon claws. Power surged within him. He still couldn't fully unleash its power. Kong Hansu threw a punch, powerful enough to pierce through the monster's chest. At this moment there was a large deep hole in the monster's chest. Kong Hansu secretly marveled at the dragon art's penetrating power. He almost died to obtain it. So he couldn't waste this ability. The monsters were startled to see their companion defeated so easily. They began to flee. If he let them go, they would just wait for the next chance to attack. He couldn't let that happen. He was running out of time. Kong Hansa gave chase. He had to eliminate them. He killed them one by one. Power enveloped him. The monsters turned and surrounded him. One monster charged at him, trident in hand. Kong Hansa grabbed the trident just in time. He retaliated with its own weapon. Blood splattered and the monster was decapitated. Kong Hansa suddenly felt unwell. The monsters had been completely eliminated by him. Looking at the holes in the bottom of the ship, he felt that things on the surface weren't over yet. He decided to quickly return to the ship. Red seawater was pouring in through the holes. The people on board struggled to find a way to plug them. They were ready to attack if they saw any monsters appear. They noticed something entering through a hole. They started shouting to attack. The incoming sword was blocked by a trident. It was Kong Hansa who had entered. He was using the trident he had just taken from the monster. Recognizing him, everyone was surprised that he had returned and was completely unharmed. Kong Hansa slicked the water from his hair. He clearly guessed they thought he couldn't do it. After being stunned, their expressions changed. They blamed him for making an even bigger hole in the ship just now. They wondered what he intended to do with the wood when they saw him use them. Kong Hansa successfully broke the wood with his bare hands, leaving everyone speechless. Just then someone ran down. Seeing them gathered, he urged everyone. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Kong Hansa was making planks to plug the holes. They called out to each other, following him to get more as in wood. He reminded everyone they needed more slime from kiosks to plug the holes. They chattered noisily, still unable to believe what they had just seen. Unable to believe he had just broken the wood with his bare hands. Finally, everyone successfully repaired all the holes. Now they needed to deal with the poisonous water accumulated inside the ship. Kong Hansa told them to ignore the poisonous water. The water would evaporate. They decided to go out. If they stay in this evaporating poisonous water for too long, they'll inhale the toxic fumes. Kong Hansu led the way upwards. The others scrambled to follow him. He sighed in relief, knowing he had done his best. The outcome wasn't bad either. He also found something useful to replace his damaged weapon. It was the Cursed One's trident. This trident's durability was enough to withstand the poisonous water. So he would be fine. After the battle, everyone was exhausted. Suddenly they heard a notification. If they looked ahead, they might see a beautiful sight. They looked confused and disbelieving, because there was only water all around them. Suddenly they cried out in joyful surprise. They saw land. They had finally reached the red zone. They couldn't believe they arrived so quickly. But they noticed something strange. The boat hadn't stopped at all, it was fully automated. The short-haired man reminded them that the journey would take 3 days. So it wasn't time yet. Kong Hansu spoke up. That's not land. Those are the roots of the world tree. Everyone was astonished. What kind of tree can grow that big? The short-haired man asked him about the previous notification. Is this the beautiful sight you mentioned earlier? He told them to keep watching. The real show is just beginning. Something charged towards the moving boat. The boat began to shake violently again. Everyone on board was terrified when they saw what appeared. A gigantic monster emerged from the sea, causing the surface of the water to churn. A massive column of water shot up into the sky, filling everyone around with dread. Only Kong Hansu remained perfectly calm. He showed not the slightest hint of fear. The monster slowly opened its mouth, revealing murky red water gushed out, pouring down and making the river water swirl. Sharp teeth were exposed, reflecting a chilling gleam. It filled everyone with terror. They screamed in panic, "What the hell is that?" Its golden eyes gleamed, emitting streams of light that flowed down like shimmering gold. It looked eerie and terrifying. The monster roared, its voice echoing through the entire space. Its long winding tongue stretched out, like a snake poised to strike. The people around screamed in horror, scattering in all directions, trying to escape the nightmare before them. As they ran, they cried out in despair, "It's over. We're dead." The monster slammed its tongue down, shattering the wooden fragments on the water's surface. The waves grew higher and higher, more violent than ever before, as if the monster wanted to swallow the entire boat. Massive waves crashed against the hull, forcing everyone to cling tightly to the railings. Someone screamed in terror, "Hold on tight." A young man who looked quite youthful said to everyone around him, "It doesn't eat people." Everyone looked at it and saw that it was eating the tree roots. Everyone concluded that it wanted to eat the tree roots. The young man continued, "That root is as big as an island." At this moment Kong Hansu calmly walked up the steps one by one. His expression was serene. He thought to himself, "The ships that leave the training area will arrive at one of the thousands of roots, depending on the path chosen by the immortals. That creature is called the World Tree Devouring Fish. They named it the Calamity Fish. One of the 5 great calamities, it causes the World Tree to wither." He said the creatures living in the red zone, Elphinstone, to protect their race from the dangerous environment, created the World Tree using mysterious technology. He continued, but it couldn't stop the 5 great calamities and the Elphantum. These mutated monsters seemed to be born solely to destroy the World Tree. He controlled the boat, blaming himself for not being able to protect the World Tree in the past. But now he had a mission to complete. The boat moved further and further away from the monster. He thought to himself, it just finished eating, so it will move slowly towards its target. Next he must start from one of the roots on the edge, far from where we started. Initially a young man stepped forward and asked him, "Wait, what were you doing just now?" He was sweating and panting, looking like he was about to drop dead. "Are you chasing that giant monster? Are you insane? No matter how strong you are, that monster is still on a completely different level. This just won't do. You need to ask for everyone else's opinion, to see if they agree," he replied. His face exuded a charm that captivated countless people. Someone might disagree. The young man was stunned. "You're only realizing that now?" The young man said to him then. "He can let them get off the ship right now." He smiled kindly and replied, "You really do need to chase that monster. So whoever wants to get off the ship, raise your hand, and he'll let them off immediately." The ship sailed towards the center of the sea. A scream rang out, "It's here." The ship stopped next to a tree. People around murmured, "The World Tree." The tree roots were at the edge where the World Tree's root system began. Everyone around said, "That's the bulletin board that appeared showing the World Tree is withering." A voice rang out saying, "That person thought this was land. But this is where the tree roots begin. How can it be so big that I don't even know where it extends to?" John Hunchio said, "It's best to go into the water right." His words made the young man flinch a bit. "Come on, smile now. We have 2 more weeks. It'll be safe if we keep going up." The young man turned around and asked him, "What do you mean by 2 weeks? You just said we needed to go to the World Tree." At this moment a man spoke up. "Aren't you going today?" The young man was stunned. John Hunchio said, "We can't just sit here forever. You have to follow everyone, right?" The young man replied. "Wait, I'll go too." He said, "Hurry up." He thought to himself, the fish of calamity will come to eat these tree roots within 2 weeks. So he thought he needed to find that person. He picked up his weapon and said, "Before that, I can't let anyone else use this ship. It must be destroyed immediately." After destroying the ship, he said they should be seeing the cross tree soon. The young man looked back to see what he was doing. He thought to himself, "You seem to be saying something," and wondered, "Aren't you coming this way?" The young man walked and thought, "You're quite elusive. But I feel very safe when you're around." The adult man exclaimed, "Wait, what is that?" A cross tree appeared before everyone. "Is it a natural cross tree?" A young man spoke up. "This must have been made by someone. Let's go in that direction." The young man replied, "Wait. If someone made it, it might be a trap. If all of us go together, it's too dangerous. How about we send a small team? Anyway, we don't have any guild members." The young man continued. "A few people can go together to scout the place." He thought to himself, "This is why cautious people are so troublesome." Then a voice rang out. "It might be better for survival, but it's too troublesome." Everyone around shouted someone. They looked up. On the cliff they saw 3 people standing there. The black-haired man said, "Only you find it troublesome. Let's deal with it before they misunderstand." Then the blonde boy jumped down and a loud thud occurred. Everyone around cried out. The blonde boy took a look, then said, "Let me see 148 people." The crowd said, "I'm surprised that so many guild members could survive until now." They replied, "I belong to the Valkyrie Guild, part of the aid team." The blonde boy named Aaron Pat is a member of the Valkyrie Guild aid team. "We are basically your new saviors." "Ha!" A young man spoke up asking what's going on. He explained, "As you all know from the tutorial, the fairies neither interfere nor offer any guidance." He continued, "Of course they are observing us from somewhere. But they want retreat. So you just need to follow us. The crowd murmured, is this really okay? There aren't many of them, maybe we can defeat them. A man heard this and scoffed. Do you think saying things like that will scare them? On the other side, the black-haired man introduced himself. I am Bai Minchun from the assistance team. And this is Pampas. Let me explain clearly. He began to explain. He and his companions are here as assistants. And they have received orders to assist the travelers from the beginners area. Alan Pass responded, that's what I said. The crowd asked then who gave the order. They replied. Eric Valentine, the Lord of the Valkyrie Guild. She left us here. She left us assistants here 25 years ago before she went to the Orange Zone. Pampas continued to explain. She said it was hard for her to trust us. But she and they came here to help you adapt to the Red Zone. They said this is the very end of the World Tree's roots, far from the World Tree itself. So everyone will need our help. The people around murmured they probably don't mean any harm. Even in the worst case scenario we have more people. The crowd thought it should be fine, right? At this moment Bai Minchun said to Alan Pass. The young man spoke up. All right, well, follow you. The other two responded in surprise. What did you say? The other two started arguing, making the young man very embarrassed. Lady Pampas spoke up, enough. Stop wasting time. We have a responsibility to fulfill. Now go guide them. Alan Pass responded, oh, you mean don't let them bully others just because they have more people? The young man heard their words and felt very worried. The 30,000 assistants here have been here for years. If you don't want to die, just obey. Alan Pass thought to himself. The new recruits turned pale with fright upon hearing that number. The more they know, the more they will realize that some creatures are terrifying just by hearing their names. The Red Zone has its own rules. No one is allowed to harm the new recruits. The young man turned around and asked, what's that noise? Wondering if someone was fighting. Alan Pass reminded him, ignore it, keep moving. An explosion rang out. Someone's fighting over there. Alan Pass was shocked. You still can't handle anyone here. Eric Valentine responded. Wait, that skill looks familiar. Why is that woman fighting? Alan Pass responded, what a woman. The explosion roared violently. The woman was attacking Kong Hansu. Why are you attacking? She yelled, shut up. She told him she had just completed the beginner's tutorial and didn't know where this place was. How dare you talk nonsense, Sophia Vala? Sophia Vala gazed at a destroyed beach. She muttered to herself, you finally arrived here too. Her glasses reflected the image of an animal. It was Calamity. Her expression turned grim. She asked herself if she still had the right to avenge her parents. She fell into a trance. She looked up at the sky thinking. She thought this was for her and her younger brother. You will eventually be dragged here too. She said she would end everything. She silently uttered master in her heart. She thought to herself. The world looked to kill. And the gaze of those who plunder Calamity was insane. No one dared to risk their lives to kill a monster larger than a mountain. She muttered to herself, perhaps the ship has already set sail. All the effort. Later a muscular man with a six-pack appeared and he asked her, are you Sophia Vala? Startled, she turned around and asked, Rookie, how did you know she was here? That guy with the six-pack abs is Kong Hansu. You think you? I can't accurately see her stats. But she looks like she just reached the Red Zone. She doesn't seem to have any decent weapons or items. He coldly told her he had something to discuss about the Calamity fish. After hearing him, she froze stunned for a few seconds. He told her, let's talk. He needed her help. She replied that she had never seen him before. She asked him, are you Quadratus? He smiled. She looked a bit hesitant. How about trying Kant's suggestion? He continued, saying it would benefit her too. Hearing this, she was greatly surprised. She had been worried that she was sent here for nothing. He stated unequivocally that if he and she could kill the Calamity fish, then her sister's chances of survival would increase. He hadn't even finished talking about the Calamity fish when she intended to rush forward and attack. She yelled, what the hell do you know? Luckily he reacted quickly and dodged in time. She gritted her teeth in anger, turned around and uttered two words, damn it. At this moment his face was filled with surprise at the girl. A loud bang echoed. The girl raised her fists, wanting to hit him as many times as she could. And he dodged every single one. The two had been grappling since earlier. He patted her shoulder and said, let's talk first. She almost fell. She tried to attack him with magic, saying, how dare you? Then she yelled, are you messing with me? She created a magic circle. He was flustered at this moment. And then said she used that move too. He thought to himself, I must have really angered her. She used the magic skill 3 Jade Ice Orb. Small ice shards continuously fell towards him. He thought to himself that he wasn't good at dragon arts yet. so there was nothing he could do. He felt this would be a huge burden, but it was worth the risk. He used his own magic. A ball of flame ignited and his whole body seemed to be on fire. He underwent a racial transformation level 1. Hundreds of sharp ice shards continuously emerged. On the other side, she said 3 Jade Ice Orb was a move that could instantly freeze anything it touched. You can't escape my attack. It can even freeze the air. She yelled that she had already confirmed he wouldn't die, so she needed to get information from him. A voice rang out, my apologies. She was shocked by everything happening before her eyes. The ice shards slowly shattered. He appeared, then said, but you're not the only one with power. He raised his hand. His sharp black nails were extremely hard. With a clap of his hand, all the ice shards shattered. Amidst her screams, she said he melted her. 3 Jade Ice Orb. A transformation skill is a cultivation technique. That's something you can get in the beginner zone. How could his magic shield be so thick? She yelled, impossible, I can't lose. She remembered others' prejudices again. If she doesn't follow us now, she'll be left behind. She wanted to waste time on something like the calamity fish, which couldn't be killed. She shouted loudly no. She continued to use magic. She yelled impossible. Thousands of small paper slips fell. She cast magic on the Book of Alice. She used freezing magic. A statue emerged from the book and she yelled at him. I won't stay here. Just to be looked down upon by someone like you. She directly attacked him. He got into a ready stance, one hand filled with electric light. A single blow could destroy that power. Because he consumed too much energy, he reverted to his original form. He stood up and asked her if she wanted to continue. She desperately yelled, it's pointless. He asked her, what are you backing down, is it over? But he knew in his heart that he could still continue. She replied, are you taking me for a fool? Your special move isn't even perfect yet. She said there are 3 factors that determine the level of a cultivation technique. The first is its expansion and amplification value. Second, the efficiency and strength of the mana barrier. Third, its unique minor abilities. Depending on the special abilities a cultivation technique possesses, its power and usage can change dramatically. She thought to herself she had intended to push him to the brink of death. But seeing him withstand her attacks, completely unharmed, his cultivation technique was already top tier. By the standards of the red zone, there's no need to test him further. She turned to him and said she knew him very well. But how did he plan to kill that calamity fish? She said people gave up after it. Devoured thousands of people. Do you know what it means? To fight a monster that can swallow a ship. Does it mean anything? It's less of a monster and more of a natural disaster. She continued. And then there are those foolish people who actually worship that monster. She was tired of fighting alone. You should leave. Leave before your efforts become as futile as hers. He calmly said if he thought this was easy, he wouldn't have come to her. He said please help him, he already had a plan. She responded coldly, it seems you've misunderstood something. I have no intention of continuing this. She said this was her 14th attempt to kill that calamity fish. Stubborn. A voice came from behind her, have you given up? She turned around and replied, no matter what you say, I won't fight anymore. Sophia Bala, a person who stood up against the calamity fish. Her parents were devoured before her eyes. Yet she kept challenging it. The first time she was chased by others. The second time she was beaten black and blue. The third and fourth times she failed. The 10th time was no different. If you can't succeed, these numbers are meaningless. He continued, perhaps you haven't succeeded yet. But you have. Survived being swallowed 13 times. Without you she would fail again. But now you are here. He said he would help her, enabling her to kill that calamity fish. His words were like a ray of light illuminating her life. She unconsciously recalled her sister's words. You don't need to come. Big sister knows you can do it, trust me. She stood frozen in place. She asked him, puzzled. Why are you so obsessed with catching it? He turned his face away. Just trying to save 1 billion lives, that's all. She was stunned. What? He added, no, maybe 1.5 billion. At this point she couldn't comprehend, standing motionless. She said, you're crazier than those madmen. A man was eavesdropping on their conversation. I was wondering what all the noise was about. She said it would be troublesome if he and she got involved. He was about to get up and leave, but a stick poked his leg. He shouted, impossible. He then asked, were you planning to leave without saying hello? It turned out to be Aaron. Aaron thought, how did he sense my presence? She exclaimed, hot Aaron, what are you doing here? He smiled slightly, then said, nice to see you, Sophia. He looked at him. Aaron Parker, was he here the whole time? Could you please show us the way? The sun began to set. The afterglow shone, revealing the massive 10 monument tightly entwined by tree roots. A corner of the sky was dyed crimson. At this time, the people who were on the same ship as John Hancho had also arrived at the Valkyrie Guild. The short person in robes looked around, surprised by the bustling crowd. So many people. Bai Mingchun heard this, turned around and explained. Those refugees from the end of the tree roots must constantly move. If the calamity fish devours that area, we must evacuate immediately. So we must try to minimize such situations. After that, he fully turned around. They will give a brief introduction at the central house and help everyone settle in the town above. Are you hungry? After hearing this, the crowd, seeing the food laid out on the table, immediately cheered. Whoa, finally. We finally have some decent food, and it's amazing. The plump chef lady pointed at the gooey pile on the plate, placed it on the table with chopsticks in her hair, chewing on a toothpick, welcoming them with a bright smile. I heard you were coming, so I specially showed off a bit and made some of the freshest and most delicious dishes. The grumpy dwarf pointed at her with a horrified expression. Oh my goodness, what is this thing? I heard there was food. But are you trying to make us eat this strange slime? The plump lady burst out laughing. Well, everyone here eats this. It's rich in all the essential nutrients. If you want something else, why don't you try asking those people over there? A cruel scene was unfolding before their eyes. They didn't know what those people had eaten, but they were throwing up terribly, spewing out green and yellow bile. The plump lady continued. I warned them that the monsters in the red zone are very poisonous. Everyone fell silent, cold sweat dripping. They wondered if eating it would make their souls leave their bodies, or if they'd just get an early bento box and reunite with their ancestors. But they were just too hungry, so they went for it. Either they'd eat their fill or lose everything. They widened their eyes, trying hard to stuff it into their mouths. Ugh, this texture is really weird. The plump lady watched them with her arms crossed, letting out a chuckle. After you finish eating, I'll hand out extractors for everyone to collect. Bai Mingchun turned and left. The rest is up to you to handle, the plump lady replied. No problem, just leave it to me. After a few steps, he saw Sophia walking with a pale-faced man, and wondered who that person was. Mingchun entered the tent and immediately said, when did you get back? I saw you with the person you were just fighting. What are you doing? Aaron frowned as he continued to sew. Are you blind and mending my clothes? He was surprised. How did you end up like this? Aaron shouted, angrily throwing down the needle he was sewing with. That lunatic just fought with Sophia. Mingchun looked at the tattered guy with disdain. I thought you said you were just going to scout and wouldn't be discovered. Aaron sighed. How are the others? Mingchun looked outside and calmly replied, well, they're doing okay. They're much stronger than last year. The harsher the red zone is, the stronger the people who enter it become. And there are quite a few capable people in this team. If it weren't for the calamity fish, any team would bring this many people. Adventurers need time to adapt to the root system. And trees must live near the center, because the calamity fish devoured the outer areas. The immortals also know this and have adjusted the difficulty of the guidance to bring in stronger people. But Aaron muttered, no one is as crazy as him. He glanced, sizing up Mingchun as he spoke. Sophia Vala. Someone from the guidance section actually managed to fight her. Rumors might have already spread, so he's bound to show up soon. In the distance, a man stood on a rock, footsteps approaching. He was searching for something. Let me see. Then he revealed an eerie smile, as if he had already determined his direction, along with his blood-red eyes, and a red scratch on his chin, clearly showing his arrogance and cruelty. Back at the Valkyrie Guild, Sophia walked towards John Hansan. Did you get the extractor? You can't survive without it. He heard her and asked, where are you going? Sophia raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. Are you asking me back? I have something to do, I need to leave. She handed him a set of clothes. Take these. I grabbed these in a hurry, but it's better than nothing. I still feel a bit bad about attacking you. He took the clothes. We'll be working together. As he was checking the clothes, she shouted, blushing. Wait, I didn't tell you to change clothes here. She shouted while covering her eyes with her hands but secretly peeking through a gap. He was stunned by her exaggerated reaction. I wasn't wearing clothes just now either, he calmly replied. Of course not. I was just checking the size. Sophia pretended to regain her composure. Ahem. I just didn't want to see you naked. Before we go, we need to make a stop at this place. A tent with a yellow flag. This is the Assistant Support Center for adventurers who didn't make it to the next area. This place is to help those whose families are about to arrive. This is one of the areas left by R.S. Valentine. Sophia told him to wait for her outside. The short-haired girl saw her arrive and immediately greeted her cheerfully. "Oh, Sophia, it's been a long time since you last visited," Sophia said, turning to look at Ming and greeting him. "Can I check the list of new adventurers and the items I left here?" The girl happily opened the system panel to check. "Of course, you're a VIP, please wait a moment. The Assistant Support Center doesn't just help newcomers. It also provides extra services for contributors. A list of many people who need to be found." The girl wrote it down and placed it on the table in front of Sophia. "This is the list of people who were just rescued near the tree roots. If you want to check other tree roots, it will take another 2 days. You can come back later." Sophia looked at the note, thinking in silence. Haven't they arrived in this world yet? No, I need to focus on the calamity fish. Seeing her still, Ming spoke up. "If you're ready, let's discuss the plan." She was startled, turned around. By then Ming had also changed his clothes. He said, "We have 13 days and 18 hours left. There's not much time, so we must start immediately." Sophia was stunned, captivated by the male lead's handsome and charming appearance. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She kept exclaiming how well the clothes suited him, then said, "So what's your plan?" He said seriously, "It's simple. You just need to get me inside. Then I'll use my weapon to specifically attack its weak point." As soon as Ming finished speaking, a wave of silence spread and Sophia felt confused. "Is that it? What kind of plan is that? This joke is a bit boring," she asked naively. "Is something wrong?" Her expression changed. "No problem, but the problem is it's too good to be true. Should I give up?" She reminded him it can't be killed from the outside. "But it's not that simple either." Ming replied, "Don't worry, we have a ship." Sophia heard this and asked, "You've already prepared a ship?" "I have a 30-seater ship." He glanced at it. 30 seats aren't enough. "Well, use my ship. I have a 500-seater ship." Hearing this, she was shocked. "What, you parked it outside?" He calmly said, "I'm not a newcomer. You'll see when we get there." Her mind was in a whirl. But you are a newcomer, right? I mean, you just got here, didn't you?" He reassured her, "Just assume I have special abilities. We have a ship. Now we just need to collect 10 types of materials. Let's split up. If you trust me, everything will go smoothly." Ming's words startled her. "Your tone is very confident." His gaze was firm. The figure of the blonde man appeared beside Ming. This reminded her of her master. She fell silent, then decided to trust him. He smiled and said, "I'll go collect the 10 materials over there. Don't back down now, oh, and don't forget this." Ming reached out and took Sophia's item. "Your weapon is almost broken. This is better than your trident, don't refuse." Ming picked up the exquisite black axe, examining it carefully, and thought, "This is since she taught me the way of survival." He remembered Sophia from his previous life, who said when handing it to him, "This is the first weapon I'm giving you. As your master. Take it, some things never change. Whether it's the previous life or this one." After thinking, he put the weapon on his back. Sophia looked at the system panel. "I've already found the materials needed to hunt the calamity fish." "Calamity?" Ming nodded. "I know the library," she asked in surprise. "How do you know? Do you have superpowers?" He replied, "I can visualize all information." She tilted her head, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "I don't know everything. But no one knows this red earth better than I do. Even with this information, I still can't understand. You should turn back." With a smile. "Then he'll go to the suburbs. Are you ready?" Sophia smiled confidently. She believed she would solve this once and for all. Sophia ran desperately, thinking as she went, "To create a poison that can defeat the calamity, we need to gather enough necessary materials. To obtain a bang's bodily fluids, I must lure it out of its nest." As she ran, she heard strange sounds in the distance. Someone fired a destructive weapon, and a green beam shot towards Sophia. She turned and flew up, casting a magic circle. It blocked the strange attack. She landed on the ground and shouted at the person in front of her. "What are you doing?" Zagasso grinned provocatively. His hands continuously controlled the green light orbs. "Hey Sophia, your figure is as great as ever. Want to play with me?" She cursed angrily. "Get lost, you scumbag. Are you here to commit suicide? I'm busy, I don't have time for trash like you. Get out of here, don't be an eyesore." Hearing this, he didn't waver at all, but instead became perversely excited. "How bold! When did we become so intimate? Don't be like that, it's part of your charm. Come back with me from the belly of the calamity fish." As he spoke, he took off the gold necklace from his neck, transformed it into a weapon, and charged at her. "I hate those who fight without knowing their limits," he said. Then he wielded his weapon, sending the green light orbs like lightning towards Sophia. With one hand she cast magic, while holding a book that appeared in her other hand. A magic circle appeared, accompanied by a purple sword energy that struck directly, blocking his attack. A massive purple sword energy flew straight towards Sagasso. He luckily dodged it, only losing a few strands of hair and suffering a minor facial injury. Otherwise he would have been pulverized. Sophia warned with a grim face, also mocking his previous words. He had said, "I hate those who don't know their limits." He showed a strange smile, his hand on the cloth strip on his forehead. It seems there's no escaping this. At this moment Sophia's sword energy continued to assault him. He immediately untied the cloth strip with his hand, revealing his third eye. She was startled and made the sword energy stop, barely halting right in front of him. Sagasso arrogantly looked at the sword energy hovering before him. "Haha, that was fast." Sagasso laughed arrogantly, pushing his headscarf up. "Haha, do you know about this eye? The lighthouse is watching. Did you think I'd attack without a backup plan? I have an organization backing me. Not just the lighthouse, but also some things related to you. If you get involved, things will get very troublesome." Sophia gritted her teeth in anger, looking at him with a grim expression. The jealous one's clairvoyance. He indeed has an annoying skill. Seeing her tense up, he immediately changed his expression, just as I expected. "You're really smart, Sophia. You know I don't mean any harm, right? I just wanted to test if your skills had deteriorated. After I heard you lost to a newcomer. Your sharpness is still as good as ever. Perhaps those rumors were just exaggerated." She didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense anymore, so she turned and left. "It's none of your business. I'm tired of being polite to you, get out." Hearing this, he stopped smiling and his face became curious. He reached out and pulled down the cloth strip covering his third eye. "Don't worry, it'll disappear immediately once I know one thing. I need to know where Jiang Hanxiu is. That newcomer you fought with." She impatiently listened to this guy babbling, then turned around and yelled at him. "I'm not going to tell you. I knew it would be like this." As he spoke, he reached out and firmly grabbed her hand. "So we'll use my investigation skill. Thank you for your cooperation." Unbeknownst to him, he was repelled. "When did you learn that skill? Of course, if you had tried harder, you could have stopped it. But you're still too soft-hearted." Her face darkened. Her patience with this scoundrel was wearing thin. People like you should have died inside the calamity fish. The way he abandoned her that day was truly heartless. "But I wasn't wrong. It was you." Gassa laughed wickedly, his three blood-red eyes fixed on her. "You should have joined Quatrados when I gave you the chance. You're the one who acted foolishly, Sophia." Quatrados, a disaster threatening the Red Zone's ecosystem. The Quatrados organization transforms fear into worship, serving the four calamities. They don't care if these calamities lead humanity to ruin. After listening to his rambling about that organization, she said, "Enough, join that garbage organization." She continued to curse angrily, using others as an excuse to display the power of the calamity fish, and then selling off the belongings of the dead. "Are you even human? Do you know how many people were deceived? Deceived by your lies." She thought of those innocent people who believed his words, only to become food for monsters. She continued, promising them they would be safely nourished by the roots, only to end their lives inside the calamity fish. Gassa showed an indifferent expression and asked, "So what?" He sighed and smiled. "In just using my abilities to make money, while also participating in religious rituals." Saying this, he mockingly sneered. "Those fools who believe in it are the real idiots. They won't live much longer. They should be grateful for being able to live in that beautiful space within the fish's belly. The calamity fishes, even if only for a short time." At this moment, Sophia's face was filled with peak murderous intent. He still smiled as he reminded her, "I hope you come to your senses soon. Perhaps you'll understand next time, goodbye." After speaking, he immediately vanished, surprising her. "He runs so fast, Gassu. If I had known that day you would become like this. From an ordinary person into a cruel and even more evil person, he completely changed after nearly dying inside the calamity fish that day. If I were to chase him now." As she thought this, she suddenly remembered Jiang Hanxiu's instructions. "Don't worry about me, don't focus on other things. Just focus on collecting the 10 materials." She recalled, her face also filled with hesitation. To go or not to go? Afterwards she decided to continue with her own task. "Sorry, but I'll leave this matter to you." On the other side, amidst the red earth, someone was running desperately. It was Jiang Hanxiu. He ran looking around for the item needed to kill the calamity fish. It was the hardening solution. The hardening solution. The crystallization of mage knowledge. It's the perfect poison against the calamity fish. Unconsciously he saw something. He immediately ran over and jumped into a cave. First, as one of the basic ingredients, I need to obtain the heart of a kukunja. To find a kukunja, I need to locate a deep valley between the roots. Between the middle and end roots. Perhaps it's like this, a cave where kukunja hide. Far from the calamity fish near the end roots. They dig holes in the roots and nest inside them. He observed the cave, then nodded. Found it. He walked forward step by step, slowly walking through the purple waters. Thinking strangely as he walked, the other ingredients for the hardening solution are relatively easier to find. But kukunja are difficult to obtain in the end roots. So it's best if I search for it myself. The surface of the water he was walking on suddenly rippled violently. It's coming. Hanshio reached his hand back, took out his weapon and used a dragon art ultimate move. His energy grew stronger and his weapon also transformed. Golden light. As if thousands of small lightning bolts were ready to shoot out. Activate enhancement magic. The purple waters in the cave began to boil. A group of kukunsas suddenly emerged from under the water. A superfluous movement. Hansu, weapon in hand, charged forward to confront 7 kukunsa hidden. A merciless slash. One died in agony. The struggle continued. He leaped, slaying them one by one after another without mercy, finishing them all off. After landing, he saw the axe covered in cracks. This weapon seems very fragile. Powerful weapons don't last. I need to adjust my attacks as I go, until I find a suitable weapon. A kukunsa ambushed him from behind. While Hansu wasn't paying attention, but with his keen intuition, he sensed it and threw his axe at the kukunsa's head. A single fatal blow and the kukunsa fell. Another one with pointed horns charged in recklessly. But it didn't know Hansu was controlling the axe on that monster's head with his finger. The one that glowed just now flew again towards it. The axe struck the horned monster's head and flew back into Hansu's hand. The remaining kukunsa saw that fighting alone wouldn't work, so they began a group assault. They surrounded Hansu, attacking simultaneously. Their tails acted as boosters, allowing them to leap further. Directly at Hansu, each one opened its large mouth ready to pounce and bite from above. Seeing this, Hansu also leaped, delivering several blows from this group to that group, weaving through them with just one axe. When Hansu landed, the kukunsa dropped like ripe fruit, falling in pieces behind Hansu. He stood in thought. The ones I just defeated were all juvenile kukunsa. The adults must be somewhere. Should I kill some more? He picked up red worm crystal cores from the monster corpses. Continuous skill usage is depleting my stamina and magic, but for now I'll collect them. 10 worm crystal cores. He picked them up and absorbed them. Then he looked deeper at the roaring tree roots. The tree trunks rushed at Hansu like a storm, forcing him to block and dodge. He frowned, observing the situation. Then he swung his axe and charged forward like lightning, causing the axe to develop more cracks in his hand. I'm too eager to use it even though they've been weakened. Zhang Jiasu, hands in his pockets, slowly walked towards Hansu. Oh, you actually blocked that. He revealed his true form, approaching with 3 eyes, and happily spoke to Hansu. If you had died, I would have stopped. But you're stronger than I thought. I didn't mean to fight, just to test you. Don't be mad, okay? I came to make a suggestion. Hansu gripped his weapon, wary of this despicable fellow. He continued, come with me to Quadrado. Someone has taken an interest in you. Hansu's expression had already grown impatient. He said, this is a good offer for you. So follow me. And then, before he could finish speaking, he was met with Hansu's warning slash. He was completely stunned. His eyes widened. He hadn't expected to almost lose his life. But Hansu had held back, so he only lost a bit of hair. He roared furiously, are you trying to die? Hansu looked at him sternly, his gaze icy, ready to let him experience the cold sensation of the axe blade. That guy Zhang Jiasu, seeing himself mouthing off only to get an axe to the face, immediately yelled in exasperation. You lunatic! A rookie who just popped up. Someone like you dares to attack while I, your elder, was speaking. You think just because you finished the beginner's tutorial, you can act so arrogant and attack me, your elder, without any fear? Maybe that big shot likes you, but I. Before he could finish his rant, Hansu poured cold water on his idea and said he rejected that guy's supposedly great offer. What the hell? He thought again of that organization. The organization that worshipped those disgusting beasts named Quadrado. He clearly knew their evil and depravity. But the most dangerous thing was their insane actions. Crazy actions. Those madmen were breeding calamity fish. And the female guests who appeared on this red land gradually vanished after they began their operations. The main job of these psychopaths was to observe unfortunate humans being injured by those calamity fish. The more brutal And savage their actions, the more those lunatics earned. He secretly swore that he would quickly deal with that deranged organization. He would send them one by one to their graves, making sure they died a terrible death. Finishing his thoughts, he contemptuously replied to the guy named Young Jesus, telling him it was none of his damn business. Why should he listen to a useless rookie like him? When he heard him contemptuously describe his abilities as perfect like a Superman in a skirt, he immediately shrieked in anger. Like a hen that couldn't lay eggs, he yelled, asking what the hell he was talking about. But then he calmed down, letting out a strange laugh, dropping his effeminate demeanor, and said he would personally teach him a lesson. Then he thought again. He had to bring him back to those lunatics. Otherwise they would be furious with him, whether he liked it or not. He knew he had to bring him back. However, a few broken ribs, or perhaps losing an arm or two, shouldn't be a big deal. He said this with a twisted expression, like a sick pervert. John Honshu revealed a truly earth-shattering handsome smile, telling him that he and he were quite compatible. Practically two peas in a pod. He also needed to get some information from him. He then told him that if he also had a few broken ribs, or lost a limb or two, he would definitely still be able to bark out the information he needed. Upon hearing this, he could no longer hold back, immediately drew his weapon and swung it at him, saying he wanted to see how long his mouth could stay tough. A green rope shot out at light speed, rapidly striking towards John Honshu. He dodged his move by sidestepping, but he smiled perversely, saying he was truly an idiot. Immediately after the rope touched his shoulder, a wound appeared on his right shoulder, and blood splattered. At this point he asked him if he wanted to talk now. However, he thought to himself, he had deliberately attacked him by surprise to take his arm, but for some reason, his cut was too shallow, he couldn't do it. Or was his cutting power not strong enough? He didn't know anymore. Then he arrogantly said that if he tortured him into a cripple, he would lose his value. He reassured him not to worry too much, because he would finish it quickly. At this moment he pressed one hand against the wound to stop the bleeding. He also agreed with him, saying he might have underestimated him and become arrogant. And before, he had never fought each other. John Jesus, gritting his teeth, asked him if he was out of his mind, or if his head had hit the ground. Then he swung the rope again, shouting excitedly, telling him to just shut the hell up and lie on the ground. After this rope attack, but reality was not as he wished. Perhaps this time he was the one with the problem, because right after he finished cursing, he delivered a heavy blow to his stomach. No longer could he utter incoherent sounds. He could only vomit the contents of his stomach. With that heavy punch he was sent flying a great distance. But by sheer will. He's even stronger than his own bull, yet he can still sit there calmly. We absolutely cannot let him rest for another moment. You immediately summon a warhammer stronger than Thor's hammer, ready to continue fighting him. But you still gave him a chance. As long as he cooperates with you and tells you the information you need, perhaps he can still breathe a few more breaths in this world. At this moment he was already furious, cursing your ancestors 18 generations back in his mind. He was now both shocked and afraid, thinking to himself. Just now his eyes were clearly focused. His perception was still active. Yet he still couldn't clearly see your attack. He thought again, could it be that he's fighting someone with an invisibility attribute? He said with a sly grin. Don't get too cocky just because you managed to hit me. It was just me letting you touch me on purpose. Before he could even finish speaking, you had already taken your stance and provocatively told him a worthless fellow like him will soon be groveling on the ground. Just as you launched another attack, 5 gems had already appeared in your hand. Seeing this, he couldn't help but roar. Just a slight change in attributes. I don't believe you can increase your skill power much. But life rarely goes as planned. And reality always harshly slaps those who are full of themselves just like him. You also let him know that for you, attributes aren't everything. As long as your strength is sufficient, 10 guys like him, you can make them all grovel. No sooner had you spoken than you threw the warhammer in your hand at him. He only had time to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, you happily said to him, "You're already about to cry from just that." He was now trembling and gritting his teeth, filled with rage. He didn't believe you could be this strong. Immediately after, he charged at you like a madman, like a moth drawn to a flame. At this moment, the rope in his hand had transformed into a long sword. You weren't a fool, you wouldn't just stand there and take a beating. You cast a secret art on your ring. Facing his bare hands, he thought to himself. With my magnificent 100-beast squadron-like skill, then, this sword will tear apart everything its edge touches, including your hands. The sword's edge had just swung towards your neck. When the domineering power of the Numaha ring began to take effect, he was still completely unaware, still smugly believing he would win. But with just one bare hand, you completely blocked his attack. With a crack, the sound of the sword blade shattering rang out. At this moment, he seemed unable to believe his own eyes. His magnificent sword had actually shattered. His slash was blocked by you. With just bare hands. He trembled incessantly, thinking, even those rune experts would find it hard to break through this kind of high magic concentration technique. Before he could recover from that shock, you had already stepped forward, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. With a thud, you slammed him hard onto the ground. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth. At this moment you told him to stop pretending, because you had been very restrained when you delivered that blow. Then you approached, grabbed his clothes intending to lift him, but he also raised his hand and grabbed your arm. You also praised his quick reaction. He used a defensive skill called John Jay to defend against your attack. That skill greatly restricted his movement, so he usually didn't want to use it at all. But this time it was precisely what saved his pathetic life. He had no choice. If he wanted to break free from your control, then he could only. While he was still pondering, you had already delivered a heavy physical blow to his face. His face contorted with your attack. At this moment he was terrified. He couldn't believe you could break through his defensive move. Immediately after, an action-packed scene was carried out by him. He was straddling him. Every punch landed squarely on him. His arrogant face was now unrecognizable. It was bruised and swollen, completely distorted, just like his rotten character. At this point he yelled at him, saying he would tell him everything he wanted to know. He said he had no other choice, because business wasn't good, and he was just following orders. Just like an obedient dog, he believed he was a good person too, because he hadn't actually hurt anyone. If he let him go, he would give him the run skill, and he would tell him who gave the order to take him away. But by this point he had little patience left, and everything he said was superfluous. Just then, another heavy punch landed hard on his face. He let him know that he was just a nuisance to him. At this moment he thought resentfully. He was clearly trying to tell him everything. But now,